Okay. I think that might have been. You know how I said last time that Twitch just will automatically stop a stream after it's been live for a certain amount of time. I think that's what happened there. Yeah, I think it's 48 hours. I thought it happened earlier, but it didn't. The VOD stayed the same even when it appeared like the channel was offline. But I think that's the end of that VOD. 47 hours, 55 minutes. So I think that's what was happening there. Twitch just um, stopped the stream because 48 hours is the max. I think, anyway. I don't think it was my internet or anything like that. But yeah, we're back. Let's keep going with these tapes.
What if you hadn't used the boss as the model for the AI?
What do you mean?
If the end goal is MAD, it seems like there are more suitable models out there. A military chief of staff, or a nuclear technician, even the president.
Patriotism, leadership, good judgment. Each of those qualities is essential when deciding whether to launch a nuke. And she had them all.
Wouldn't the president, too?
It's not enough. She had the will for it.
Will.
Let me explain, Snake. Peace Walker is a standalone weapon. It has to decide on its own whether or not to launch a nuke. It can't turn to anyone else for advice. It can't do its job if it's not prepared to take sole responsibility for the fate of the world. I know of no other human being who could bear that burden.
That's it.
There were technical considerations, of course. To begin with, the female brain is a more appropriate model for an AI.
Oh, wait, the female brain. What do you mean by that, modeling your AI after the female brain?
Snake, what is the human mind capable of that a computer is not?
Being lazy?
Interesting response, and not incorrect. But the answer I was looking for was empathy.
Empathy?
The ability to feel for others, to be more precise. Love for a child. Pity for the weak. Grief for the dead. All of these are particularly well developed in the female brain.
That's stretching it a little.
On the contrary, it's perfectly reasonable. The male brain, on the other hand, may be well suited for systematic thinking, but it's less able to empathize. In that sense, it's closer to a computer. So if your objective is to make the AI think more like a human...
You need to teach it how to empathize like a woman.
The novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, deals with this very problem. In the book, an empathy test is used to distinguish between machines and human beings. As machines become more and more advanced, our society will gradually become more and more systematic. Our cities will teem with robot-like people, unable to feel for others. We cannot allow that to happen. Computers must learn to empathize. The same goes for humans, only more so.
Well, what about yourself? You make these claims, and yet I've never seen you empathize with a real person.
It's true. Until now, I was a prisoner of death. It was my intention to die upon the completion of Mammal's development. She was my one reason to live.
But you changed your mind.
I did. Because she taught me the dignity of living. My eyes are open now. I want to go on living and seeing real people.
Huh. I see. Is it really necessary to make machines think like humans? I think empathy would get in the way of making the decision to retaliate.
I admit, human thought may not be fully compatible with level-headed decision-making. Then again, is there such a thing as non-human thought? The moment computers became so advanced that they could calculate faster than human beings, a new dream was born.
Dream?
If we can create a machine that can do advanced mathematics, why can't we create one that can think like a human? The 19th century author, Auguste Villiers-L'Isle-Adam, wrote a book called Tomorrow's Eve, in which the protagonist fashions an artificial woman to serve as his ideal lover. I believe the idea of creating an intelligent being with our own hands is one of mankind's oldest dreams.
So AI is a product of people's dreams, then?
Not only AI, civilization itself is the process by which mankind gives form to its dreams. But not all dreams are pleasant. Some have expressed fears about non-human intelligence.
Yeah, they want the benefits with none of the risks.
Some fear that intelligent robots might rise up and rebel against their human masters, as portrayed by the Czech writer Karel Čapek in his Rossum's Universal Robots, or in the 1970 film Colossus, the Forbin Project, where intelligent supercomputers in the US and the Soviet Union join forces and plot to subjugate humanity. Isaac Asimov offered a specific solution to these fears with his 3 laws of robotics, which demonstrated that while robot intelligence is different from that of humans, the two can coexist. In order to endow computers with intelligence, we must first have a thorough understanding of what intelligence is, and that is where the need for a practical and feasible expert system arises.
So what's an expert system?
The AI housed within Peace Walker began development as such a system. An expert system is a type of proxy program by which a computer makes decisions as an expert would. The program, Mycin, for example, is a system that decides which kind of antibiotics to prescribe. The system asks the patient a series of questions to narrow down the range of appropriate drugs.
So you program Peace Walker to prescribe live nuclear warheads instead of penicillin.
What I realized, however, was that a simple expert system wasn't up to the task.
You need more than expertise to launch a nuke.
Indeed, expertise is a necessary prerequisite, but insufficient on its own. Deciding to launch a retaliatory strike requires consideration of a wider range of factors. In such a scenario, the entire global situation becomes the criterion for making a decision.
Makes sense. You screw up the prescription and the whole world goes into anaphylactic shock.
A weak AI that only has a limited range of knowledge upon which to base its decisions won't cut it. Therefore, I had the AI study the boss's thought patterns, thus creating a true expert system. A strong AI.
You couldn't leave the world in the hands of something with anything less than absolute worldview.
I could have built a simple expert system in no time at all. Say, how would you like a system that decides which guns you should equip according to the mission's parameters?
I'll pass. I'm not gonna leave my life up to somebody else's judgment. Especially not a machine.
With current technology, AI are inevitably enormous in size. But as circuit integration continues to advance, they will become even smaller. As small as human brains, and perhaps smaller than that. And in the meantime, robotics will continue to advance as well, to the point where we can create androids, robots that resemble humans. And then...
And then what?
Well, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Don't tell me you're thinking of making an android imitation of the boss.
Surely the thought has crossed your mind as well. Of one day being reunited with her?
Enough! I don't want any part of it.
I see. I didn't mean to offend you. In reality, AI is more likely to evolve in the opposite direction anyway.
The opposite direction? What does that mean?
More and more, AI are becoming systems that specialize in mass information processing, without human intelligence, thought, or emotion. A machine that has no individualism or sense of self, but rather behaves as a collective, exhibiting the qualities of a society.
Like a beehive?
Yes, it aggregates data collected by individuals and determines how the collective will act, just as honeybees travel between the hive and flowers. The key to achieving that will be networking AI together.
I don't know how to say this, but that kind of gives me the creeps.
But if your goal is to control society, it's the better model to use. It lets you filter data, disseminate only what you want disseminated. Of course, I myself have no interest in an AI without a shred of life to it.
Hold on a second. Let me just check something here.
The new plant is a hex type. That gives it more surface area than previous types, and also makes it easier to plan expansions. We're gonna make this place huge.
Hex, huh? Like a beehive.
Nothing wrong with that. They say the honeycomb design is one of the strongest. I hear they're even thinking of using it in tank armor.
Good enough for me. I'll see about finding us some worker bees.
Appreciate it, boss.
Yeah. I thought it was that one. Kind of ties in with what we learned about the AI. Like, a lot of the calls with Strangelove are obviously foreshadowing the stuff in MGS 2 and 4 and the Patriots AI and everything. And there's a scene in 4 where Liquid Ocelot is talking about GW, and it has, it goes into slideshow mode, and you can see inside the structure of GW, and it's hexagonal in shape as well. So it's just kind of cool how this ties in with some of the stuff we're hearing here.
By the way, Kaz, who do you think's our queen bee?
Good question. I was thinking maybe Paz.
I was thinking Strangelove.
Well, I can see that. Or maybe Cecile.
On second thought, I might go with Amanda.
How about this, Snake? We'll have an army of queen bees.
Sure. Why not? Earlier, you called the mammal pod a butterfly. Not a pupa or a cocoon, but an imago.
Yes, the AI that came before the mammal pod were works in progress.
Works in progress.
They were enough to keep the frame running, but not enough to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. They weren't quite complete. They were pupae. Only when I added the boss's data did the AI take on its true form, becoming a butterfly and taking flight.
And that's why the nose art on Peace Walker was a butterfly.
I gave the mammal AI the code name BS Imago. BS is short for boss.
BS, short for bullshit. AI code names.
Huey called that gigantic unmanned chopper a chrysalis. Is that another one of your AI code names?
Yes, you're referring to the TJ Chrysalis 6000. There's also the GW Pupa 5000, the TR Cocoon 7000.
I get it. A hovercraft type and a treaded type. And those letters on the front. TJ, GW, or whatever. Those are initials?
Correct. The initials of the American presidents whose faces are carved into Mount Rushmore.
Then you're missing one.
I assigned that one to the reptile pod. AL Aurelia 8000.
Aurelia. Another word for chrysalis. A pupa just before it emerges.
All of the initials, except for BS, were of Coldman's choosing. I chose mine from the storied ranks of British royalty. MS, AV, EW.
What do those stand for?
You can't guess. Why, Mary Stuart, Alexandrina Victoria, and Elizabeth Windsor.
All queens. Of course.
Are you familiar with the film 2001: A Space Odyssey?
I've heard of it, but...
Of course not. I didn't expect you to be cultured enough to appreciate such things.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway...
2001 features an AI called HAL, a highly advanced system that controls an exploration spacecraft. It can converse with people, and even play chess.
Now where have I heard that before?
The way HAL was portrayed was truly superb.
How so?
HAL is given secret orders that not even the ship's captain knows about. Naturally, he's not allowed to divulge them to the crew. The stress of it causes HAL to crack.
Crack?
Go crazy. Though there are those who interpret it differently. One by one, HAL kills off the crew until the captain finally shuts it down. The film offers amazing insights into AI, their growth, their utility, their faults, and their fear of death.
Well, you must have found it useful in your research then.
Must you always be so utilitarian? It doesn't matter whether or not it's useful. What matters is that it inspired me.
Then it was useful.
Never mind. The portrayal of Hal wasn't the only wonderful thing about the film. It was full of hints about the future of human evolution. Truly, a film for the ages.
Strangelove, when did you and the boss first meet?
Did she ever tell you about what she saw in space?
Yeah.
I saw the same thing along with her. The Soviets beat America into space with Sputnik, and so America rushed to be first in manned spaceflight. NASA used her as their top secret guinea pig, launching her deep into the cold blackness of space. I took part in the project as a scientist.
You were there with her?
Yes. For a brief time. We were one and the same, she and I. We sought each other out, completed each other. Did you know that inside every woman there's a universe? And that we are able to sense this in each other? We connected because of our empathetic female brains. As time went on, I began to have doubts about offering such a noble soul as sacrifice. Why did she have to... The flight test was a narrow success, and she miraculously made it back alive. But her mind and body were horribly mangled, and there was nothing I could do for her. We were no longer one and the same. She went away, and I, having nothing else to live for, immersed myself in AI research, hoping that no one would ever have to make her sacrifice again.
I never knew.
It's not really worth knowing. We were ships passing in the night, that's all. Perhaps someday I'll tell you the long version, if you're interested.
That was quite a warm welcome you gave me at the base in Costa Rica.
Sorry about that. But I simply had to know.
The boss's final act.
Yes, by inputting her thoughts and actions into the AI, I was imbuing it with her mind. The only thing I couldn't understand was her final act.
Operation Snake Eater.
Official history says she betrayed her homeland and defected to the enemy and was killed by you. But it didn't make sense. The boss would be the last person on Earth to betray her country. It was logically inconsistent.
It was, wasn't it?
That internal inconsistency prevented the AI from activating properly. Just as Hal malfunctioned in the film, I understood the reasoning, but I had to have proof. Proof of her final act, her true intentions, one way or another.
So you tried to squeeze it out of me, huh?
As a matter of fact, I did. Your silence was the very answer I was looking for.
That white horse the boss rode.
The Andalusian, yes.
How'd it get to Costa Rica?
I went looking for it. It was her final witness. Even if it couldn't speak, I found it and brought it here.
Where? I thought for sure it'd be blown to ashes by those MiGs.
I searched the ends of the earth for that horse, and found it at last in a horse market in Britain.
Britain? Are you saying it came all the way over the Ural Mountains, through Europe, and across the English Channel?
Who knows, really? Perhaps someone took it there.
Wait, the thought never occurred to you that it might be a different Andalusian that only looks the same?
I can't prove it. Or rather, I couldn't.
What do you mean?
You should know best of all. That horse wouldn't let anyone ride it. And believe me, I nearly killed myself trying. The only one it allowed on its back was you. That was the proof. Though I hate to admit it.
And to think, I ran it to its death.
But in that last run, it regained the glory of its youth, using the last of its strength to pursue its former master. Any horse would wish for such a fine end.
What do you make of Peace Walker's final act?
I recreated her thought patterns exactly. It was exactly what she would have done. The world's most empathetic mind weighed the past, the future, and the entire world, and decided not to retaliate. Merely knowing that is enough for me.
So, what you're saying is, we don't need deterrence to have peace?
I didn't say that. What's important is that we wish for peace. MSF needs a way to protect itself from the might of nations. Survival requires pragmatic thought and action. But you must still retain your ideals. If the gap between reality and those ideals ever leads you to lose them, I doubt MSF will survive.
Strangelove. Is that a code name?
No, just a nickname. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. From Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. It's a film that came out in 1964. A dark comedy about the absurdity of nuclear deterrence.
You were in a movie?
No, stupid. I got my nickname because of that movie.
Why? Because you look like the doctor in the movie?
No, that Dr. Strangelove was a man.
So?
Back when I was at ARPA, I kept a photo of the boss on my desk. I was totally engrossed in my research and showed no interest in the opposite sex. Plus, I had a photo of a woman on my desk. The fools around me turned it into a cruel taunt, calling me Strangelove. Even for a bunch of shut-ins who never went out to the cinema, that title seemed to ring true with them. Anyhow, in their eyes, homosexuality was something strange. They were incapable of seeing things outside the lens of their own standards. Being strange means you have your own unique point of view. I rather considered it an honor.
Shadow, you're asking a question here. Any idea why, if these are supposedly cassette tapes, the picture looks like it's on an 8-track? Also says high pass filtered on the bottom of the case, which can either cut or distort the high end of audio. Any thoughts? I don't have any answer to those questions, I'm afraid, Shadow. You'd have to ask some kind of cassette tape 8-track master in the chat, and I'm definitely not one of those. I'm not sure.
So, you were with ARPA before you came here, huh?
Yes, back then it was really the only place I could make a living from my AI research.
And before that?
I started out at NASA. That's where I met her.
When Boss went into space?
Yes. It was that incident that turned me away from aerospace engineering. Space is entirely too hazardous a place for human beings. That was why I felt an immediate need to develop AI. As it turned out, rockets later became much safer, and mankind reached the surface of the moon. In any event, it was a hollow Cold War victory. When you get down to it, a nuclear missile is just a rocket with a nuclear warhead strapped to it. Thus, taking the initiative in the space race was tantamount to a military show of force.
But the budgetary strain was too big for Washington or Moscow to handle.
Yes, and then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War, and then came détente. Having leapt ahead of the Soviet Union with its moon landing, America shut down the Apollo program in '72. It was around then that ARPA was downsized and renamed DARPA, the D standing for Defense. With few prospects for continuing my AI research, Coldman's invitation was a godsend. It was also a chance to have them collect data on her.
The end result being this mess.
But we did learn something valuable from her. The nobility of peace.
Why'd you agree to come here? To Mother Base?
You intrigued me.
Me? Hold on. You're not planning on modeling your next AI after me.
Not a bad idea, but I have no intention of ever again attempting to transplant human thought into machines.
Oh, that's a relief.
You are the man who inherited the boss's will. You're gathering people around you, even now, shaping them, building a new organization. I'd like to see how it turns out.
You're not planning to go back to AI research?
I never said such a thing. Of course, my work will continue.
Here?
In my eyes, the growth of MSF as an organization is analogous to the development of the nervous system. The way you become intertwined, stimulate each other, branch out in new directions. It's really quite inspirational.
Interesting way to put it.
Of course, I intend to repay you for your hospitality. The fruits of my research will be at your disposal. Why not assign me to the R&D team? I promise you won't be disappointed.
You know, that ID card I got from Huey wouldn't let me into the lab.
Of course not. I deactivated it.
Why?
As though I'd let him into my lab.
You don't seem to care for him much, even though you two are in the same field.
Oh, please. For starters, I can't stand that wishy-washy attitude of his. If he's got something to say to me, he should be a man and come say it in person, not write some furtive letter.
But if his card doesn't work, how's he supposed to...
And another thing, the way he always demeans himself. Every other sentence begins with, I could be wrong, but... Why can't he just do what he does and be confident about it?
Well, there was the thing about his dissertation being plagiarized.
The real problem is he doesn't have a whit of independence in him. In Costa Rica, and even back at NASA, he was always following people around, asking if there was some way he could help. Why doesn't he stop his whining, take a stand, and face up to me?
I think I know how he feels.
And to top it all off, he seems to enjoy referring to himself by that nickname I gave him. I simply don't get it. How can he be so submissive?
So, Huey was a nickname you gave him.
That's right. I took it from the name of a drone in the science fiction film Silent Running.
Drone?
It's a type of worker robot. The way he follows people, just waiting for them to boss him around, is so similar. I couldn't help myself. Oh, it's an American film directed by Douglas Trumbull, the man who did the special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Imagine that. A scientist who likes science fiction.
And that's not all.
There's more.
He's a man.
Hang on. I seem to remember you saying he should be more of a man.
Yes. Well, he is an awfully good scientist. Without his reptile pod, my mammal pod wouldn't function, just as the cerebrum can't exist without the cerebellum and the brainstem. He did a fine job of designing it. I'll give him that.
That sounded suspiciously like praise.
It's merely an objective observation. I like people who possess the will to move forward. I have no time for those who refuse to take control of their lives. Until he does, my opinion remains the same.
Strangelove is incredibly hypocritical here. If you think about what she's saying, calling out Huey for like accepting the nickname, how can he be so submissive? It's exactly what she did. You know? With her name Strangelove that her colleagues gave her, it's like, well, I rather considered it an honor. That's probably what Huey thought as well. He put a spin on the interpretation. And what she says at the end, I have no time for people who can't take control of their own life. And I don't know, like Strangelove and her boss obsession kind of feels a bit hypocritical there. No time for people who can move forward. Like, she's obsessed with the past. Yeah, quite hypocritical. But makes her a more interesting character.
So, you and Cecile seem to be enjoying yourselves back at that lab.
What are you insinuating? I only kept her because I didn't want our secret to be known.
And the personal baths? You could have left her in there alone and locked the door from the outside.
Yes, well, she seemed anxious, so I...
Now, why would she be anxious?
She was beautiful. I was only admiring her beauty.
She was terrified.
I never meant her any harm. She knew that. I know she did.
But she felt like she was in enough danger to run away.
No matter what I did, if Coltman found her, she would have been... You're right. The truth is, I wanted to save her. But not if it meant forestalling the completion of Mammal.
So you made it easy for her to escape?
Do you really think I am that soft? I'll admit security wasn't exactly tight. It wouldn't have been difficult for her to escape from the building.
Seemed like she had a rougher time after she got out.
At any rate, I never did anything to her to deserve any blame. Is that clear?
Okay. I believe you.
Yeah, she's absolutely projecting her own insecurities onto Huey. But at the same time, even though she's a hypocrite, she's kind of right in what she's saying about Huey.
Huey's probably mentioned this, but just to be clear, there's a limit to the parts we can produce here at Mother Base. Therefore, I've built Zeke's AI using memory boards you pulled from other AI weapons.
Will that work?
In the human brain, individual functions are spread across multiple regions. The same is true of AI. Multiple parts sharing the same function interlink to strengthen that function. For example, the more sensor memory boards you have, the greater Zeke's search and detect capabilities will be. Install more movement boards, and you'll increase its mobility.
Meaning the AI's capabilities change depending on how much memory we give it?
Exactly. The more boards you install, the more powerful a function will be.
Never heard the name Cosima before. Then again, I don't know many people from France. Is it a common name?
No, not that common. But Wagner's second wife was named Cosima Francesca Gaetana Wagner.
Huh.
You know, Kojima is a common last name in Japan.
Kaz?
It's just funny how, I'm part Japanese and Cecile's middle name is so close to Kojima. It feels like destiny unfolding.
You think so?
Oui, oui. That's a beautiful name you have. Cecile Cosima Caminades.
Oui, oui.
Wait a second. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Cosima Caminades. Hey, that's close to
Close to what?
your name. It sounds almost like the sentence Kojima Caminandes in Japanese.
And what does it mean, s'il vous plaît?
Well, kami is the word for God in Japanese. Nandesu. Well, it's hard to explain, but placed after God, it would turn the sentence into is God.
Okay. So,
Kojima is God. Cecile's name is a message. I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Kaz?
Hello? Snake? Mon chéri?
You been drinking, Cecile?
Can't you please do something about this pest?
Who?
Monsieur Muller!
What's he done now?
Wine.
Wine?
He said he thought the soldiers might tire of having beer all the time. So he's brought in some wine instead. And then he gave me a bunch.
Well, that was nice of him.
But the past 2 years have been bad for French wine. Perhaps it is the bad weather we have had. But whatever the case, I told him the last thing you want to be drinking right now is French wine.
Well, California and Chile have good wine, too.
But then he goes and stocks the pantry with nothing but French wine from 72. The stuff is a disaster. Then he says, "Come on, Cecile, have a taste of the old country." I had a terrible feeling about it. So I decided just to taste it at first. And then again. And then a few more times.
Took one for the team, huh? But when you do a tasting, don't you usually spit the wine out?
But bottle after bottle, nothing but garbage. Absolute garbage. Not one half-decent bottle in the whole lot. Taste of the old country, he says.
Sorry to hear that.
Ugh, I cannot believe this. What will we do with all this wine?
The guys aren't too picky when it comes to taste.
Ugh, you sound just like Monsieur Miller. When I complained, he simply said, as long as it gets the job done. You people are such culinary savages. Allez tout vous faire voir. Somebody take me back to Paris, please.
I think you've had a little too much, Cecile.
Cabbage! Absolute garbage!
You seem like a very, how do I put this, uninhibited woman.
You think so? I am no different from other Parisian women. Not since May 1968.
May 1968. The general strike that almost brought down the president?
Right. But it was more than just a strike. It started with the student movement at Strasbourg University in '66. They did not want anything from the country, but instead sought reform at the school. That helped ignite a fire in the hearts of scores of dissatisfied young people. And the movement spread all over France. It was more than just opposition to Vietnam and the de Gaulle administration. People also called for free love and the breaking away from other old values. Looking back, I am not sure what the main goal really was. But whatever the case, it was more of a young people's movement than a strike or a protest.
So, it was like the hippies or something?
In some ways, perhaps. But we weren't blinded by mysticism, nor did we seek a return to nature.
I see. So, while they wanted to retreat to their closed communes...
We tried to change the world. And in doing so, we learned that when everyone comes together, it can be done.
You had a lot more success. In America, hippies have just become a social problem, while I hear Japan's student movements crashed and burned.
I wonder what was different.
Good question. I'd like to know myself.
Okay, I think we're done with Cecile's now.
Snake, how much do you know about the U.S. Homeland Air Defense Network?
I don't know much about what goes on up in the sky. What I do know is that NORAD tracks Santa Claus on its radar.
Nice one. I didn't know you were a comedian, too.
Huh? No, I'm serious. It's true, NORAD tracks his... Listen to me. Every December they set up a hotline and...
Okay, I get it.
He's real, I tell you. He used to bring me presents and...
Okay, Snakey. As all good little boys know, keeping tabs on Santa Claus is a very important job for NORAD. But they also have another mission. The one they were created for. And the system they set up for that has been hijacked by Coldman.
You mean Peace Walker's fake data transmissions?
NORAD's early warning system is composed of DSP satellite-mounted infrared sensors and an array of surveillance radar stations across North America. The network sends out warnings to NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, where the data undergoes human evaluation. Peace Walker, on the other hand, has to make its retaliation decisions autonomously. So it's set up to automatically receive the same data as NORAD through covert channels. Those channels were also used on the test platform to telemeter the AI's decision-making. Peace Walker reversed the system to transmit a fake warning about incoming nuclear missiles outside the usual exercise schedule. I mean, the system could have used better safeguarding. Nobody's going to argue with that. But cracking the AI? That seemed unimaginable. And you can see what happened. Nuclear deterrence means preventing the use of nuclear weapons in conflicts between states. But what about other situations?
Like what?
Terrorism has been on the rise in recent years, from separatist movements to far-left extremists. What would happen if nuclear weapons fell into terrorists' hands? Without a state, that is, without territory of their own, the chances of having nukes used against them are slim. They have no reason to fear a nuclear strike. Conversely, they have no reason to hesitate to use nukes against their adversaries.
You've got a point. All the ICBMs and strategic bombers in the world amount to nothing against a terrorist group.
Right. Of course, this is all still hypothetical. Countries keep their nukes under tight watch. There's no immediate danger of terrorists getting their hands on them. But the day may come when the proposition of nuclear terrorism makes nuclear deterrence theory a dead letter.
Nuclear terrorism. Interesting.
Interesting. I might have to try that out one of these days. Bit of the old terrorism. Let's see.
Snake, is it true you took a picture of El Colibri?
Yep. Got it right here.
Whoa! It's like an actual UFO! I knew it! Los Yankees are working with the aliens.
I know it kind of looks that way, but
Hey, Snake, can you make me a copy of that?
well, I don't see why not. What for?
People pay good money for this stuff. We can use it to raise money for MSF.
Sure, kid. You go out and get us a good price for it.
You don't believe me, do you? I'll get the money. You'll see.
Let's see. I think we can switch over soon to our other save. Oh yeah, we only unlock the upbringing now. Yeah, I guess we'll do this. This is a good one.
March 10th, 1945. 381,300 cluster bombs were dropped on Tokyo. Japanese houses at the time were almost all made of wood. In that single day, a third of Tokyo burned to the ground. My mom lost her family and home in that raid. She had to move to Yokosuka and live with her cousin. The B-29s kept on coming, razing other major cities throughout Japan without mercy. Then, in August, they dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan surrendered to the United States at last. After that, Yokosuka was flooded with American soldiers come to occupy the country. My mother was still in her mid-teens, and she learned from her cousin how to survive in that town, by servicing the troops. That's how she met my father, and how I was born. My father was an officer serving with the government section of Allied GHQ under General Whitney. Whitney was known as MacArthur's shadow, and my father rode his coattails to a pretty high rank. While he was in Japan, he treated my mom like a wife. After he went back to the States, though, she never heard from him. I wasn't born until after he went back. My mom raised me as a single mother. She used the money my father left her to open a shop selling cigarettes and stuff to occupation troops. It was a decent living, but I didn't have citizenship. They're working to change the law now, but back then if your father was unknown, you couldn't get onto the Japanese family register. And in Japan, that means you can't be Japanese. So as I watched the American soldiers around town, I said to myself, I'm a son of America, the victor. My hair and eyes were different from the skinny, downtrodden Japanese around me. I told myself I'd leave this country someday and return to my true homeland. When I was around 10 years old, my mom fell ill, pretty much leaving me to run the shop in her place. One day I found a single picture of my father in the back of a drawer in the shop. I'd show it to the American soldiers who came into the store. A few years went by before one of them told me who he was. I know him, that's Miller. I started asking other guys, do you know where Miller is now? Can anybody tell me where Colonel Miller is now? Turns out he'd left the service and was making a living as an instructor for soldiers in Virginia. It was one of his students who finally told me that. I wrote him a letter in English. I'm your son. I want to go to the United States. Day after day I waited. Then just when I was about to give up, the post office delivered my future to the door. My father sent me some money. I thought my dream was going to come true. I was only thinking of myself. So I went to my bedridden mother and convinced her to let me go. My father arranged for a car to pick me up. It was jet black. When the neighborhood kids who'd always made fun of my hair saw it, their jaws practically hit the ground. I put my mom in a hospital and went on my own to America. When I met my father for the first time, he was living alone in a big house. He told me he'd lost his son, his American son, in Vietnam. He showed me a picture of my older brother. I guess that and his divorce left my father feeling lonely, which is probably why he finally took an interest in me. He'd retired from teaching. He was stooped over, could hardly walk, but he gave me two things: the name Miller and money for school. I used it to learn English and then go to college. America was exhausted from years of fighting in Vietnam. They were waging war in a foreign land, while at home, people were screaming for peace. Right after I graduated, I went back to Japan, alone. My father refused to see my mom. It was the first time I'd seen her in years, and she wouldn't even look at me. At first, I thought she was mad at me, but that wasn't it. Disease had taken her mind. A disease she got while she was young and desperate. She didn't even know who I was. I said, "Mom, it's me, Kazuhira." As I spoke, the sound of my own voice rang in my ears. Katsuhira, the name my mom gave me. It means peace in Japanese. I was Japanese. At least, I was the son of this tiny Japanese woman. It was then, for the first time, that I understood the reason, the emotion that inspired my mother to give me that name. She'd watched her hometown and family go up in flames. Her body and her mind were ravaged by war. And yet she chose to have a child named Peace, with a man who was once her enemy. Japan lost the war. But what good is war as a measure of a country? Since the war and up until the oil shock last year, Japan's economy has grown every single year. It's on its way to becoming a stronger country than ever. I stayed in Japan and joined the JSDF. I was 22 at the time. I did it to pay our bills. But it wasn't just that. I could have found work anywhere. And I knew it. And still, I couldn't think of anything else to do with myself. 2 years later, I didn't have to worry about Mom's hospital bills anymore. I left the JSDF and went back to the States. My father was already dead and buried. I was told he'd shot himself in the head. America crushed Japan, but it also crushed my father. My American dream was over. After that, I drifted around and, well, you know the rest. GHQ made women like my mother. It made Japan's peace constitution and the JSDF. And it made me. I was spawned by war, but I don't want to die in one. I won't die for a country, and I won't live like a pauper. I won't have my fate decided by some family register. So as long as I stick with you, boss, I've got a good feeling none of that will happen.
All right, there we go. Let me see here. Never did these ones? I think DRK must have skipped past some of those. Yeah. Alright, let's switch file. No date with Paz? No, we'll do the date with Paz. I'm switching, just switching over to a completed file. So we don't have to grind to get the second ending. And we'll have all the tapes. We'll be playing 5 after Peace Walker. That'll be coming up soon enough. There's still a bit to go through with this, though.
Snake.
I wonder if DRK did the Walkman tape. Can anyone remember?
Snake.
I think we'll have to listen to this to unlock the tank tape. I know we didn't do that earlier. He did, okay. Let's just listen to this
Snake,
again.
About cardboard boxes. It feels kind of weird me explaining this stuff to you, but there have been a few recent developments in cardboard box technology. So just to be safe, here goes.
Go on.
You can do much more with a box than just hide under it. You can put it someplace and leave it there.
Huh?
You can get on top of it and use it to reach high places, or hide from the enemy in its shadow.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
And that's not all. You can even put items in it and send them to Co-op's teammates.
Really? I never thought of any of that. Damn. Is there anything a cardboard box can't do? Every soldier should have one.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. This isn't exactly what they were made for.
Which reminds me, don't you think the boxes around here are a little on the big side?
You're right. I bet 2 people could fit under one box, if they packed in tight enough. They call them love boxes.
Love boxes?
Of course, you don't need a love box to fit 2 people inside. Any box of similar size will do. Snake, the R&D team came up with something new.
What's this?
It's a cardboard tank. It's got enough room for 2 people. Same as any other cardboard box. Apparently the guy in front drives, and the guy in back is the gunner.
Hold on, Kaz. Who the hell came up with this thing?
I'm sorry, boss. He meant well, I swear. I know it's nowhere as good as a real tank, but still.
It's brilliant!
Huh?
The perfect synthesis of stealth and attack power. Compact, elegant design. The finest example of a weapon I've ever seen. Seriously, Kaz, I need to meet the guy who made this. I want to shake his hand.
You serious? Snake, look at it.
It's a masterpiece, in every sense of the word. You don't agree?
No,
What is that? A tank? I like it.
Paz?
I hate tanks, but this one I think I could get used to. I love that it's a zero-emissions vehicle. It will not hurt the forests of Costa Rica.
What?
Nice work, Kaz. I see I made the right choice making you second in command.
But is there something wrong with me?
That's the one I was after.
Hey, what's with all this sighing? You're not your usual self.
Oh, Snake.
Something on your mind?
Huh? No, not really. I guess. Hey, Snake. Girls are funny, you know? You can never tell what they're thinking. They're always doing their own thing. Maybe they really are different from us men.
Whoa, what's this about now? Chico, do you have a crush on somebody?
No, it's not that. I just.
What? Go ahead, you can talk to me.
Whenever I talk to Paz, my heart starts pounding and everything I say comes out wrong.
Paz? I guess she is pretty close to your age.
That ever happened to you, Snake?
Well, sure. Happens to everybody.
Well, how do I talk to her?
That is a tough one. Why don't you try, talking to her like you talk to everybody else?
No, it doesn't work. I freeze up every time I'm around her. Our eyes meet and my face starts burning for some reason.
It's like living on the battlefield. You just have to get used to it. You're nervous at first, but the more you're out there, the more natural it feels. Get your courage up and go talk to her more often.
Oh, okay. Man, girls are more full of mysteries than UMAs.
Oh, you got that right.
Snake just thinking of the boss there. Love how he compares it to the battlefield. Like the only thing he can think of. The only thing he knows. It's kind of like being on the battlefield. You know, the more you're out there, the more natural it gets. Alright. Let's see. What do I want to do? Guess we'll do the dates.
How's Paz doing?
Okay so far. Still shocked about being lied to by Zadornov, but she's actually getting along great with the crew here at Mother Base.
Really? That's good to hear.
Still, it's gotta be depressing for a girl her age to be cooped up on an offshore plant all day. Even if it is only temporary. I bet she'd love it if you took her out somewhere once in a while.
Okay, let's prepare. Bulk box. Ah, okay. Wonder if she has any unique reactions to the tank. Can't remember. Camera.
I love the beach.
I think we're set up nicely with the comms as well. I think that should do. Oh yeah, someone was asking if I have a favorite tape or something like that in the game. Not really. There are lots of tapes that I like. I don't think I have a single favorite. Oh shit, are you running away already?
Come here to swim? It is too dangerous.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Oh, oh, where are you going? I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
Huh? Stay away from me.
I'm gonna get you. Oh, 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 oh. Hold on.
Creep.
Wait!
Alright, let's try again. Different strat.
Why are you doing like that?
Oh! Oh, I forgot. She's reacting just because I'm in this. Just because I'm wearing my trunks. She's already too intimidated.
Did you come here to swim? It is too dangerous.
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Snake in.
Stay away from me.
I like it.
You've got quite a body.
Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe we can rope her back in.
Here I am.
Yes.
Here I am.
We might have to switch to the tux. Save this one for Miller.
Stick with CQC.
Do not come any closer. Creep.
Boss, I'm sorry. Don't walk away. Boss!
Let's try that again. I forgot that she just runs away when you're wearing that. Okay.
Tuxedo.
Okay, what about now?
Snake in.
Yeah.
Hainara!
Hydra.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Impressive.
What? No way.
You dish it out, I can take it. You dish it out, I can take it.
You do not like being with
Oh no!
Snake in.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Ten hut. Hainara!
Hydra. I love you 届いてこの想いきっといつかは叶うよねこんな気持ち切なすぎるの始まりなんてわからないの名前も平凡でどこにでもいそうでも生にいても私きっと君を見つけるよ素直な気持ち閉じ込め殻にこもった自分が嫌で昨日ないふりするその度にただ痛みが増えてく君は何を願うの
Let's try another song. No? Too strange? I think that's all we're getting.
You're going to take a picture of me? You're going to take a picture of me? You're going to take a picture
I just want
of
to
me?
see how many poses she has.
You're going to take a picture of me?
Sorry.
Room for one more?
We got a few different ones there, Dim, and I think the affinity was pretty high. Oh no, it wasn't. Let's try it again.
How's Paz doing?
All right, let's try it again.
Box time.
Yeah!
Snake it.
Yeah!
Here I am.
Yeah!
I like it.
I am so happy!
We might have to change some of these.
Yes.
Congratulations!
Hainara!
Hydra!
10 hut.
Yeah?
Nice one.
Yeah!
Hainara! Hainara!
Hydra!
Down on the ground.
What is it, Snake?
Nice one.
Yeah!
You dish it out. I can take it.
You do not like being...
No! Okay, we need to remove some of these.
Impressive.
What? No way!
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Impressive.
What? No way!
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Stick with CQC.
What is it, Snake?
Don't let him get away.
What is it, Snake?
I like it.
Thanks.
Nice one.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, let's see if we have any new poses.
I never look good in photos. I never look good in photos.
Does playing a song increase affinity? I don't think it does.
I never look good in photos.
There's a different one. Let's see what we get now.
Room for one more.
A, probably.
What am I going to do with you?
Yeah. 120. Yeah, we just need to switch out some of those commands and we're good. Let's switch over to Kaz now, just to mix it up. Vegna with the sub. Let me just check Streamlabs as well. Vegna, Monty with the 53, Prince gifting to Kyrie. I think I'm up to date. Thanks again, everyone. I think this is probably more set up for Kaz.
Snake, the sunsets are so pretty here.
Are you feeling okay, Kaz?
Yeah, I mean, I've got MSF business to think about and all. And sometimes it's nice to just sit and watch the sunset, you know?
Yeah.
Snake, would you be up for going to the coast to watch the sunset? Just the two of us?
Let's do it.
I love the beach.
I've been waiting for you.
Classic.
Start talking. I got nothing to hide. Start talking.
No skeletons in my closet.
Start talking.
Okay. There's one thing I never told you.
Start talking.
You were always my...
Start talking.
I got nothing to hide.
Start talking.
No skeletons in my closet.
Start talking. Start talking. Start talking. Start talking.
Okay. There's one thing I never...
Oh, you like that?
Snake in.
Right.
Don't let him get away.
I'm not running from this.
Ah, fuck. Yeah, we'll have to change them for him as well if we want to go. If we want to get a good rank.
Box time.
Yeah.
Get inside. Get inside.
Right.
Box time.
Yeah.
Get inside.
Right.
Stick with CQC.
Oh, he's getting pumped up now.
Stick with CQC.
Anytime.
I like it.
I like you too.
I said I like it.
Yes.
Hersha!
Here I am.
Right.
I like it.
All right.
Hydra!
Hydra!
Nice one. Ten, hut.
I'm always watching you.
Down on the ground.
Not gonna happen.
Hydra!
Hydra!
Down on the ground.
Not gonna happen.
You dish it out. I can take it.
Okay then, here I go.
Oh!
You dish it out. I can take it.
Okay then, here I go.
Oh! Oh, man, it would be great if he tried to kick me while I was down there. That intimidating walk.
I'm going in.
Come here.
Sorry, I just...
What's wrong, boss?
Impressive.
Cut it out. You're making me blush.
I'm going in. Impressive.
Cut it out. You're making me blush. Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
No pose?
Ugh.
Right, guess we'll have to go get some better affinity. He has some hilarious poses.
Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
Oh, there we go. Now he's posing.
Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles. Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
There's the one.
Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
There it is. There's the liquid pose. And the animation afterwards as well.
Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I forgot about this one. Oh my god, look at that face. Will he keep doing that? What if I walk all the way over here? We'll just let him be.
Maybe we were meant for each other. Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
Now we're just looping back, I think.
Ooh. Whoa!
Oh shit! Shouldn't have done that.
Ooh, got room for two? Getting better all the time.
Probably another A rank. I'll take it. Alright, now let's see. I guess we'll do a couple of Zadornov missions. Find Zadornov, do the tapes. Then we'll do the last boss.
Snake, Zadornov has escaped custody. Find him.
Stealth.
Already showed off the Monster Hunter stuff. Obviously, we could do
Find
more,
Zadornov
but
and bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
it's already been a really long playthrough.
Freeze.
I think we'll just find this asshole once and then we'll move on with the tapes and everything.
What's going on?
I thought I had the trank equipped.
Freeze.
I forget where he is here. I hope he's in this area. Something tells me he's not. Him there. Ah, fuck. Okay, we'll go back. I feel like I'm running really slowly. I'm probably just getting tired. I feel like I'm in slow-mo.
Somebody here.
Freeze.
Okay, he has to be here. I hope. Pretty sure he's here. I'm not really sure, Jim. At least an hour anyway. But maybe 3 hours. Maybe 2.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Where the fuck are you, is the doorknob?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
No way. Hey.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
I didn't mean to knock him out there.
Search every inch of that area. Try using Fulton Recovery on him.
Oh, we can't wake him up?
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there. Mission complete. Great job. So, you found me.
It wasn't hard. What are you up to anyway?
Just going for a stroll.
Kaz, I've got Zadornov, returning home.
Acknowledge, Snake.
Encel. With the $16. 44 cents. Thank you very much, Encel. Cheers. Okay. Now, let me think. Yeah, let's do Paz's tapes. Then we'll do the last boss, and then we'll do Eva's tapes, I guess. Oh man, I'm getting tired.
As of today, I will be living here at Mother Base. Now my real trial begins. Zadornov was paying my room, board, and tuition, but he has since been captured. I told the man that with no more money from the KGB, I could no longer afford school. He bought my story, and when I said I would be willing to work, he took pity on me and let me stay. For some reason, Miller really pled my case. That was helpful, but the man is still a fool. His men are no better. They think their training makes them strong, but that kind of strength is nothing in the face of true power. And better yet, they wait on me hand and foot, believing I am just a schoolgirl. Looks like I won't be working too hard after all. Just today, while scouting out the living quarters, I saw a group of them in the corner of the deck making a fuss. Going over for a look, I saw they were feeding a kitten. A bunch of grown hard men, and they're the ones acting like schoolgirls. Look, isn't he cute? What is wrong with them? Disgusted, I just nodded and smiled. I must stay in character after all. I indulged their chit-chat for a few moments. Then one of them asked me to give the thing a name. They had just taken it from its mother. I named it Nuke. I improvised some nonsense about how our compassion for living things can help prevent wars. The men gave me a little fish. I held it out in my palm, and the kitten happily ate it up. What a pathetic, feeble creature. It sickens me. Today, Chico invited me to go fishing with the soldiers. I suppose finding one's own food does have its merit, but I prefer not to be involved in such a degrading task. And their prattling on about fishing being fun is nonsense. I'm not here to find playmates. Nevertheless, distasteful as it was, I went along in order to maintain my cover. Chico thrust a fishing pole into my hands, and we went up onto the deck where several soldiers had gathered. They welcomed us warmly. With so few women aboard Mother Base, I'm treated like a princess. No one suspects I am neither a teenager nor a student. It was nice and sunny, with a gentle breeze and waves. As I cast my line and waited for a bite, the soldiers began to ask me all sorts of questions. As always, I answered according to our predefined scenario, feigning a smile. As I sat there feeding them lies, the fish began to bite, and the soldiers began to focus on their prey. Chico had his bait stolen by a fish, and got so angry that he stood up and nearly fell into the sea. Everybody laughed. It almost made me want to join in too. At some point, I got a bite myself. The instant after I felt that first gentle tug, the fish yanked the line with astonishing strength, and I let out a cry of surprise. I thought he was going to be huge. It was my first time fishing, and I was a bit flustered, so the soldier beside me helped by supporting the pole from behind. "Reel it in," they shouted. I nodded, turning the handle as fast as I could. I wondered what kind of fish lived below the surface, and thought back to the deep sea dives I had to do as part of training. Those were difficult days, but I remember finding the multicolored fish gliding through the water incredibly soothing. After a hard fight, I pulled it up. To my surprise, it wasn't even half a vara, rather anticlimactic. But I wasn't doing it for fun, so I wasn't the least bit disappointed. Nook was hovering nearby with an expectant look on his face, so I gave the fish to him. All in all, a thoroughly wasted day. Preparations are coming along nicely. No one suspects me of being the one to let Zadarnov out of his cell. Today, Amanda and I taught Cecile how to make gallo pinto. It is a simple home-cooked dish consisting of black frijoles mixed with arroz. It is well known throughout Central America, not just in Costa Rica, so it is no surprise that a Nica like Amanda would be good at making it. But I was raised in the States from a very young age, and could hardly even remember my mother's gallo pinto. Having to make chit-chat with that clueless bird lover and the so-called revolutionary was excruciating. And, clueless or not, I will need to be especially careful around Cecile, the one who actually recorded that tape. Thankfully, Miller and his men seem to believe I mistook the tape I found for one my friend made. In any case, one can never be too careful. Anyway, the three of us minced garlic and herbs, then cooked them in a pot with frijoles we'd soaked overnight. While waiting for them to cook, we sautéed onions and arroz in a frying pan. Cecile worked the frying pan according to Amanda's directions, but seemed a bit glum. She does have a knack for cooking, though. She is French, after all. We added water to the pan and watched the arroz begin to steam. While we waited, Amanda shared memories of her mother with us. They had been separated because of Simosa, but the taste of her mother's cooking was still fresh in her mind. When the frijoles were ready, we drained the water, stir-frying them with the rest of the vegetables. Quite a complicated process for home cooking. Nonetheless, it kept them occupied. The longer we sat and talked, the greater the chance of my arousing their suspicions. With women, it is not enough to just bat your eyelashes and giggle. It takes a lot of effort to divert attention. When the arroz was done cooking, we folded it into the frijoles and added salsa, stirring the mixture as it simmered. At this point, for some reason, the conversation turned to romance. Why does it have to be that way whenever women get together and chat? Cecile fancies herself to be well-versed in such matters, and gave Amanda all sorts of advice. It was harmless enough, until, to my irritation, she began pestering me whether there was anybody I liked. "Not right now," I said, trying to dodge the question. But she pressed on. "It's Snake, isn't it?" I gritted my teeth and played it coy. "Maybe." Cecile nodded and giggled. "He is pretty sexy, isn't he?" What a ditz! It's all I can manage to just survive. The thought of romance has never once crossed my mind. I have no interest in that kind of man. Soon enough, a rich aroma began to fill the room. The gallo pinto was ready. New came over and rubbed up against our legs, looking for a handout. Unfortunately, it was not the kind of food a cat would like. We let a few of the soldiers have a bite, and then headed off to the mess hall. The home-cooked flavor we'd achieved was a big hit with the men of MSF. Not that we are trying to impress them or anything. Even I could manage a dish like that. Snake enjoyed it too. Let me make this absolutely clear. I have no interest in that man. Football, or soccer as it is known in the States, is extremely popular here. It has not caught on yet in the US, but it has legions of rabid fans all across Latin America. These fans can get so rowdy that it is commonly believed El Salvador and Honduras went to war in 1969 over scuffles in a soccer match. In reality, tensions between the two countries were already high. The match was merely one of the sparks that set them off. But these people are so passionate about this sport that the story seems plausible. Predictably, many of the soldiers here are fans. They have apparently divided themselves into Costa Rican and Nicaraguan teams and started playing each other. To play, you need a ball and 2 goals. The R&D team built and set up simple goals on the deck. I had absolutely no interest, but Chico insisted that I come and watch. It was not a proper match by any means. The pitch was not even regulation size, but the players and spectators alike got pretty excited. They banged empty cans and shouted cheers through the handmade megaphones. It almost felt like carnival. Huey, the referee, blew a whistle to start the match. The soldiers' training has left them in excellent physical shape, but they lacked the honed skills of professionals and their play was quite rough. Midway through, one of the men collided with another. They started shouting at one another, but Huey stepped in. "I thought we had forsaken our countries, become one with the earth," he said, quoting Snake. "We're not competing for national pride here, and we are not fighting for the good of any one country. This is not a war. Soccer is a peaceful sport, am I right?" The soldiers nodded. They know the pain of war, and they share Snake's vision. Perhaps that is why all this resonates with them. Team Costa Rica was down a man, and somehow I was picked to fill in. Costa Rica had the advantage up until that point. I suppose Huey wanted to keep it balanced. The soldiers agreed with Huey's call. Maybe the Costa Rican players felt an even matchup would be more fun too. I could not be bothered to run at first, but chasing the ball out there in the hot sun, I was soon drenched in sweat. Before long, I found myself actively seeking out the ball, partially out of desperation. I picked up a loose ball deep on the opponent's side of the field. Even though he's Nicaraguan, Chico cheered me on, yelling, "Go for it, shoot!" I launched the ball as hard as I could, only to have it blocked by the keeper. Disappointment only increased my determination. In the end, I didn't score a single goal, and Costa Rica gave up its lead. It was really close, though. We congratulated each other on a good match and sprawled out in the shade on the deck, exhausted. The ocean breeze felt so nice on my sun-soaked body. Nuke came over. It is one of his favorite spots, and stretched out next to me. And together, we watched fluffy white clouds drift lazily across the clear blue sky. It was lovely out today, so I decided to sun myself in a lounge chair up on the deck when Strangelove came up to me. Despite the heat, she was in her usual long sleeves and pants. I waved at her. She looked away and mumbled, "Hello there. Fancy meeting you here." I asked if she needed anything, feeling her eyes creeping up and down my body like she was savoring it. Finally, she swallowed and said, "You have such beautiful skin." Bewildered, I shook my head and said, "No, not at all. I had heard rumors that she was a lesbian, but she couldn't be after me, could she?" She continued to stare and said, "No, It is beautiful, but you must not let yourself get so tanned. And then she took my hand in hers. What is wrong with a little son? I asked, trying to cut the conversation short. But she shook her head violently. No, you mustn't. A young lady should take better care of her skin. She was acting strangely now, as if aroused. She lectured me on the perils of tanning, how it ages skin, causing wrinkles and spots, and in the worst cases, even skin cancer. I knew already that tanning could cause spots, but I thought only pale-skinned Anglo-Saxons had to deal with that. Having a scientist tell me it causes aging, though, that spooked me a little. If I am to keep playing the teenager, I will have to start paying more attention to my skin. Sensing my anxiety, she took a small tube from her pocket. She said it was the sunscreen she always used. She told me to keep it. I didn't know what to say. I was more than happy to take it, but exactly what were her intentions? Was she merely being nice? Or is she really into me? Either way, there was no reason to refuse, I suppose. I have undergone training. An out-of-shape woman does not pose any real threat to me. Having power means not being afraid. It is the same on a global scale. A country with nukes can dictate terms to a country without them. I thanked her and took the tube. Then she offered to put some on for me. She squirted some lotion onto her fingers and began rolling it into my chest. It happened so suddenly, and I was so taken aback that I did not even think to protest. She caressed my stomach with her long white fingers, then slid them upwards between my bikini-clad breasts. What? Wait, I sputtered as her moist eyes met mine. She was beautiful. Somehow, I found myself captivated by this woman more than 10 years my elder. Hold still, she whispered in my ear. I nodded silently, unable to refuse. My body went limp, motionless, as if in a trance. Gently, carefully, she rubbed the lotion all over my entire body. I shouldn't have enjoyed it, and yet I could not help myself. For a moment, I was spellbound. That woman is dangerous. I had better watch myself. Protecting one's health is an important part of any agent's job. But despite my best efforts, I have caught a cold. Now that I think about it, Mother Base's numbers are on the rise, with soldiers coming from all different places and backgrounds. It is no wonder, then, that sooner or later someone would bring in a virus. That said, what I have got is just a common cold. The medical team said I'd need a few days rest, so I've been restricted to my room and put on bed rest. I thought I'd gotten used to not having anyone around to relate to, but at times like these, being alone is just miserable. All I could do is lay there and stroke Nuke's back, trying to take my mind off how bad I felt. Nuke just sat there, not making a sound. But I did have visitors. Amanda and Chico, Huey, Cecile, Miller, and a few of the soldiers I've become relatively close to. Amanda made me a soup with herbs she said were good for a cold. Miller told me to take it easy. I will sing you a lullaby, he said, then broke out a guitar and sang some incomprehensible song in Japanese. I did not need to understand the lyrics to know he is an awful singer. Then he said, "You know what is good for a cold? Suppositories. Here, I'll show you." He began to take off his pants, so I threw my tissue box at him to make him go away. Then Strangelove showed up, saying she had some miracle Indian cure. It has got eucalyptus extract, she said. It works best if you rub it into your chest. And then she tried to take off my nightshirt. I whacked her with my pillow, and I got rid of her. Chico brought me a little flower in a cup. It had been growing in a little bit of earth that probably found its way on board stuck to something else. I found this on the deck. Here, you can have it. He tried to act nonchalant, but I am pretty sure he's got a crush on me. None of them understand. If they thought these little visits would cheer me up, they were wrong. Tonight, Snake himself came to my room. Like the rest, he believes I am just a schoolgirl and treats me as such. Why did you abandon your country? I asked him. Why create the MSF? Of course, I knew the answers already, but I wanted to hear it from him. As I had imagined, he was not exactly forthcoming. All he would say is that his country abandoned him because all he could do was fight, and that is why he needed the MSF, because that is all he is any good for. Then he said, fighting is the only thing I understand, but that does not mean I have got a grudge against those who believe in peace. I am not one of them, and I do not believe in peace. Conflict is in man's nature. We fight our enemies in order to survive. Maybe we are not so different after all, he and I. But that is exactly why I'm going to have to kill him. Or else he will have to kill me. When I stop and think about this wretched existence, being killed by a man like that suddenly does not seem like such a bad thing. Every month, Mother Base throws a party for all the soldiers whose birthdays fall in that month. There is something strange about a military organization having parties. Really though, it is just an excuse to drink and make noise. It is not easy to get alcohol in a fortress in the middle of the ocean. Most days they are training from dawn till dusk. They do not have time for things like drinking. That is why Snake and Miller came up with the idea, to give everyone a chance to let loose. Obviously, a bunch of bores like that are not going to bother with blowing out candles on a cake. Rather, they sit there in a cloud of cigarette smoke, drink beer, eat meat, tell tasteless jokes, and swap crude insults about one another's hometowns. But it hardly ever breaks out into something serious. They talk up a storm, but they're just having fun. It is funny. You have got members of FSLN rubbing shoulders with the UCLAs, people who once would have considered the other mortal enemies. I wonder if that is what makes Big Boss so popular. In leaving their countries behind, they leave their hatred for other countries too. Miller seemed a little protective of me. Hope they're not being too crude, he said. But soon enough, he too was drunk. He yelled, "Come here and take a look at the real Kazuhira Miller," then dropped his pants and mooned everybody. The other soldiers burst out laughing. I have never seen such a crude, ridiculous party before. And yet, all these people, laughing and acting the fool. Is this what they call peace? For some reason, I began to think about all that has happened since I came here. Fishing with Chico, cooking with Amanda and Cecile, playing soccer, having visitors when I caught a cold. When I stop and think about it, my time here has been the most peaceful of my life. But that is about to end. I cannot imagine he will be willing to negotiate. It seems I am to fight the legendary Big Boss. I do not know if I'll be able to beat him, but if I have to choose between death and defying Cypher, I will gladly choose death. The thought of dying does not scare me, but if I disobey my orders, the fear and despair awaiting me will be far worse than anything I can imagine. It was Cypher who took me in as an orphan, gave me food and a place to live. His orders may have been unreasonable, but I will never repay my debt entirely. It seems I have no choice. I must fight this man. I must fight Snake. Juno Miller, Snake's right-hand man, apparently has got at least one serious weakness. He is an insatiable womanizer. He does not bother me, most likely because he considers teenagers off limits. But he has hit on every single one of the few female soldiers here at Mother Base. They ought to be telling him where to stick it, but end up falling for it so easily.
I think some of it stems from the fact that he is actually not that bad looking. Anyway, today, that nasty habit got him in trouble. He and Snake got into one of their rare fights, and I was there to see it. They burst out of the showers, completely naked, trading punches. I am no child. The sight of a naked man does not make me blush. But this was something else. "Maybe this'll teach you," Snake yelled as he slammed his fists into Miller's chest. I heard later that apparently he had been two-timing someone, and that same someone had gone to Snake with her troubles. As I see it, it is her own fault for letting herself be deceived like that. If she is too dumb to see through Miller's lies, then she got what she deserved. But this was not the first time it had happened, or the second, and Snake read Miller the riot act. Miller argued back, and what began as a shouting match turned into a fist fight. "You son of a bitch," Miller yelled as he swung. "Not bad," said Snake, smiling, "but not good enough." And then he was back on the offensive. They had already been at it pretty hard in the showers, and their bodies were covered with bruises. Both of these men had been trained for war, their bodies deadly weapons. They were each bleeding from a dozen places. All this from a fist fight. Even so, it was far less gruesome than if they had given it their all. It was obvious that one of them would be dead were they fighting for real. Miller took another swing, yelling, "Try this then!" Snake parried, then responded in kind, but I could tell he was not aiming for anything vital. "You are one tough bastard, boss," Miller muttered. A smile crept across his face as he caught his breath. And then they went right on fighting. Blood and sweat flew off their glistening bodies. It was combat without hatred or hostile intent. I had never seen violence like this before. And yet, it was more than just a friendly tussle. They were utilizing every technique they knew. It was not a sporting match. They were not playing by the rules. How could they keep this up? At last, the two men tired themselves out, and the bizarre scene came to an end. They looked at each other's battered bodies, and then burst out laughing, embracing and congratulating each other on a good fight. It all seemed so idiotic. I still cannot fathom such behavior. But somehow, I got the sense that for all his womanizing, Miller really only trusted one person, and that was Snake. There was no way I could ever come between the two of them. And at that thought, I began to feel as if I had lost. All of Mother Base is preparing for a festival. Since Snake and his soldiers spend so much time fighting, they are setting aside one day a year for peace and relaxation. I do not know all the details, but apparently that is what Snake and Miller decided. These soldiers love the idea, of course. There is so little fun to be had here that everybody looks forward to events like these. That is all well and good, but somehow I got roped into getting on stage. "Come on, we even both have peace in our names," said Miller. "And Zadarnov, that old Ruski's name, has something to do with peace too, right? Hey, as long as we're having a day of peace, we ought to get an act together. The Three-Piece Band." I thought he was joking. He then proceeded to share his idea without bothering to check with me. And now, I am slated to sing. Apparently, he had heard me on the deck one day, and since then he's wanted to form a band. Everybody's looking forward to it, so there is no way for me to back out now. I have never done anything like this, but it does feel kind of nice to know that people are looking forward to it. I mean, it cannot be any worse than Miller's singing, but modifications to Zeke are already finalized, and I must complete my mission. Betray Cypher now, and I will face a fate far worse than death. Still, there's no need to put things in motion just yet. What difference would it make to just wait a little while longer? A whole day of peace. The mission can wait until after that. Can it not? I know I am only delaying the inevitable. When the day comes, one of us will have to die. Snake or me. But still, If I could just come up with some way to stall Cypher, at least until our day of peace. When did I start having thoughts like this? My cover is blown. They know nothing of Cypher or my true objective, but they know I am a spy. There is no more time left. I must act now. I must complete my mission. How did it come to this? All I wanted was 3 more days. Just 3. Miller's already finished writing the song. It is called Love Deterrent. It is about a girl who cannot express her true feelings. I have been practicing. I am no pro, but I was pretty sure I would do a decent job. And now this. Cypher found out that Zeke was complete. He must have someone inside Mother Base besides me, spinning his tightly wound web of control, leaving no room for individual will. Typical. When they found out Zeke was complete, I was ordered to execute the operation immediately. If I was going to enjoy just 1 day of peace, I had to ensure the plan could not move forward. I tried to sabotage Zeke. I thought by damaging the drive system, they would have no choice but to delay their plans. I waited until midnight, and then snuck into the hangar. There would be trouble if it looked like sabotage. I selected one of the drive system's load-bearing parts and carefully worked to warp its shape. The leg's drive system requires a high degree of precision to operate. Even the smallest deviation would have done it. Then, Chico walked in. Maybe it was one of those nights where he could not sleep. In any case, he saw me, panicked, and took off running. It would have been easy to kill him, but I could not. I know he likes me. It is not as if I would ever have an interest in a child like him, but I could not pull the trigger. Not at him, not in the back. Will he tell them? Or is there a chance he will keep it a secret? Protect me? No. He knows now. Knows I am not who he thought I was. He ran without even questioning what I was doing. There is no chance he does not know. And soon, all I have built here will end. And if Cypher has another agent among them, if he finds out I tried to sabotage Zeke, this place will no longer be my heaven. Then it is settled. I make my move now. Chico walked in before my sabotage was complete, so Zeke should still be operational. It might not run at full speed or power, but I do not have time to fix that. Without Zeke, I do not have a chance in hell of winning. I must act fast before Chico sounds the alarm. I knew it would come to this. I just did not think it would be so soon. It is time, Zeke. Metal Gear Zeke. Activate.
Hold up. This is what I'm looking for.
Big boss!
My work is done. What are you talking about?
V for victory! Rocket! Peace!
Kaz, I found Zadornov. I had to kill him.
Huh. So much for our fugitive.
Something's not right here. I'm thinking he had a friend.
Someone inside MSF. Huh?
What's going on?
It's Zeke. It's moving.
What?
There's somebody inside. I can see them. Snake, get up here. Pronto.
Took you long enough, big boss.
Boss. Get down from there before you hurt somebody.
Maybe I want to hurt somebody.
What's going on? She's not herself.
Oh, I am myself, all right. My true self.
Kaz, shut that thing down.
I can't. The controls aren't responding.
Then how's it moving?
I made some modifications. This machine was meant to have a human pilot.
Modifications? Kaz, what are you...
Never thought I'd be into machines, huh?
Then Zadornov's escape was a diversion.
Paz, what are you doing?
I'm taking it back.
Taking it back? Where?
To our leaders. To Cypher.
Cypher?
This weapon is Cypher's creation.
Paz, get down from there.
Do not call me that. I am Pacifica Ocean.
My name, my age, my mission.
Cypher gave them all to me. My entire life has but one purpose. To carry out Cypher's plan. The nasty tobacco. The angel of peace crap. The whole teen with a dream routine. I am through with all of it.
Paz, you can't.
I told you not to call me that. It makes me want to puke. Everything is going exactly as we planned. Now the
Real Peace Walker project is finally about to reach its goal.
The real project?
Once upon a time, there were two young men who idolized a hero called the Boss. One day, they suddenly lost the point of origin. This Cypher, that was like a mother to them. Unable to come to terms with their sorrow, they each decided to carry on the will of their hero. But they could not agree on what that meant. In the end, they became bitter enemies, and the Zero from which they both started was split into two. And you have been on the wrong path ever since. There is no happily ever after waiting for you in the end, unless you obey the will of Cypher. Where does an army without borders call home? A state without borders, of course. A world without borders.
A world without borders.
The Cold War order is about to collapse. The age of electronic intelligence is about to begin. The NSA, CSS, NRO, DIA, etc., etc. The intelligence community that has long bickered amongst itself will be united in a world governed by electrons. Cypher will gather all information, watching over the world and guiding the will of its people, all while they remain blissfully unaware. There will be no one to oppose them. For the first time, the world will be ruled by a single will. Until the new order is in place, you and your army will be the force that protects it. You will be Cypher's deterrent, pulling the wool over the eyes of the old order with your charisma and military prowess. Accept our offer, and we will allow you to retain control of MSF and Zeke.
That's an offer.
The boss threw down her gun, and with it, her life's calling. You, her disciple, have never been able to do that. You are too afraid to let go.
I was made to fight. I am a gun.
Is that so? Then what do you call this? Is it a gun too? You are a lousy liar. Admit it. This thing is a monstrosity. A product of your own fear. But not Cypher. Cypher thought of something different. Cypher's going to control guns.
Control guns?
That is right. Not deter. Control. It is the ultimate approach to the illusion of peace.
Control power. You're gonna be disappointed.
Then we are done. Thank you for playing. Better luck next time. The offer is rescinded. And now the ultimatum. Zeke is already in nuclear strike mode.
What?
I'm taking the weapon you built and using it to launch a nuclear strike on the east coast of the United States.
You're insane. What are you after?
But wait, here is your consolation prize. We are about to show the world just how dangerous a gang of outlaws, an army without borders, can be. You and your men will become pariahs, and you will be wiped off the face of the earth. Rather than heroes, you will be seen as a well-armed extremist cult prone to indiscriminate outbursts of nuclear aggression. You will give rise to a new world order, an age of deterrence defined by its fear of extremist cult influence. Do you like the picture I am painting, Big Boss? When all is said and done, peace is nothing but a fantasy. A game is a game. You either win or you lose. All you can do is fight. Stop me if you can. The peace sign is the V of victory. Say, peace.
Okay, let's do it, shall we? Let's fight this thing. I'm not sure how powerful this Zeke is. I have no idea. Let's do the past date now. Some interesting discussion in the chat there about Kojima and his female characters, his portrayal of female characters. What was the name? Windfish or something in chat was suggesting that, you know, Kojima has a serious problem with his female characters, that they're basically all Bond babes. That just sort of level of character, just like objectified and sexualized and just there to be eye candy. I really disagree with that. I think there's definitely something to be said for his female characters, some of them being overly fetishized and can be quite sexist. Policenauts being the worst example, which most people never talk about. I always find it funny, like in the mainstream, when people are criticizing Kojima for his female characters, it's always like quiet or something. Just because of the amount of attention that character got for MGS5. But like Policenauts, man, Jesus. Imagine if that game got remastered today. In Policenauts, you can grope every woman in the game. Without even talking to them, sometimes. They'll introduce themselves and you can just grab their tits. Play with them. Hear fucking blub 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 sound effects. There are maybe 2 characters in the cast that you can't grope. Right? And, you know, then we have characters like the B&Bs with all the shots up in their camel toes and obviously quiet and, you know, Easter eggs with the characters like Emma and Meryl, getting them to blush and stuff. I can see why people would think that would be a bit gross. I don't really mind the Easter eggs with Emma and Meryl. I think those are kind of funny and, you know, whatever. But, you know, there are also characters, like, it'll go through the MGS1 cast. Nastasha, Mei Ling, Naomi. I don't think these are overly sexualized or objectified characters. I wouldn't even really say that about Meryl. You know, I guess she does have a sort of damsel in distress status, but you know, there's more to her character. I don't think Meryl is a particularly amazing character or anything, but I don't think she's like just overly sexualized or anything. Sniper Wolf, yeah, Sniper Wolf is a sexualized character, but not in a gross way, I don't think. You know, and she's a strong character. She's a badass. Then you look at MGS2, Rose, no, not really sexualized. Not Bond babe tier. Fortune shows some skin, but I wouldn't say she's an objectified character at all or fetishized in any way. In MGS3, obviously the boss. I don't love the boss as a character like a lot of people do. I think she's a good character. I know a lot of people put her up there as like one of the best female characters in games, and like, you know, strong, and you know, because she's strong and whatever. MGS4, you have the B&Bs. MGS4 goes too far with B&Bs, I think. Naomi with her fucking tits hanging out. I kind of wish Naomi had her MGS1 character design in MGS4. Yeah, and obviously MGS5, you Quiet. Olga, yeah, Olga isn't sexualized at all. And like another thing, if we're comparing a lot of these characters to the men in those games, many of them have just as much depth, if not more. Paramedic in 3, is Paramedic sexualized at all? No, not at all. Eva is, but it's a part of her character and it makes sense. You know, she's supposed to be seducing Snake. And in that game, obviously, Eva is supposed to be like a Bond girl, right? So yeah, I'd give that one up. But I don't know. I don't think it's depicted in a way that's particularly gross. I think Naomi is kind of gross. B&B's quiet. Yeah, I think you definitely have a point there. Treatment of female characters and police knots, absolutely. But you know, like Paramedic has just as much depth as Sigyn in 3. One is a movie expert, one is a weapons expert. Neither are like incredibly. Neither character has an incredible amount of depth. But I don't think they really need to. You know, they have their purpose. And they're a fun part of the game. Anyway, let's get into this, shall we? Let me change to my battle outfit. That we can shake the tits of Rose in MGS4? Yeah, absolutely. That's something that you could definitely call out. Again, a lot of this stuff, some of it I think is a bit gross. Some of it I just think is just funny nonsense, you know? Let me see here. I'm probably just going to destroy this Zeke. I don't know. I don't know how powerful this Zeke is. Let's reduce the stars a wee bit here. Wait, why did I equip that? Yeah, I guess we'll go with that. Do I want anything else? Okay, let's just go. See how we get on.
She's gonna launch a nuke. Snake, we've got to stop her. Whatever it takes. Awaiting your orders.
Stop me if you can.
Let's do it. The locker posters? Really?
You have to stop Haas before she can launch that nuke.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with the locker pictures.
We've activated the hatches up on deck. You can use them as cover so long as they're invisible.
I mean, they're just models. People put posters like that up on their walls and in lockers in real life all the time.
Catapult ready to launch.
I think if that's a problem, you'd have to argue that that modeling is in itself is something that shouldn't be done. That's reinforcing fucking sexism or whatever. Oh, grab it! I'm not paying attention here. Oh yeah, we're doing good damage.
Target acknowledged. Bombs away. Zeke's getting distracted by the gun platform. Now's your chance to attack.
I'm too powerful. Well, fuck it. I wanted this to be a bit more balanced, but screw it.
On the edge of the deck.
We'll just kill her.
Rocket launcher ready to fire.
No one can claim but yourself. No one can claim but yourself.
Oh god. Now I'm gonna die after wishing it was more balanced. Why am I doing this? I don't know why I did that. I knew that was gonna hit.
Anti-ship missile ready to fire.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm gonna die.
Do you have a target or not? We're aborting the strike for now.
I'll crush you back!
It is no use. Zeke is out of my control. This is where it ends. Listen to me, Big Boss. As long as your army is needed, the world will never know true peace.
The peace you will know will be fleeting, illusory. They will use you, disgrace you, and then finally discard you like they would a cancer to society. This is the path you have chosen.
Pass.
Who would have thought that little girl was working against us?
Tell me about it. She had everybody fooled, me included. Can't believe I didn't pick up on anything.
Snake, there's no point in beating yourself up over the past. But hey, maybe you should put in some practice against Zeke in case this sort of thing ever happens again. In any case, I need to go talk to Dr. Strangelove. Zeke still isn't ready.
Huey!
How's it going? How's Zeke look?
The attitude control AI had a backup, so it should be able to walk.
Really? That's good.
Beyond that, it's up to the creator. Stop! Don't come any closer, Doctor.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Do you despise me?
Doctor, are you asking me out?
No, no. Not at all.
No? Pity. Because I've just had my heart broken by someone else.
What?
I only like those who can stand on their own. If you fancy me, then come walk with me. Who knows what miracles might happen. Love is blind after all. Take your time. I'll be waiting.
Snake! That name Paz mentioned at the end, Cipher. It's a code. It means empty. It also means...
Zero.
A world of electronic intelligence, built on codes. And at the center of it all, a zero.
Kaz.
Look, boss. I owe you an apology. Hear me out, okay?
Sure.
I knew Paz and the Professor. I knew who they really were all along.
Kaz.
I used them.
I suppose you were the one that brought them to Columbia in the first place, huh?
Guilty as charged. Paz wasn't just CIA, you know. She was working for the KGB, too. And for this Cipher group. In other words, she was a triple agent.
You knew all of this?
Wait, let me finish. Listen. MSF never would have gotten this big if it weren't for them. This mercenary business we built. Someday it's gonna be a new driving force in the world economy.
Is that your goal all along?
The Cold War's not gonna last forever. Sooner or later it's gonna give way to an era of regional conflicts and terrorism. A paradigm shift from counter-communism to counter-terrorism. In the new age, armies won't be tied to states, and war will become a business. We'll be a valuable commodity. There'll be clients all over the world who need our services. MSF is only the beginning. What we're creating here is a revolution in itself. Am I right?
Kaz, it's not going to be that easy.
What do you mean?
This whole Peace Walker thing has left our mark on the history of the Old Order. We've put ourselves on the radar of intelligence agencies and governments east and west. The whole world probably knows about us now.
Including that Cipher outfit.
We've let ourselves interfere with the times, with the Cold War system of deterrence. We're an army without a flag. We weren't supposed to take sides in international affairs, but we did.
I see your point. So what happens to us now?
We'll be hunted.
Not everybody's gonna be happy with us, huh?
You're damn right. We upset the global military balance of power.
And these people would rather our army without borders not exist at all?
They're gonna come knocking real soon. There's no turning back now. We're a wrench in the old system of deterrence. As long as the times refuse to change, we're gonna make a hell of a racket.
Then who are we gonna fight?
The establishment. Anybody who tries to restore the old balance wants to snuff us out of existence.
Which establishment?
It won't be a particular country or ideology that hunts us.
Who then?
We are going to be fighting the biggest beast of all.
The Times. 10 years ago, the Times rejected the boss and killed her. And now, we're the ones being tested. Will the Times erase us? Or work with us? It's gonna be a lonely battle. No good or evil. No winners or losers. Business will have to wait. The question we have to ask ourselves now is, can we survive long enough to see the 21st century?
I'm with you, boss. We'll see how it turns out together.
The hunt is on, Kaz. And the whole world's on our tail. Assemble the men.
All right, fools, stick around. We're not quite done with Peace Walker yet. We have some more tapes to go through, and then we'll do Ground Zeroes.
When heavens divide, I will see the choices within my hands. How can we ever protect and fight with our tiny souls? Let me shine like the sun through the doubts and fear. Do you feel the storm approach as the end draws near? When heavens divide, time will come to softly lay me
forsake our countries. We will leave our motherlands behind us and become one with this earth. We have no nation, no philosophy, no ideology. We go where we're needed, fighting not for country, not for government, but for ourselves. We need no reason to fight. We fight because we are needed. We will be the deterrent for those with no other recourse. We are soldiers without borders, our purpose defined by the era we live in. We will sometimes have to sell ourselves and services. If the times demand it, we'll be revolutionaries, criminals, terrorists. And yes, we may all be headed straight to hell. But what better place for us than this? It is our only home, our heaven and our hell. This is utter heaven.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Ah, we're getting there. We're close to the end now. Let's do Eva's tapes. And then we'll do the secret phone call. And then we'll move on to Metal Gear Solid 5. Ugh.
Hello, Snake. It's been a while, hasn't it? I hear you've been causing quite the ruckus in Nicaragua. Nothing much to report from my end. The legacy's being put to good use. Or so they tell me. But enough with the small talk. There's something I need to tell you. You saw the photo that came with this tape, right? The boss gave that to me 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. I probably should have told you right away. But sending it to you hasn't been an easy decision to make. It's taken me 10 years. Once you've heard what I have to say, you'll understand why. That photo belonged to her. I know what you're thinking. What does she have to do with this? You've probably seen it 100 times in the press already. Obviously, it's of the Mercury 7, the first group of American astronauts, the heroes of Project Mercury. But there were actually 8 people in that photo. One of them was edited out, erased, without a trace. That 8th astronaut, the one airbrushed out of existence, that was her, Snake. Now, why did they need to keep her existence a secret? What were they trying to hide? The answer goes back even further. 17 years ago. It was the height of the Cold War. The Eastern and Western blocs were racing to develop space technology to match their nuclear arsenals. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. The Americans were stunned. They'd been led to believe their country led the world in science and technology. That shock quickly turned into fear. If the Russians had the know-how to launch a satellite into space, they could use it to launch a nuclear missile, too. Frantic, the U.S. threw everything it had into the space race. The following year, the Army succeeded in launching the first American satellite, Explorer 1. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was established that fall, and Project Mercury with it. The goal was to send a man into space, and 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates. The media dubbed them the Mercury 7. They were immediately hailed as national heroes, icons of Western space exploration. But after Explorer, America suffered a series of failed rocket launches. Desperate, the government made a fateful decision. Unable to wait for its space program to mature, they'd steal the Soviets' technology, at the same time sabotaging their space program. You know better than anyone how hard a mission that was. The Soviet space program was shrouded in secrecy. Recovering that information would be no easy task. Using the help of an insider, they'd insert a sleeper agent into the research institute, or else recruit one of those insiders to do the job for them. And, if necessary, the mission leader would have to go in and sort things out themselves. Someone was needed with experience, knowledge, and superior intuition. And the only one for the job was the boss. The president himself asked for her by name. He needed someone who could be trusted with the fate of a nation. Who else to turn to but the hero of the Second World War? It was June 1959. So you see, Snake, that's why she left. That was the top secret mission that took her from you. But her selection ruffled a few CIA feathers. They didn't appreciate the president going over their head like that. The mission was tough enough already, and now the CIA was dragging its feet. She couldn't get anything out of them. No manpower, no information. Left to her own devices, the boss made a decision she knew would come back to haunt her. She decided to tap into the Philosopher's Network. And that's when the wheels of fate began to turn. The Philosophers were a secret society of power brokers formed in a pact between the US, Russia, and China in the early 20th century. Of course, by that time, the American and Soviet branches had already parted ways. But there were those among the remaining Russian philosophers not entirely happy with the one-party communist state. The boss reached out to them. She arranged clandestine meetings in Berlin, hoping to find a way into OKB-1, the Soviets' premier design bureau. She worked tirelessly to win their sympathy, in some instances using huge sums of cash, in others by helping them over the Berlin Wall. It was a dangerous game to be playing. The Philosophers had everything on her, and not just information either. She'd given birth to a child on the battlefield, only to have them immediately snatch it away. I know she told you that story. If that child was in the hands of the Soviet philosophers, she'd be putting more than just herself in danger. But she did what she had to do. At the time, the Soviet Union was believed to have an arsenal of missiles far greater than that of the United States. If that proved to be the case, Moscow would be free from the yoke of nuclear deterrence, raising the possibility that the Soviets might actually launch nukes if they felt it necessary. As you know, the so-called missile gap turned out to be a Soviet bluff. Moscow had gone to incredible lengths to perpetuate the lie. In fact, the whole space race was really just a part of an elaborate ruse. Only we didn't know that at the time. She used to joke that even she swallowed the whole missile gap story, hook, line, and sinker. She put her life on the line, for the sake of her country, to prevent nuclear war. And it was because of her sacrificial efforts that America succeeded in placing a sleeper agent inside OKB-1. NASA began to receive huge volumes of technical data from the Soviet program. By the end of 1959, they'd succeeded in sending a chimpanzee named Sam on a ballistic rocket flight. The rocket never left the atmosphere. But all the same, it was a huge success for NASA, restoring confidence in its technology. Then, just when the operation was starting to produce results, the CIA came calling. "You're a war hero," they said. "No need for you to dirty your hands with this sort of black ops. We'll take it from here." In effect, they wanted to reap the rewards for themselves. But the boss didn't object. "My part is over," she said. "I don't care what you do with the data now." It seemed seemed as if NASA was making great strides toward manned spaceflight while the Russians lagged behind. They even got a report from their mole at OKB-1. The safe return of Sam has sent our scientists into a panic, he said. Soon afterward, the Soviet Union sent an animal of its own into space on Sputnik 2, the dog Kudryavka, better known to the world as Laika. But Laika was fated never to return to Earth. The U.S. can recover its spacecraft from the ocean upon re-entry. But the Soviet Union only borders the frozen Arctic. They had to bring their spacecraft down on land. How could they soften the impact enough to bring a living creature back safely? The agent reported that the Soviets hadn't yet found a solution to that problem. The plot to sabotage the Soviet space program seemed to be working, too. First, they tampered with Sputnik 4's re-entry. Then, 2 months later, one of their rockets exploded on the launch pad. They did manage to send 2 dogs into orbit aboard Sputnik 5 and return them safely to Earth. But the agent dismissed it as a fluke. Dogs, sure, but humans? They didn't have the technology. Everybody believed it. Everybody was complacent. Everybody. Except the boss. There was something about the Sputnik 5 schematics they were getting that didn't seem right. Some kind of ejection device on the capsule that didn't quite belong. She couldn't figure out the reason why it was there. What was it supposed to eject? NASA shrugged off her concerns. They figured it was probably meant to eject the flight recorder in case of an accident. The boss pleaded with them to investigate, but the CIA wasn't having it. They probably thought she was trying to reclaim some of the glory for herself. The boss wouldn't give up. She decided to head to the Soviet Union herself, alone, without any backing from the CIA. By the beginning of the next year, 1961, she'd succeeded in infiltrating OKB-1. That's when she saw the truth for the first time. The sleeper that she'd worked so hard to place was a double agent. He'd been turned by the Soviets and was feeding the Americans lies. But what shocked the boss even more was why. The CIA's access agent had been taking a large cut of the sleeper's pay. The sleeper felt what little he was left with wasn't worth the risk. When he got a better offer from Moscow, he took it. At some point, the Americans' intelligence operation had become an open book to the Soviets. And contrary to what the sleeper had been reporting, the Soviets' manned spaceflight technology was quite advanced. It wasn't until she infiltrated OKB-1 herself that the boss learned the truth about Sputnik 5. After the spacecraft re-entered the atmosphere, it ejected the pilot, seat and all, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. It was the Soviet solution to the problem of land recovery. The mystery device attached to Sputnik 5 was for that purpose. The pilot would parachute down from that high altitude wearing a bulky spacesuit. Crazy, I know. The Soviets knew exactly how dangerous it was, of course. So much so that they gave Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, a special 2-rank promotion before re-entry. Only Moscow could come up with this kind of plan. With total state control over information, they could easily pretend it never happened in the event of a failure. The boss passed the info on to NASA. It was their worst nightmare. The glory of mankind's first spaceflight was about to be stolen from them by the Soviet Union. It was Sputnik all over again. And the CIA was caught no less off guard. Their ineptitude had caused the fiasco in the first place. The Soviets' deception was brilliant. They'd woven a masterful tapestry of truth and fiction to convince the Americans their intelligence operations were proceeding as planned. No one but the boss could have seen through it. It was obvious the Soviets had some gifted minds working on their side. But that certainly didn't excuse the CIA's massive failure. The CIA wasn't done, though, and devised an ingenious plan to avoid taking responsibility. Luckily for them, a new president had been elected the previous November, John F. Kennedy. As he didn't know the case history when taking office, the CIA was able to feed lies to his new administration. They masked their own failures, placing the blame squarely on the boss's shoulders. After all, she'd selected an unreliable sleeper. They claimed she'd failed to make use of one of the most effective means of controlling a sleeper agent's actions: holding their family hostage. The boss was well aware that would have worked. She told me so later, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It seems clear it had to do with having her own child taken. She could never inflict the same pain on anyone else. The CIA used that against her. In his election campaign, Kennedy had vowed to close the missile gap with Moscow. If America lost the space race, that promise would be worthless. The fact that the president had no links to the philosophers only made things worse. He was completely unaware of the secret networks she'd used to complete her mission. In his eyes, she was no better than a traitor. The fate that awaited her was cruel beyond belief. The order came down from above. The boss would take the official blame for the sleeper's betrayal. More so, she'd serve as the guinea pig for NASA's manned spaceflight program. By then, NASA had gotten as far as sending a chimp named Ham into space. Now came a whole battery of ground tests to pave the way for a human to take its place. High-G tests, zero-G tests, spacesuit tests, simulations in pressurized oxygen environments. Some of the tests were highly dangerous, too dangerous for the Mercury 7, who were by then already media darlings. So the boss was made to stand in for them. She could have refused the order, argued her side of the story against the CIA, but she didn't. The way she saw it, her military experience made her a potentially valuable asset to those tests. She felt it was her duty to accept. She soon proved herself right. The boss was more than just a guinea pig. She drew on her experience to give the staff focused advice exactly where it was needed. NASA's space program took off again. At the rate they were going, putting a man in space seemed within reach. The higher-ups at NASA were impressed with her talents. They took to calling her the 8th astronaut, the Mercury Lady. The photo I sent you was taken around that time. I suppose maybe they were planning to use it as propaganda, the world's first female astronaut. But then, just as things were looking up, they hit a new snag. The government told them to add a window. There were no windows in NASA's spacecraft back then. Ham never saw the stars around him. But Washington insisted. Their sources told them Soviet spaceships had windows. Space exploration as a form of propaganda in itself. After all, what was the point of sending a man into space if he couldn't tell the world what he'd seen? Most of all, though, they simply couldn't have the Russians doing something they couldn't. It was sheer madness, and everybody knew it. NASA was already facing impossible deadlines. Now they were adding yet another element of uncertainty to the mix. Installing a window would both weaken the spacecraft and make it harder to shield the occupant from cosmic rays. They weren't about to put their Mercury 7 golden boys in that kind of danger. So the boss was chosen as the pilot instead. Even if she made it up into space, she was given less than a 20% chance of returning to Earth alive. But she took it in stride, even helping them make the necessary design changes to the Mercury capsule. It was like going to work every day at NASA to make her own coffin. Then, without warning, the U.S. received intelligence that the Soviets had moved their Vostok spacecraft to the launch site. The launch was set for the following day, April 12th, 1961. America couldn't let the Soviets beat them with Vostok. NASA was forced to cut short the testing process and move the launch date up. They pulled out all the stops to get it scheduled for the earliest hours of the next day. The spacecraft would be launched from Cape Canaveral in the dead of night. For the flight path, they chose a course that would take her as far east as possible. She'd be able to see the Earth in daylight from the window, at least for a little while. The boss climbed into the Mercury capsule, having completed less than 80% of the regular flight procedures. Both the timing and the flight path were risky, and testing was far from complete. But NASA had no other choice. The boss, for her part, never expected to come home alive. She was going on a one-way trip, the American version of Laika the dog. And yet she went all the same. Someone has to be first, she said. If fate has chosen me, then I accept, for my country, for the balance of the world. That's how she saw things. My chances may be slim, but I'll take them. I've accepted my fate. If anyone can get through this, I can. Then, on April 12th at 1:30 in the morning, the boss entered space. It was nothing short of a miracle. First, that she'd made it in an incomplete spacecraft. And second, that her flight coincided almost exactly with Gagarin's. As the sun rose over the horizon, and cosmic rays began to bombard her through the window, she saw the Earth. I think you've heard the story before. It was a world without borders, a perfect jewel. All nations, all ideologies. They seemed so far away. It almost made her laugh, knowing that they'd risked so much to beat the Soviets by a few short minutes. If she'd seen Vostok from her window, she probably would have waved. But the two spacecraft were destined for very different fates. Gagarin circled the Earth and returned to the Soviet Union, safe and sound. The Mercury capsule, on the other hand, deviated from its planned re-entry angle. The addition of a window had thrown the capsule's aerodynamics off balance. The boss's coffin veered wildly off course and began to plunge earthward. The course deviation caused the capsule to miss its splashdown point by a wide margin. It didn't have enough time to decelerate before crashing into the sea. The force of the impact shattered the spacecraft before it started to sink like a stone. The boss used the last of her strength to escape to the surface. Her body was covered in bruises and scorched by radiation. It was a miracle she was still alive. She slipped into a coma and didn't regain consciousness for 6 months. To some, what was worst of all was that she had lost the space race to Gagarin by only a few minutes. That aside, it should have been a proud day for America. Its first manned spaceflight. Sadly, her accomplishment was kept out of the history books. An attempt to save face by Washington. In contrast to Gagarin's orbital flight, America had only managed a ballistic trajectory. Her flight time was much shorter, too. And most importantly, the Soviets had brought back both spacecraft and pilot safely. NASA couldn't even conjure up a half-hearted tale of heroic survival. The coup de grace, though, was the Soviet propaganda campaign that kicked into gear after the flight. The Earth was blue. Those were the words of Gagarin on his return, and the whole world was listening. In the blink of an eye, Gagarin was an international celebrity, earning accolades from every corner. It was a PR coup for the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Washington could only grit its teeth in silence. They decided there was no value in making the boss's flight public, that it would only make matters worse. So they buried it instead, labeling it a dark mission. NASA and the CIA did everything in their power to erase all traces of the boss from Project Mercury. The result was the photo you see before you. Not a bad job, huh? Not only did they expunge her flight from the records, they denied that she ever existed. And that wasn't the end of it. As an alibi, the military claimed she'd taken part in the CIA's botched Bay of Pigs plot to take back Cuba. And when the boss was finally well enough to return to service, they wouldn't take her back. She was forced to go underground. In the public eye, the boss was still a hero of World War II. In reality, though, she was anything but that. She was a non-person, fit only for the blackest of black ops. In effect, she may as well have been dead. Gagarin went on a worldwide tour in front of millions of adoring fans. The boss, meanwhile, was a walking secret, unable to breathe a word about her experience. The authorities in Washington had this to say: "Why are you still here? If only you'd had the decency to give us a nice quote like Gagarin and then die an honorable death, you'd have gone down as a hero." 3 weeks later, on May 5th, Alan Shepard, one of the Mercury 7, made his own ballistic flight. They sure didn't try to cover up his achievement. Of course, he owed his success to the lessons learned from the boss's tragedy. Before sending Gagarin up into space, the Soviets had used a mannequin called Ivan Ivanovich to test the landing procedure, which would make the boss America's version of a crash test dummy. But she didn't care. "I'm happy to be the dummy," she said, "if it'll help the project succeed. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction." And that still wasn't the end of it. The boss had worked through the anti-Moscow faction of the Soviet Union's philosophers to place the sleeper agent, and at some point, the Soviets found out about it. Yet the Americans remained oblivious to the end. Even the philosopher network the boss plugged into never tipped them off to the double cross. That could only mean one of two things. Either the pro-Moscow philosophers had intervened, or the anti-Moscow philosophers had been turned. Either way, it was a situation their American counterparts couldn't stand. To preserve the philosopher's good name, and to repay her debt, so to speak, the boss once again made her way into the Soviet Union. There, she found herself face to face with the Soviets' own agent. And who should she find awaiting her return to Russia? The one who'd turned her sleeper against her, who'd fed them lies all this time. It was her former comrade in arms, the father of her child, the man known as the Sorrow. He didn't know it was the boss who'd sent the sleeper. Or to be more precise, the Soviet philosophers never told him. Former lovers, forced to fight to the death. One would live and one would die, she told me. That was the revenge the Soviet philosophers had in store for me. If both of them survived, their child would suffer in their place. They were left with no other option. The boss shot him. He offered no resistance. When she returned from the Soviet Union, there was no place left for her to go. She'd sacrificed everything. Everything. For her country. And in return, They treated her like a dead woman. She was made a scapegoat for no good reason. Only because power had changed hands in Washington. Any lesser being would have long since cracked. It was then that one of her old SAS comrades reached out to her, Major Zero, and so Fox was born. She undertook a mission that, well, you should know better than anybody. You were a part of it. 20 days after Shepard's flight, President Kennedy announced that America would put a man on the moon. Without the intelligence the boss obtained, America's space program would never have caught up. Armstrong and Aldrin might never have walked on the moon, but the Americans' gain had cost the boss her health, her honor, and the man she loved. The word tragedy doesn't even begin to describe what she endured. The Soviets continued their manned space flights, and in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the so-called first woman in space. It's said they took their cue from NASA's long-buried Mercury Lady project. And so that, Snake, is the mission that kept her away from you for so long. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why not use me as her agent? She knew I'd never even think of betraying her. I think it's because she didn't want to drag you into it. She probably knew what was going to happen. To complete the mission, she'd have to turn to the philosophers, and once she did that, whatever came of it, there'd be a price to pay. No one understood that better than her. So please, Snake, let it go. When she gave me the photo, she left me to decide whether or not to pass it along to you. I know she was torn about it, just as I was. She knew you'd probably blame yourself. Why did she hold on to it for so long? That, I can't say. To remind her of how much it hurt to be erased. She wasn't that kind of person. No. I think she meant it to be a message to you. She had her identity, her life, taken away. But she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. Snake, you've probably already figured this out, but it's no accident that I'm only now sending you something I've withheld for so long. A little bird tells me you recently made a big decision. You and the boss are different people. I understand that. And I'm not trying to second guess you. I simply wanted you to know what she saw, how she felt. That's all. Keep it with you, Snake. Keep it deep inside. Don't ever forget the path she took. Because you and I are the only people on this earth who know the truth.
Boss, I'm sorry, but I can't.
It's me.
Fuck's sake, I was muted. I saw someone in the chat mention it. Sorry. What was I saying there? I was explaining what this fucking phone call is for the people who haven't seen it before. This is basically the equivalent of the post-credits phone call from previous Metal Gear games. Like, you know, you have Ocelot at the end of MGS1 after the credits. It's like the post-game revelation. You know, it's you know, like at the end of 2, Ocelot, like you know, the conversation between Snake and Otacon at the end of 2 about the Patriots. Ocelot's phone calls after 1 and 3. You know, this is the final revelation. Did I have anything else to say? I can't remember. What else did I say while I was muted? Oh yeah, I was talking about the EVA tapes a bit. I've kind of mixed feelings about the EVA tapes, like I was explaining before. I feel like they go a little bit too far with all the boss love in this game and flashing back to MGS3 all the time. I do like the bit with the sorrow though. Like that's a cool. It's a cool revelation. Or it's a cool thing to build up to. Learning more about her mission to kill the Sorrow. And I like Snake's reaction at the end. Saying, I'm sorry, but I can't. I like the way Hater delivers that. And I like how it reinforces the first ending. You know, when he throws the bandana away and he chooses a different path. That's a nice touch at the end, for sure. Alright, let's do it. The phone call. The final revelation.
It's me. Smoothly? Naturally? No. Big Boss doesn't know the truth. No, Langley hasn't decided what to do yet. Their hands are full with their own mess. True. Lubyanka is in the same boat. Yes. Other eyes continue to watch, but no sign of contact so far. Exactly. It's a non-state army to use however they want. They've probably decided there's no sense in wiping them out just yet. Better to make use of them. Indeed they have. There's a site near Angola. And we fully validated the AI as well. Agreed. In the end, a machine is just that. A machine. Sigan was right. It seems it's time for a change in approach. Machines are best suited to specialize in high-level data processing. Yes, of course. Speaking of which, any news on the Suns? 2. Already? Really? But they're strictly an insurance policy, yes? So that's the idea. I wonder how Big Boss will respond. Yes, but I'm only interested in the business angle. Like I said before, I'm neither an enemy nor an ally. I'm merely a business partner. Don't forget it. Yes, I'll be in touch. My dear Zero.
Oh my god. Miller? In close contact with Zero? Behind Snake's back? He knows about the clones? He knows about the plan to set up the Patriots AI? It seems that Sigint was right. Oh my god. Oh my god, what a revelation. Miller. Can I really trust you anymore? What's gonna happen next? Now, I'm being reminded of something. I never did show one of these tapes as well. Clients. Oh yeah. We'll have to listen to this tape, even though we already heard it,
What do you think,
to unlock
Cuz?
the next one.
Why did Paz come all the way to Columbia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value. Remember that habit Paz had, Snake? How she always had her index finger on her upper lip like this?
Yeah. It bugged me ever since we first met her. Never figured her for a snuff user.
I can't believe we never noticed.
She used the kind where you keep a pouch of leaf in your upper jaw, let it absorb through your gums. She might not have been used to it. Probably used her finger to keep it in place.
How could Paz... We were gonna start a band together.
She was posing as a KGB agent, too.
She must have put on the act to get close to Galvez. Wonder how much Coleman knew. But the whole time she was working for some organization called Cypher.
Huh. Cypher. Ring any bells, Kaz?
Cypher. It means code, or zero in Arabic numerals.
Zero.
Does that mean something to you?
Not sure.
You know, cipher and zero were basically the same word. It's a linguistic redundancy. The word stems from the Sanskrit shunya. It corresponds to the Buddhist concept of emptiness. In Buddhism, shunya means hollow. It supposedly refers to something that's swollen and empty on the inside.
A big swollen emptiness. Just like outer space.
That's the one I was looking for. And Yappa, you asked me a question there. What are my thoughts on Peace Walker? DRK seems to really like it. It's his third favorite Metal Gear. Yeah, I really like Peace Walker. I think it's amazing how well this game turned out, considering it was after 4 and, you know, obviously Kojima had a very dysfunctional relationship with 4 and I guess the series in general after 2. And yeah, I wasn't crazy about 4. So Peace Walker was like a huge breath of fresh air for me. It felt like the series had room to breathe again and sort of tell a new story. It does get dragged down, I think, with some of 4's sequel baggage, all the stuff with Cypher and Zero, and you know, I was never a big fan of that development in 4, you know, the Patriots, even though it started in Portable Ops, but yeah, the whole explanation of the Patriots I never really liked, and that kind of hinders Peace Walker when they feel the need to expand on that, even though I think they should expand on it all the same. But yeah, I really like Peace Walker. It wouldn't be my third favorite. I prefer 3 over Peace Walker. I know DRK prefers Peace Walker over 3. No, I still prefer 3 over Peace Walker, but I like Peace Walker a lot, for sure. It would probably be my 4th favorite. 2, 1, 3, Peace Walker. That would probably be my top 4. Venether, can I get a link to that Norman Reedus and Kojima rendition? I only have that saved on my PC. I don't know where I got it from. Yeah, I don't know where I'd find a link. Let me see. Okay, guys, it's time to play some Ground Zeroes. DRK will hopefully be here soon to play his favorite game in the world, The Phantom Pain. But I might be here for Ground Zeroes. I hope DRK can take over part way through Ground Zeroes, but I'll do it all if needs be. Yeah, guys, give me a minute while I just set up my PS4 and everything and switch over.
一人夜の闇をさまよい呼ぶ声に答え溶けてゆくあなたのささやき心狂わせる愛にあふれて命枯れても私はすべて捧げるたとえ打ち砕かれても涙は見せないスネークと雨の中に二人濡れて光る傷跡明日は見えないでも二人信じて恐れない愛にあふれて命枯れても私はすべて捧げるたとえ打ち砕かれてもそれは望みスネークとIn a dream, snake eater. Snake eater. Snake eater.
All right, we're good to go. Title, yeah, I'll change the title now in a sec. Let's see. Fornicate with the tier 2 and the 65 months. Thank you. Jensen's as well. Thank you for the 2 months. Thanks a lot, guys. All right. So, obviously, before we get into the main mission, we'll do some pre-briefing tapes. Cassette tapes.
This is a one-man infiltration mission, boss. Equipment is the bare essentials. Anything else will be OSP. The target location is a prison camp on a U.S. military base. Those Marines have the place locked down tight. Your only backup will be one extraction chopper. We can't send anything else.
You won't need to.
Again, this is infiltration, a sneaking mission. Your #1 priority is remaining undetected. Use discretion before engaging any guards you encounter. Be mindful of their sensory perceptions: sight, sound, smell, and pain. Fortunately, these atmospheric conditions will continue until dawn. That should provide you with some cover.
At least the weather's on my side.
Your mission objective is to rescue Chico and Paz. According to Chico, they're both being held at an old prison facility. Recon from the intel unit supports this, so it's safe to assume that's where they are. Once you've gotten them to the RV, call in the extraction chopper. I'll monitor the situation and offer guidance from here, but you'll be the one in the field. How you handle this mission is entirely up to you, boss. Snake, yesterday we received official communication from the IAEA. It says, it has come to our attention that your organization recently purchased nuclear fuel from Uzbekistan authorities. We request permission to inspect your facilities.
What a load of bullshit.
Yeah, they're after Metal Gear Zeke's nuclear warhead. I'm betting this is payback from Cypher after Paz's leak.
Using the UN.
There's no telling how much influence they have. But the IAEA can only do inspections in countries that are party to the NPT.
And we're not a country.
Exactly. We haven't signed a safeguards agreement with the IAEA over peaceful nuclear use, and we're not obligated to report any nuclear material we have, nor information about any nuclear facilities. The IAEA has no authority to inspect us.
But despite all that...
That nuke's our last line of defense. We don't want to announce we have it until the world is preparing to wipe us off the map. Until then, we let everyone think we're just a private army with conventional firepower.
What's Huey's take?
That the problem's how to hide the nuke in Metal Gear. But I gotta tell you, he was all for it.
I see. But there's no way we can have the IAEA poking around here.
So what do we do? Ignore them?
Send them an official letter of refusal. Say that we're a private organization and we've done nothing to attract this suspicion.
You got it.
We finished Zeke's waterproofing reinforcement yesterday. The day after tomorrow, we'll be done installing the main depth control tank, the compressed air tank, and the attitude control propeller pod.
Huey.
If the underwater test goes well, next week we'll try the 300-foot seabed depth.
Drop the act, Huey. How did we end up agreeing to the nuclear inspection?
Because after you sent that letter, I told them. After careful reconsideration, we agree to your request. And frankly, we should be inspected. This is our chance. If they come and go without discovering the nuke, we can tell the world we're clean. Of course, it's risky, and we'll have to make sure everything's perfect, but it'll be worth it.
Huey, can they do an inspection without going through the Board of Governors?
We contacted the IAEA's admin branch, and they said there's no record of us being brought up at any of the board's meetings.
I'd say probably a preliminary inspection to determine whether we should be referred to the board. So it's bound to be a small inspection team, and they won't be here that long. Don't worry, leave everything to me.
Has the media gotten wind of this?
Yeah, 2 major Western networks want to do stories on us. I planned on saying yes.
What? You want to broadcast this place to the world?
That's why I agreed to the inspection. This is a golden opportunity. We can use the media to prove to the world we don't have a nuke. Besides, even if we said no, it would just be delaying the inevitable.
Kaz, our hands are tied now. Start getting the place ready.
Thanks, boss.
Don't get the wrong idea. You've set it up so that any more changes of heart will arouse suspicion, that's all.
Zeke stays, but we'll have to move all other AFVs to shore. Any potential troublemakers can go with them for some mandatory R&R. Sound good, boss?
Just do it. About the inspection, what do we tell the men?
The truth. What else? The one thing we don't need to worry about is anyone here spilling the beans about Zeke.
Good point. What about the Sandinistas? There's still quite a few of them left on the base.
I hate to say it, but it won't look good having Soviet bloc personnel here. The problem is, moving a group that size in a hurry would look even worse.
At least Amanda's on assignment in Cuba. They'd recognize her. She should stay put for now.
All civilians save Huey will have to return to their countries.
Even your Parisian?
Of course. We'll get her whatever paper she needs. Dr. Strangelove's departure came at a perfect time. The less Zeke-related staff here, the better.
Wait, she left?
That's right. You were away on a mission. She left last week. There's nothing cooking in AI weapons research, and Zeke is complete. There was really no reason for her to hang around.
I'm surprised Huey let her go that easy.
Yeah, his crush on Strangelove was never much of a secret, huh? He followed her everywhere while Zeke was in development. Boy, would she get pissed. But he does have a lot on his mind right now. I've got bigger issues to deal with. That's what he said.
That's the spirit, Huey.
10 days ago, we got reports that Paz was still alive.
She survived.
She was rescued by Belizean fishermen who found her drifting in the Caribbean.
So what's the plan? Silence her before we're compromised?
No. I've got something else in mind. Our friends at Cypher suspect Paz could be a double agent. She's being held for interrogation at a camp on the southern tip of Cuba.
Black site. Nice. A slice of American pie on communist soil, and out of U.S. legal jurisdiction.
The upcoming inspection of Mother Base has to be connected somehow. The timing's too perfect.
The UN's nuclear inspection.
My guess is they're trying to corroborate Paz's leak.
We're an army without a nation.
Word of our capabilities gets out, and we'll have the whole world out to shut us down. Having an American private intelligence agency involved's bad news. Cypher's the ones who sent Paz to us in the first place.
She knows their true nature.
Right. Paz is our only link to Cypher. If she's still alive, we need her on our side.
If not us, who else is gonna rescue that bitch?
When do we do it?
The inspection comes first. We'll deal with this afterwards.
Do the men know?
Word has started to spread. The information came from Cuba through Amanda. One of the base personnel used to belong to El Frente. I'll tell everyone we don't concern ourselves with the survival of enemy spies. We need them focused on the inspection. And if we get her back here and she isn't cooperative, there's still plenty of room for her in the ocean.
Works for me. What about Chico? He had a chance to stop Paz from hijacking Zeke and he blew it. He's carried that guilt ever since. Kid really did care about her.
Chico, it's hard to say how he'll react.
Have Amanda call him out to Cuba. He shouldn't be here right now.
Good idea. They haven't seen each other in a while. Little time with Big Sis and he'll forget all about you-know-who. What? Still no sign of Chico?
What's going on?
It's Amanda in Cuba. Our resupply package arrived, but Chico wasn't with it. Relax, Amanda. I'm sure he's just exploring Havana or something. First time in the big city. Could have gotten carried away.
Kaz, wait. The boat Chico was on, did it stop anywhere before it got to Havana?
Yeah, it had to refuel at Santiago de Cuba. You don't think... Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me. He does this now?
It's 60 miles from Santiago to the prison camp. Chico used to cross the mountains with the older Sandinistas like it was nothing. He'll make that in 3 days.
Still, even if he does find his way there...
You know how reckless he can be. Chico thinks we've abandoned Paz. That's why he's doing this.
We'll start by having the intel detachment in Cuba look for him. We can't let him be captured.
There's some cages to the east of a big building. East an old grassy facility. That's where we are. Help me, Snake.
It's a setup.
We have no choice.
Yeah, if Chico talks, he could blow the nuke cover up. We can't hold off until the inspection's over.
When can we be ready?
It'll take at least 16 hours to confirm the flight path and prep a bird. The intel unit has started reconning the area.
Sounds like I'll have to miss the inspection.
Boss, we'll just have to send someone else to get them out.
No. I'll go.
Yeah, Chico and Paz would only take orders from you anyway. We can't go taking on those Marines at the base head on. It's gotta be off the radar, and it's gotta be you.
Hold down the fort, Cos.
Snake, you can forget about civil liberties where you're headed. God only knows what they'd do to you if you got caught. Do not let that happen. The Cubans leased the land to the U.S. as a gesture for helping them gain independence from Spain. The deal remains in effect until both countries agree to dissolve it, or the U.S. abandons the land. That's why America still operates the base even after La Revolucion. Problem is, it's leased land.
Meaning it isn't American soil, so the U.S. Constitution doesn't apply there. That allows them to withhold its civil rights protections.
Yeah, that's Uncle Sam's excuse. The area was originally only for detaining refugees from countries like Cuba and Haiti. But a few years ago, the CIA and its like started using it as a black site. Enemies of the state are renditioned there and subjected to extreme forms of interrogation. You can bet Cypher had a hand in that. As you'd expect, American and other Western human rights organizations aren't allowed anywhere near the place. What happens there disappears down the memory hole.
Who knows what they're doing to Chico and Paz?
I'd like to interrogate her ourselves. But if worst comes to worst, make sure she's dead. Chico, on the other hand, we have to bring back. Fast. He knows too much about us.
Cos?
The area is surrounded by mines placed by both the U.S. and Cuba, making escape on foot impossible. You're heading into the Lion's Den, Snake. Don't take this one lightly. Come back in one piece.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just gonna go through the spy log here as well. It's kind of like a Peace Walker recap with Paz, but there's some interesting little details at the end as well, which tie into this game's story.
I heard about Paz's tapes.
Yeah. Why do you think she'd leave him behind? And that diary?
Whatever it was, her commitment was wavering. That much is clear.
So she was leaving clues to help us?
No way to know for sure. And the ocean's not giving her back.
November 4th, 1974. At the outskirts of Barranquilla, Colombia. Contact with Big Boss successful. Zadornov posed as my professor, but Big Boss took one look and knew he was KGB. However, he does not seem to suspect me. To him, I am just a peace-loving student, and another victim of the CIA. We asked him to drive the CIA out of Costa Rica. To him, this means betraying his country. His forces are smaller than anticipated. They drift from place to place with nowhere to call home. That provided us an opportunity, so we seized it. Zadornov offered them a plant off the Costa Rican coast to use as a base. As expected, Miller jumped at the chance. Although initially reluctant, Big Boss came around when Zadornov played him the tape. All because the voice on it sounded like his mentor, the boss. Naked Snake, the man who once saved the world from the brink of nuclear war. Awarded the title of Big Boss for his service. He later became a mercenary, abandoning both his title and his country. To him, that honor was steeped in the blood of the boss, the mentor he was forced to eliminate. Exceptionally charismatic, he possesses unparalleled combat and intelligence-gathering abilities. His only discernible weakness is her. This operation hinges on how effectively we can exploit that. Kazuhira Miller is Big Boss's lieutenant. Half Japanese, half American. He once served in Japan's self-defense force. Though he and Snake first met as enemies, they discovered a common bond and together built their private army,
with Miller directing business and administrative affairs. He comes off as shallow, but his true intent is hard to read. I must be careful. All that is clear is his infatuation with Big Boss. With East and West fighting over its control, Central America is now the most contested region on Earth. CIA Central American Station Chief Coldman has developed Peace Walker, a fully AI-automated, fail-deadly nuclear launch system with which he aims to reignite the Cold War. Snake's new objective in Costa Rica is to prevent that. Zadornov's, or should I say, the KGB's plan is to play the two sides against each other, turning the entire region red. Not one of the three parties realize they're all just pawns in Cypher's hands. Cypher watches all. Mother Base has developed rapidly since being established in the Caribbean Sea. They recruit more personnel daily, and already their mercenary services are turning a profit. Big Boss's leadership and charisma, and Miller's business acumen drive this impressive growth. Furthermore, joining forces with a faction of the FSLN has expanded their power even more. They have even commenced their own weapons development program. All is proceeding according to Cypher's will. I could not be more pleased. Snake's pursuit of Peace Walker led him to an AI modeled after the boss's thought patterns. It was incomplete, but, somewhat ironically, making contact with Snake was the necessary finishing touch. Meanwhile, the scientist behind Peace Walker's locomotive control, Huey, defected to Snake's army. His presence has greatly accelerated weapons development at Mother Base. I failed to anticipate Coldman's madness, but nuclear war was averted. However, this was only after the boss AI on board Peace Walker sank itself to the bottom of the lake, in what could be likened to suicide. The boss laid down her gun, choosing to sing for peace instead, and Snake, himself a gun, parted ways with her. In doing so, he reclaimed the title he once abandoned. He is Big Boss. Zadornov has been detained. Since this leaves my cover identity without a guardian, the Mother Base staff has taken me in. I am now better placed than ever to monitor their internal affairs. Everything continues to unfold according to plan. The developer of the boss AI, Dr. Strangelove, has also come to Mother Base. With her and Huey's expertise, they can now develop a weapon capable of matching Peace Walker. Development on the bipedal weapon is now complete. They call it Metal Gear Zeke. It stands there like some sort of mystical guardian. The soldiers gaze on it with pride and reverence. Big Boss has elected to arm it with a nuclear weapon. As an army without a nation, they seem to feel the need for a deterrent against whatever the world might pit against them. It is a dangerous gambit. Why do such a thing? Their nuclear strategy differs from the Americans and the Soviet Union. The superpowers deter attack by revealing their nuclear arsenals to one another. Snake and his men know that if they were to go public with this, the whole world would unite against them. Business would dry up overnight. So they do not plan on revealing the nuke until necessary. This ace-in-the-hole approach is their idea of a nuclear strategy. Wielding a deterrent, all the while unable to reveal its existence. I wonder if Snake sees how vulnerable this makes them. Yes. Hijack Zeke? Yes, I did indicate that to be our leverage. But I cannot imagine his agreeing to that now. But did you not raise them to safeguard your governance without borders? No. I have not forgotten. Cypher watches all. Yes, things are proceeding, but modifying Zeke has not proven easy. I am using Zadornov to buy some time. No, I have not forgotten what you said. However, well,
Forgive me for asking, but this is you I am speaking to, isn't it, Cypher? I will fight Big Boss. The world must be ruled by a single will. To defy Cypher is a fate worse than death.
Okay, so Paz is not speaking to Zero there at the end. That's Skullface and those last two communications records. There's a little hint here as well. It says correspondent unknown, which is very similar to what we see when Skullface is introduced in the opening cinematic. Like beside his name, it says like identity unknown or something like that. Just a little tie-in here. But yeah, let's get into it. But before we play this opening scene, let me just gush over how much I really enjoyed this opening cinematic and some clever little things that they do. Hello, Medic. Look at Medic staring at us ominously. Well, I think it's the Medic. So yeah, this opening scene does some really cool things. Particularly how it builds up Skullface as a character. I really dislike what the Phantom Pain does with Skullface, but I really like his introduction here. I like how they handle his character in Ground Zeroes overall. And the mystery, how they build up this mystery of XOF and Skullface. But there's one thing in particular I really like about this intro. But to explain, I'd have to go over the previous Metal Gear games, because this game puts a sort of spin on the traditional MGS intro and how MGS intros are usually handled. So in MGS1, you have Snake swimming in wearing the diving gear, right? With the mask and the suit and everything. Then you get to the elevator and you get the big dramatic reveal with him taking off the suit and the dramatic look to the camera. It says Metal Gear Solid across the screen. Epic introduction to Solid Snake and the game. MGS2, Snake is wearing a coat at the beginning. The coat brushes off and he instantly switches into stealth camo. He jumps off the bridge, lands on the tanker. The stealth camo breaks and we see Snake in his glory for the first time as he looks up at the camera, and we get the dramatic MGS2 title on the screen. MGS3, we start off with Snake sitting down, his face being obscured by the camera. We can kind of see the lower half of his face. He puts on the mask, does his big halo jump, slowly pulls off his gear, pulls off the mask, looks at the camera. Solid Snake, David Hayter. You see the pattern here? MGS4, we start off in the back of the truck with Snake. He's wearing the militia outfit. He has the hood covering his face. We know it's old Snake. We play for a couple of seconds, we get interrupted with some cutscenes. We play for another couple of seconds, we get interrupted with more cutscenes. And eventually this gecko kicks through the wall, the militia outfit gets thrown off, and we see Snake's face in full for the first time as he looks up to the camera, and we get this epic reveal. Old Snake, David Hayter. And that's that. So, we have this pattern from MGS 1, 2, 3, 4 with this reveal of Snake. He's wearing something. Something is removed from him. Something's covering his face. It gets removed. He looks up and we get this dramatic reveal. MGS 5 does the same thing, except it kind of puts a spin on it where the first character we're introduced to is not Snake, it's Skullface. This is the first time in the series this has happened. But it depicts Skullface in the same way, and kind of as if he is on the other side of Snake's coin. Kind of like we are seeing Snake, but another side of Snake. Right? You're following him into the camp with the cells. You can kind of see him through the visors of the XOF soldier that's in front of him. Like, you can kind of make out his face, but not really. Camera hides his face while he's talking to Chico. He gets in the Jeep. They drive up to the helipad. And right before he gets into the chopper, he takes off his hat and turns to the camera, and we see Skullface. Then he gets into the chopper, right? There's your traditional reveal, as if it was Snake, right? Takes off the hat. Funnily enough, he seems to only put on the hat so he can take it off, as if he knows this is what he's supposed to do, because it's an MGS intro. Then he drops the XOF patches, and we literally almost get to see the other side of the coin as Skullface's XOF badge falls past Snake's Fox badge. We're seeing the mirror image. And just like the previous games, what is Snake wearing? Night vision goggles. He's following the rules. We were following Snake climbing up this mountain. The camera pans around. We don't see his face really at first. The camera pans around. He lifts up the night vision goggles, and suddenly, Kiefer, kept you waiting, huh? Which kind of ruins it a little bit. I'm really not a fan of how Kiefer delivers that line. I have mixed feelings about, I don't hate Kiefer entirely in MGS5. I think he has some good scenes, and there are some scenes with him where I'm like, yeah, I can't really see Hater doing a better job with this scene. But there are other moments where I'm like, oh god, what is this? That kept you waiting, huh line just sounds really weird and awkward. Like it's supposed to be kind of tongue-in-cheek, almost sort of sly. The way he delivers it is just like really dull. But anyway, yeah, really cool intro. How they just turn the traditional concept of an MGS intro on its head, introducing Skullface first, but still characterizing him as if he is Snake in a way, as if he's the other side of the coin, the other side of the XOF badge. So cool. So cool. It's really a shame that Skullface didn't amount to much in Phantom Pain, because I really like how they build up the mystery of his character in this. It's not, and again, there are other things that reinforce this like closeness to Big Boss in the intro, like what he says to Chico. Give your regards to your boss when you get home. Like, give him my give him my regards. Give your boss my regards when you get home. You know, as if they're friends. You know, tell him I said hi. Like, that in itself was so intriguing. I thought, playing this for the first time, I'm like, what the fuck is this guy? How does he know Big Boss? And in some of the side ops, you get quotes from Skullface where he's literally quoting characters from Peace Walker, quoting Big Boss from Peace Walker, word for word. The scene when you meet Chico in Peace Walker. What's the dialogue again? There's nothing to be ashamed of. The pain gets the better of us all. You hear that quote in this game in one of the side ops. One of the prisoners talks about what Skullface said to him while he was torturing him, and that's what he said. That's one of the things that he said, which is directly quoting Peace Walker. I was playing this for the first time before the Phantom Pain came out, and I was like, oh my god, this is insane. I was thinking maybe they were going to pull some like Silent Hill shit, and it was like, is Skullface even real? Like, is he a manifestation of Big Boss's inner darkness and all the bad things about Big Boss? Is he like a representation of Big Boss's shadow or something? I didn't know what was going on, but then it turns out that no, he was just working for Zero, crawling around in bushes during the Virtuous mission, picking up his shit, putting his shit into plastic bags and bringing it back to Zero when the mission was over, cleaning up his feces and saying, here boss, here's Zero, didn't I do a good job? Or maybe he wasn't picking up his shit and putting it into plastic bags, but like, he wasn't doing anything really interesting. Man, they build it up as such an intriguing mystery in this. But yeah, there's so many things I like about Ground Zeroes. as well. Like the way they build up XOF as well. The Glaz and Politz mission has some really subtle foreshadowing regarding Venom and Big Boss and that whole story. Glaz and Politz being metaphors for Big Boss and Venom, essentially, where they pitch alter one of their voices like they do with the medic in the final scene. Lots of cool little details and hints and cool bits of foreshadowing in this. The medic, like, that has to be the medic at the back there as well. The way he's positioned at the opposite end as well. Kind of like they're back to back there. The way he turns around and stares at you. What else is there in this intro? I think there's some other detail that kind of suggests that Skullface and Big Boss are close. Might just be that one. Give your regards. You also see like a lot of reflections and mirror images, like Skullface in the visor and Skullface looking in the mirror on the truck. Just reinforcing this whole thing about Snake and Skullface being reflections of each other. But anyway, let's get into this. I really love this intro.
She told us everything. Don't worry, I kept my word. She didn't suffer long. Here. You earned it. How's it feel to play the traitor? No more war games. You're a real man now, soldier. Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
10 days ago, we got reports that Paz was still alive.
She survived.
She was rescued by a Belizean fisherman who found her drifting in the Caribbean.
So what's the plan? Silence her before we're compromised?
No. I've got something else in mind. Our friends at Cypher suspect Paz could be a double agent. She's being held for interrogation at a camp on the southern tip of Cuba.
Black site. Nice. A slice of American pie on communist soil, and out of U.S. legal jurisdiction.
The upcoming inspection of Mother Base has to be connected somehow. The timing's too perfect.
The UN's nuclear inspection.
My guess is they're trying to corroborate Paz's leak.
We're an army without a nation.
Word of our capabilities gets out, and we'll have the whole world out to shut us down. Having an American private intelligence agency involved's bad news. Cypher's the ones who sent Paz to us in the first place.
She knows their true nature.
Right. Paz is our only link to Cypher. If she's still alive, we need her on our side.
Trojan horse is in! This pirate crackdown's a go! Move!
Music here, man. In this next bit, the way it builds. Oh, so sick.
So who's the other target?
That would be Chico. He's being held in the same area as Paz. Last radio contact was 40 hours ago. Find them both. Bring them back alive. Enter the compound from the south cliff. Secure Chico and Paz, then report back from the rendezvous point. We'll send a chopper from across the Cuban border. You should be back at Mother Base in time for lunch. You'll probably just miss our guests. The only catch is you go in solo. The politically sensitive nature of the mission means backup is not an option.
Fine. I like some alone time now and then. I'm in front of the prison camp.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
Kept you waiting, huh?
What? I mean, maybe it's not too bad. Not as bad as I was making it out to be, the delivery of that line, but I don't know. I feel like it should be a little bit cheeky, you know? Just very plainly delivered.
Chico and Paz are being held in an old, unused part of the compound. Get inside and head northeast.
Nah, it was bad. I love that shot as well. Space.
Mission info.
What is fucking opening, though?
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay out of sight. Before you go any further, use your binoculars to recon the area.
The detail on Skullface's face as well.
What do you see? Press the call button to get more intel.
I feel like his face looks way more detailed in this than in the Phantom Pain. Maybe it has to do with the lighting. But when he's walking up to the chopper, like the rain on his face and everything, like it really looks grotesque. I feel like his face doesn't really look as grotesque in Phantom Pain.
Your binoculars are equipped with a directional microphone. You should be able to listen in on whatever they're pointed at.
All quiet? Those new guys. You see their choppers? Who are they with?
Beats me, man. Green Berets, SEALs.
Those ain't no jarhead birds, I can tell you that. Some paramilitary setup?
Some of the guys are saying... You know what? Best we just drop this, right?
Sure.
Something that people don't really talk about very often. And I think this probably stifled the Phantom Pain a lot in like what they were able to do and the amount of detail they were able to put into it. That game had to run on a fucking PS3. MGS5 The Phantom Pain released on the PS3.
We had no more than a dozen guys at Barranquilla. Some of them with barely enough gear to protect themselves. Now here we are, not 1 year later, over 300 men strong. But the way I see it, this is still our 0 hour. Once this mission's behind us, I want to pitch you some ideas about expansion. To climb an obstacle, press the action button.
And on the 360 as well, right?
There's a guard up there. If you're going to eliminate him, use a gun.
Do I want to eliminate him? Nah.
If you ready your weapon while crawling, you can move horizontally left or right. If you do that holding the dash button, you'll move fast. Now head east
Shut up,
to
Miller.
the old prison area. You can bring up the target's location on your iDroid.
Miller talks a lot at the start here.
Eyes open, boss.
I only have one. Boss. Yeah, Bad Humans. DZ was originally going to be a PSP game.
Contact me if you need advice. CQC is a... You should move the bodies of enemies somewhere
You should
out of
shut
sight.
your mouth. That's what you should do, sir. Keep the gob shut. Alright, let's leave this boy here. We'll try and get all the optional conversations and stuff. I feel really rusty. I feel like I haven't played this game in months and months and months. Maybe I haven't. I feel like it's been a long time.
Yo, you hear about the special shifts guys have been pulling at the old prison area the past 2 weeks?
Yeah, some high-value prisoners. You get that duty and kiss your break time goodbye. My buddy was crying on my shoulder about it.
That place place has been dead for years. Now we got these, I don't know who, bringing in enemy combatants from stateside.
Right. The CO is tearing his hair out.
I feel like I'm living in a prison.
I also wait for these guys to go back. Creep back out this way. Now, what do I want to do? There's a prisoner over here we can rescue.
It'll help you stay out of sight, but watch you don't get hypothermia. Take a good look at the enemy through your binoculars, and you can mark him. Marked enemies can be sensed when nearby, even if there's a wall between you and them. But it only works if you stop and take the time to focus your attention. This helps you maintain situational awareness. Try it.
Fluidity and motion in this game is amazing. Yeah, I really love how this game controls. Movement feels really nice. Really weighty. Like you can really feel Snake's bulkiness, but still fluid at the same time.
You can now either interrogate him, knock him out, or kill him. His life is in your hands.
I feel like they, I think they improved how CQC handles in the Phantom Pain. I wish they didn't change the bullet drop though. Bullet drop is far more meaningful in this than it is in the Phantom Pain. I feel like they streamlined it just a little bit too much in TPP.
The rain was coming down just as hard the day we met Paz. I only want peace for my country. I can't believe we ever bought that cover story. After Paz tried to steal Zeke from us, and we watched her get pulled beneath the waves, there was one thing I kept asking myself. Which was the real Paz, and which was the lie? A prisoner. You gonna help him? If you want to extract him, carry him to the RV and call in the chopper.
This guy will give us an easy S rank. Well, no, we still have to play well. But this guy will buy us a lot of time if we want to do extra stuff.
You didn't come here just to save my ass. Am I right?
Ooh.
You need some help with whatever you're doing. Go inside the admin building. Use the drainage channel.
The map has been updated.
Close. Shit. I guess I'll take this guy out. Should see another guy come up here now as well any minute. Oh, he's probably gonna see the body. Yeah.
What's going on?
We should get another optional conversation here.
All quiet? You know those choppers? I saw the marking on the side. XOF.
XOF. That's some kind of unit name?
Hell if I know. Maybe I saw it wrong. Anyway, they're gone now. Guess we'll never find out.
Here's someone else talking in the background there as well. Who are these XOF people? Really does feel ghostly almost. You know, this skull-faced guy suddenly appearing who knows us apparently. Spooky. Nobody knows who XOF is here. Hey, who are these people? Who is this guy? Now I'm just going up here so I can get...
You're way too exposed there.
Shut up!
Find some cover and stick to it.
I'm just going up here to get one brief bit of dialogue. There's only one place where you can get it. Ooh, you can see me there, huh? Your stance means an awful lot in this game. You're running normally, very dangerous.
The drainage channel. You might be able to crawl in there. Remember back when we met? Enemies on opposing sides in South America. But when I tried to take myself out with a grenade, you stopped me. I never realized until I met you. There's no such thing as an absolute enemy. Our enemies are always relative.
That's it. Enemies, friends, and then enemies again. Or if that's kind of what they're supposed to be hinting at there. Bringing that back up. The boss's words as well, obviously. Right, back down here. You see, if I was just running normally here, those guys up there, they'd see me. See, look, even from there now, when I'm just crouching. Okay, now we'll grab this guy again and head down to Chico's camp. Fox engine kind of reminds me of the RE engine. Anyone else get that? Just the way the models and textures and things look. They both use that scanning process as well. So they scan in models. Really has a similar look to it, I think. The PT as well. Very sort of RE7-esque in how it looked. Fox engine would have been really good for horror games with the lighting and everything. Hey, Knight with the raid. I want to take out this guy. I don't want the guy inside the camp to see, though. Ah, for fuck's sake. I don't think he's going to come up. Oh, he is coming up. Ah! Put the man down, would you? Okay. That was dangerous.
That's the old prison area. The targets are there.
We can listen in on this guy as well.
Boss, we've been in touch with Amanda. We had her listen to Chico's call for help. She agrees with us. She said, I know my brother and I know when he's lying. She also had a message for you. I'm ready for the worst. Sounded a little too cheerful to me. There's Chico. But where's Paz?
I think he was being sarcastic, Cruel.
All quiet? Hey, did you see those guys' unit patch? Yeah, Fox, facing right? That's it. You know, it looked just like... You've seen it before? Where? I can't remember. I know it had a fox in it, too.
Okay, that's kind of an unnatural way to explain the badge. A fox facing right. Did he really feel the need to describe what direction the fox was facing? I think it's more to draw your attention to your own badge, the fact that yours is facing left. And it's not just a reversal of the letters, XOF, Fox. The whole badge is reversed. You know, the XOF badge has a yellow background and a black fox. Ours has a black background and a yellow fox. Ours is facing left and the XOF one is facing right. But obviously it's just the... That doesn't really stand out at first. You just notice the XOF. Right, let's throw this guy off the cliff. Which doesn't count as a kill, by the way. They're just going for a swim. We're just helping them go for a swim. There we go. He's having the time of his life. See how excited he was? Nice relaxing swim. Alright, let's take out this guy. And he looks like he wants to go for a swim as well. That guy at the edge as well. I think he's a big swimmer. Let's pick him up. They might want to go for a swim together, actually. Oh! I think they're doing alright.
You can check the controls on the pause screen.
Doesn't look fatal. They'll get up now in a few minutes and go for a swim.
The Stars and Stripes. Not a popular sight in Cuba. Those Marines swore an oath to that flag. They won't just let you walk in there. It's the American flag.
Thank you, Miller. You sounded pissed there. Like, what else do you want from me, Snake? Yeah, it's the American flag. Snake is having PTSD. Bringing back all these memories. When he was a patriot. Do I want to grab Chico? I don't think so. We'll come back to Chico. I think there's another conversation we can listen in on. We go up here now. Nice.
Get Chico out of there.
Are we still getting our easy S rank? Yeah, this has been a flawless run so far. I wouldn't count on it being flawless the whole way through though. But we'll still be able to have a few checkpoints and still S rank.
Beyond there is outside the mission area.
You are about to leave the mission area. Caution, you are about to leave the mission area. Caution, you are about to leave the mission area. Caution, you are
Yeah,
about
okay,
to leave
Donna
the mission
Burke.
area.
That's Donna Burke's voice, by the way, the woman who sings Heaven's Divide. She also plays Angela, Silent Hill 2, and Claudia, Silent Hill 3. Some trivia for you.
All quiet? I didn't get a good look, but your boss's face, man.
Yeah. You didn't need to get close to see there was no mask either.
I tell you, I'm glad they're out of here. It was like living in a graveyard and rubbing shoulders with dead men.
Yeah. Their boss, his crew, like phantoms. Every last one.
Very poetic Marines here. Is this how Marines talk in real life? Like living in a graveyard and rubbing shoulders with dead men. Fucking calm down. Okay, we'll go back to Chico. I think we can sprint now. I really like how things change depending on who you save first here. Like if you save Paz first, you'll have to deal with a completely different guard layout. Same with Chico. Things change depending on this prisoner as well. The prisoner I rescued in that other camp. People will come looking for him as well after we rescue Chico. Which will make things a bit more complicated.
Boss isn't there. Anyway, go make contact with Chico.
Another thing that changes as well is that there are 2 optional conversations that connect to Chico and Paz. If you rescue Chico first, you'll get to hear one specific conversation. If you rescue Paz first, you'll get to hear a different one. But you won't be able to hear both of them in one playthrough.
Chico. Chico, it's me.
No! No! Go away! Go away! Let me out of here, please! Get off me! Get off!
Chico, keep it down.
Go away! Right over here. Hey, you gotta let me out! You let me out, go! Let me stay here! Get off me! Get off!
Chico, calm down. Calm down. Don't fight it.
Of the light there reflecting off his face.
I got Chico.
And Paz?
Not here.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Is Chico able to walk?
Hold on. Not gonna happen.
You'll have to carry him out then. Okay, boss, change your plans. Haul Chico over to the rendezvous point. We'll get Paz's whereabouts out of him once he's calmed down.
Hey, it's not looking so good.
Mission info has been
I
updated.
marked the RV on your map. Okay, now carry Chico there.
The map has been updated.
Okay, so we'll bring Chico down here. Now we'll have to deal with the guys looking for the other prisoner. Make things a bit more complicated.
Once you don't end up head first in the ocean.
I quite like Kiefer's performance in that scene. That's one of the scenes where I'm like, I can't see Hader doing a better job with that. But then there are other moments where I'm like, man, Hader would really spice up this dialogue. I find Kiefer can be really dull in the tapes. It's like very bland. I think Hader would have been a lot better in those. But there are certain like big moments in cutscenes, like, you know, the ashes scene in The Phantom Pain when he's pouring the ashes on his face, that monologue. I can't see Hader doing a better job with that. I think I'd still definitely prefer Hader overall though. There we go. Hold on, there's one more guy, I think. Yeah, Henry, I mean, like, it would have been different, obviously. I just feel like Hader in those scenes would have just sounded a bit more cartoonish, you know, because Hader is quite campy. And he got even more and more exaggerated as the series went on. 4 and Peace Walker. And even though I think he kind of got worse in later games, I still really like Hader in those games. And yeah, I mean, you know, it was the last game. I think he deserved to do it. Because he loved the series. He cut his paycheck in half just to get other cast members to come back for the Twin Snakes. Now let's go back to Chico. Irish Tets, I don't think he said that exactly. Kojima's explanation was bullshit for it in that video with Avi Arad. He's like, he needed someone who could, he mentioned his age, you know, as if Kiefer's age was closer to Big Boss or something, even though Hater's age is, I don't think there's much between Hater and Kiefer in terms of their age. I don't know, I think the answer is pretty clear. Kojima wanted a Hollywood name to play his main character. And he's wanted that for a while, you know. He wanted to get Kurt Russell to play Snake in MGS3. I think he just wanted a big name, and I think it probably gave him leverage as well going forward to get other big names, like with Death Stranding, you know. If he was offering up a role to Mads Mikkelsen or something, his agent could say to Mads, hey, you know, this guy Hideo, he's worked with Kiefer Sutherland in the past, etc., etc., etc. You know.
Buses. Let's go home. Snake. No! I wish I was dead. I'm sorry.
I actually really liked how the actors worked in Death Stranding. I was wondering how I was going to feel about it. But I thought he got an awful lot out of them. I thought Mads was great. Tommy Earl Jenkins was fantastic. And I liked Norman Reedus as well. More for just his body language and just all the little nuances in how he felt to play. You know? The way he moved, all the little grunts, and the way he'd pull up his straps. It really felt like you were playing a real person. That was one of the game's strengths, I thought.
You reached the RV. Put the target down for a minute. How's he doing?
Chico, where is Paz?
She's dead.
When was this recorded?
She's dead.
Okay, now use your iDroid to call the chopper for pickup. This is just a hunch, but I think that's all the cassette tapes. Boss, get back to the mission.
Never tried Death Stranding? Can't imagine walking for 40 hours being fun. It's an acquired taste, I think.
Contains some clues to where they're keeping Paz. Select it on your iDroid to listen to it.
I really enjoyed Death Stranding. Found it to be like a really chill and joyful game. I thought it had a lot of charm. Which is funny because it's quite a grueling game. When you're trudging up mountains and shit with all that cargo. Yeah, it was a really fun game to stream. I loved streaming that game. Really loved that first playthrough. It was one of my favorite streams ever, I think. I really enjoyed all just the planning aspect of it. What am I going to bring? What am I taking? Spending so much time just looking at my inventory, setting up to head out, and then going out on a big hiking trek into the unknown. With all the music that played. I really liked the soundtrack, all the Low Roar songs. And they'd kick in at the end of a delivery when you were on your way back. I feel the game definitely had its flaws as well. The boss fights were absolutely horrendous. The combat left a lot to be desired. Like, they really should have mixed up the BTs at around the halfway point. Those encounters should have been spiced up, but I really love just the core of it, like just the planning and the hiking. The walking was my favorite part. The combat, not so much. Still had some fun with the combat. And I liked the atmosphere during the BT sequences, just the sound design. The sound design in Death Stranding is so good. Just the sound of the environment, the rocks and the wind, and really good.
All quiet? They said to stay away from part of admin for now, right?
The boiler room.
Right. I hear they were doing some kind of questioning in there.
Questioning?
That enemy combatant in the prison area got taken down there every day.
Yeah, I really liked Hartman. Like, the story was far from perfect either. But, I enjoyed it overall. It had some great scenes. And even when it fell flat, I couldn't really bring myself to hate it. Like, there were some scenes that fell so flat. Like, remember the Asian girl when you had to bring her back to her boyfriend? Remember that dialogue? The man I knew didn't sell junk. Like, oh, it was so corny and it fell so flat. But at the same time, I thought it was kind of adorable at the same time. There was like charm to it. Like, you know how the end of MGS1 is like the corniest ending you've ever seen in your life? With Snake and Meryl on the thingamajig, or Snake and Otacon. But it's like, it's endearing because it's I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. Sincere, I guess. I kind of felt that way about it, about a lot of Death Stranding stuff. It didn't really work. And Jesus, some of Kojima's worst exposition. Like some of Dead Man's exposition, when you're just going on and on and on and on. I think the thing that I enjoyed the most about it was how I felt for Sam as a character. Not because of his story or anything like that, but just playing as him. That job that he had to do, delivering packages. Fuck, man, I felt really bad for that guy. Such a struggle. When you'd go back to your room and he'd fall on top of the bed, I'd be right there with him. I'm like, Jesus, you need this rest, man. Like, you really, I really felt his struggle. Which is funny because I'm just sitting there with the controller, moving analog sticks and holding down triggers. But, like, you really vicariously feel the struggle that he's going through. And I really enjoyed that. It felt really different to anything else I had played. There was just something about that. Just the level of detail in his animations and everything. The sound. Just a feeling of weight as you kept picking up more and more things. Let's see. What are you looking for? Look at this guy. He just stands here all day looking for something. Some people would make a chapter 3 joke right now. Me personally, I'm way above that. I don't stoop to OHN chat levels. You know, I'm not that low. Go fetch. Go on, boy. Now it's over here. Oh, what's that? Now it's over there. Go on. Now it's over here. Oh, where did it go? Ah, Jesus. Come on, man. I slapped you across the head with one of those things. Usually he'll turn around faster than that. That was weird. Baj with the 54 months on the 39-month streak. Cheers. Okay. 2 guys there. Man, I love this mission. This map.
Is that Paz? Can you get closer? Delta 2, we may have an intruder. Going on alert. Boss, get Paz onto the helicopter.
It took me way too long to realize that that's the Love Deterrence theme that plays there. Remember one time I was playing, I was like, oh my god, that's the Love Deterrence melody. It's just because it's a bit slower. And I guess it's in minor as well.
The outer gate's open. Leave the gate open. He must be running late. Should we do something? They gotta check the vitals of that prisoner, don't they? Got nothing to do with us. Forget about it. Yeah, sure.
You hear that? You need to hurry up your escape before they realize Paz is missing.
Fuck. Should have grabbed her sooner. I didn't need to throw her down, I don't think. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
You.
Ooh. Okay, we're good. Look at this situation. Okay, I might fuck this up. We'll see what happens. Love the music here. Okay, we'll wait. Wait for the first guy to go. We'll hold up the second guy. Scared.
All you have to do now
What are
is
you
put Chico
doing?
and Paz in the chopper.
Get down.
There we go. L1 brings up that menu, but it also calls... it's also for your radio. It's like contextual. And he went for the radio there the second time. Oh no, did I miss the conversation? I did. Ah, fuck it. We'll just keep going. He says those XOF guys are crazy flying their choppers out in that storm. Shit. Hold on. I meant to shoot that guy. Let's wait. See where he goes. Turns that corner. We'll just scoot out of here. Back to Metal Gear 1. Yeah, you have to be really fast getting out of there with Paz if you want to catch that conversation. Maybe I should just let those last two guys walk down if they're not going to see me in that corner, and then just run up the stairs with Paz. Should try that next time. Not nearly as fancy. It's fun going for all those hold-ups. Ah, shit. Calm down, Paz. So he just stays there. Let's wait. Guess he's going to turn around back where he came from. Oh, please.
You.
Oh boy. I love those last second shots.
Go ahead and call the chopper. Keep an eye out for nearby enemies. They can try to shoot down the chopper.
Yeah, we need to watch out for this thing. It's basically a security camera with the turret. Wait for the turret to look the other way. Like that. We're good. Really tricky little spot here. Go, 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 go. Nice. Is there no traces stat in Ground Zeroes? I can't remember. Wait a second. Oh, he sees me. Now this guy is coming up. And such a tricky mission. I love all the guard placements.
Huh? What's up?
Oh, that would have been really nice. Fuck.
Hey, nap time's over.
Ah! They both coming up? Oh no, okay. Two rounds. Okay, we'll put Paz in the back here. Throw these guys off. This game is weird. If you're a certain distance away from a sleeping enemy, they will, they'll never wake up. I think they despawn, actually. And then when you get within a certain range, they spawn back in. And their sleep countdown restarts. I'm not sure if the same thing happens in the Phantom Pain. Like that guy up there. We don't need to worry about him now. We can just leave him there. Put this guy in the front. Hold on one sec, guys. I think DRK is on the line here. What the hell? I just received DRK's messages on Discord. I wrote back to him. Then it turned out my internet wasn't connected. Am I still live on the stream? I am. What is going on here? Hold on one sec, guys. Okay. Yeah, I think the arcade will be taken over soon. I'll finish off this main mission, maybe do some tapes, and maybe do the Ground Zeroes, or maybe do the Deja Vu mission. Alright. His name is Dr. K.
What do you plan on doing?
He's an Italian man who loves the phantom pain. His name is Dr. K. Doo-doo. He's an Italian man and he loves the phantom pain. I need to think of some different lyrics for that second part.
A POW. That's fine if he has some intel, I guess.
So here we can just pile all these boys on. Oh, he might slide off. Just so we don't need to make multiple trips back here.
Another prisoner. Looks like he's alive.
Whoa, take it easy. One more. That was a nice run.
That's fine if he has some intel, I guess.
That was flawless. Now we have to wait. Somehow it's going to go horribly wrong on this drive down. But no checkpoints at all. Rescued all the prisoners. Missed out on one conversation.
It hurts all over.
I'm really tired and quite rusty. I'm amazed that happened. Okay. We can
Please
call
select a landing zone.
chopper.
Landing zone confirmed.
Oh god. Okay.
Roger that chopper request. It's headed your way now.
There we go. Now, put on your seatbelts. Oh! Ow! What the hell, man? He's gonna fall off the other side, isn't he? There we go. Nice and steady.
Arriving shortly at LZ.
Oh! Oh! Okay, we're good. We're good. That guy is fine. He's fine. Who did I miss? There was one guy I left here. Oh, I know. I know. Oh, I shouldn't have said anything about flawless playthroughs and amazing myself. Oh, no. Fuck it. Ah! Ah! I think my friend is alive. It's okay. Shit. That was a miscalculation. I mean, we're almost there now. I guess we could just run the rest of the way. Ooh, that was a nice throw. Hold on. That looks steady enough. Nah. Give him another throw. There we go. Nice and easy. You know, we might still get an S rank. Although, I don't know, with the kill and the alert, we're still on no checkpoints, and no checkpoints is good. With all the prisoners...
Alright, that leaves Chico.
Oh, Morpho. Did you really think that was it?
Please select a landing zone.
This is Morpho, returning to target marker. This is Morpho, on station at LZ.
Okay, target is in.
Don't do that again.
Please select a landing zone.
What?
This is Morpho, returning to target marker.
Okay, let's drive a little bit closer. We can't drive too close to him, though. Because then the vehicle will piss him off.
Station at LZ.
Okay, are we good? I swear I always park it around up there. And he doesn't usually get pissed, fly away. This is how Pequod got his job.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Oh, pick him up.
Okay, target is in.
Oh, wait, hold on. I saw a circle there. There we go.
Target's inside. Is that it?
Mission info has been updated.
Alright, let's see what rank we got. Hey! We did still get the S. 5K for 0 retries. Oh! Oh yeah, it wasn't a combat alert. I should have just tranked him. Yeah, of course. It wasn't a combat alert. The guy saw the chopper. But he never initiated a combat alert. I guess we ran him over as well before he triggered the alert after noticing us as well. So yeah, the only thing that deducted points from us was the 1 kill, which is just 200 points. And yeah, if you rescue all the prisoners to get all those extra points. You're allowed to take a lot of time. Listen to the medic's voice here. It's Kiefer's voice, but it's pitch altered. One of the hints.
Snake. Snake!
Medic! She's rigged. Damn it, we were set up!
We gotta get it out. No time for anesthetic. We have to open her now.
Hold her down! Hold her down!
Keep her gut in. Breathing stable, no active bleeding. She's clean, I'm closing her up. Hold her steady. It's gotta be a continuous suture.
Control tower, this is Morpho 1. All hummingbirds are on the wing. We'll shake hands, then head back to the cage. Boss, you got a call. Boss, can you hear me?
What's up, Huey?
Our guests are right on time. Document destruction and hangar decontamination are complete. AFVs have been stowed away, and Zeke's on the seafloor along with a nuke. Everyone's got their story straight. The guided tour will be wrapped up by the time you get home.
Make me proud.
By the time they leave, I'll have the IAEA praising us as the poster boys for world peace. Out. Tower, this is Morpho 1. Do you copy? Can't get through. The link seems fine, but...
inspection was nothing but a smokescreen. I heard explosions, then... They played us like a damn fiddle! Give it back! This isn't right, that was ours! We built it, damn it! You spying bitch! Come on, start talking, bitch! Come on, get up and start talking!
Bob, there's...
It's all right, we got it out.
There's another in my...
Your favorite song? Nicolas, Bart, immigrants wrongly executed. But their deaths served as a message to others. That ours is a society that murders the innocent. Do you too believe your sacrifice will change the world?
Alright, fools, stick around. More Ground Zeroes after the credits.
Cypher's been in hiding ever since his grand experiment. No one's seen him in years. All we hear are orders delivered by proxy. Except you. You met with him, face to face, in order to contact Big Boss. Tell me where he is. Where is Cypher? Where is Zero? I've never known choice. Where I was born, the language I speak, I've never had the freedom to choose for myself. But you, right now, are free. Do as you will.
This will save Big Boss.
It may.
Will you really kill Zero for me?
Not for you.
All right. Zero is...
Don't you die on me, damn it! He's dropping! Intubate, now! Clear!
No response. Hit him again!
Clear!
You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, I know. You would like to know how long. I'm afraid it's been 9 years.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Body I've lost. Comrades I've lost. Won't stop hurting.
So who's looking forward to it? Who's buying it day one? I know I am. All right, let's do some more Ground Zeroes shenanigans, shall we? How about a bit of deja vu? And then maybe some tapes, or DRK might be here to take over. Come on, game. Yeah, we're back with Bloodied Snake. And where is the man on the bench opposite of Snake? He's gone. Interesting. All right. I feel like this is taking longer than usual to load. What the hell? I wonder if it takes longer in this version. What is going on? Game, what are you doing? Game. Something's gone wrong here. What is this? Surely something has gone wrong now. Okay, it hasn't. Wow, I was convinced there. What the hell? It doesn't take that long usually. We're playing the quote-unquote definitive edition here, though, which is the Phantom Pain and the Ground Zeroes together. Normally, I play just regular old Ground Zeroes. It doesn't usually take that long to load. That's madness. I gotta stop and listen to the music. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Kept you waiting, huh?
No! It burns! My flesh, it burns! No! That is not Solid Snake! Shadow Swift with the 40 months, thank you.
Boss, I've uploaded some photos to your iDroid. Use them as clues to find the locations they show and recreate the scenes they depict. We're counting on you, Snake. Commence Deja Vu mission.
Stop impersonating him!
Another prisoner. Looks like he's alive. Wait a second. That man.
Hold on. Can't put him in a vehicle, can you? Oh, you can, yeah. I forgot about that. Fuck.
Snake, talk to me! Snake! Snake!
Well, we went down together.
Boss, I've uploaded some photos to your iDroid. Use them as clues to find the locations they show and recreate the scenes they depict. We're counting on you, Snake. Commence Deja Vu mission. Another prisoner.
You know, maybe...
He's dead. It looked like a heart attack.
Let's just leave him in here for now. Rifles, launchers. Yeah, I don't want any of that shit.
A fox.
Hey, what's up, Alejandro?
A fox. A fox. A fox. A fox. A fox. Shadow Moses Island. A remote island off the coast of Alaska. Or not. As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission. Weapons and equipment OSP. This is a top-secret black op.
Now here we get the other Foxhound logo. The classic one from Metal Gear 2. Meryl's tattoo in MGS1.
A fox.
Let's see what we have here. Hand grenade, I'll take that. Kinda looking for some C4. Not sure if you can find C4 in this mission. I can't remember.
Just what I'd expect from the
Mission
legendary
info has
Snake.
been updated.
One thing I will say, Kiefer's delivery of that line does make more sense. Because he's just acknowledging the surveillance camera. In MGS1, Hater goes, a surveillance camera? On a secret military base? I wasn't expecting this.
Just like old times.
What would you know about these old times, Kiefer? You don't know about these old times. You weren't there. Pretending he knows about these old times. You know who would remember those old times though, chat, don't you? David Hayter. He'd remember those old times. He played MGS1. He was an MGS fan, you know. He'd remember those old times.
That's another scene recreated. Nice work.
There were other Easter eggs and little things in the manual, but this online manual doesn't even work anymore. Konami took that down. So we can't look at that shit, unfortunately. What do we have here?
The light on that gun. It's different. That gun's light is an unusual color. I wonder what it's used for.
Kinda looks like Skullface's light, doesn't it? From the intro?
Metal Gear. Solid. Snake's 3D model was made up of 690 polygons. Are you an otaku too?
I really love Robin Atkin Downs in this mission. You get a lot of different impersonations from him. His Meryl impression is unbelievable. Wait till you hear his Meryl impression. You can tell he really had fun with this, you know, and really tried to do his best as well. You can tell he went back and really listened to the characters. Props to Robin Atkin Downs.
It disappeared. I couldn't tell you why, but it looks like that gun's light erased the marking. You see any more of those things around there?
Whoa, that was close. Could just pop this guy in the head. Alright, let's see. It looks like we have another logo over here. What is this? Huh.
Metal Gear... What's that?
Rising.
Metal Gear... Huh? Metal Gear... What? I don't think I remember that one.
Me neither. What is this? This isn't a Metal Gear game, is it?
If you want to finish the mission, head for the goal. If you want to look for those other scenes, go ahead. Metal Gear... something something... Looks like that's nothing special.
Damn, that is fucking brutal, Miller.
What's up? Get down.
That's just mean.
We spotted you. We can't confirm the scene if you're spotted and being pursued by the
Fuck.
enemy. Be careful.
Okay, let's just chill here for a second.
CP, this is Zulu 4. Hostile got out of sight. Searching now. Over. This is CP. Understood. They can't have gotten far. Stay alert. Out.
Boss, get back to the mission.
Of course you can't.
Yes, you recreated
You weren't there, Kiefer, like I said before.
another scene.
Stop pretending like you're remembering these other things. As well. At least he's being honest with us here. This is actually kind of clever. Why does he say I don't remember here? All of these other scenes we're recreating are iconic, memorable moments from MGS1. This thing, however, is the only thing we're recreating that's actually an Easter egg in MGS1. Something that you may not see. So, for a lot of people playing this, they won't remember this. You know, they'll remember all the iconic things. They'll get to this statue and they'll be like, what is this? So, they had the character reflect what a lot of players will be thinking. Which will be a bit of a, you know, it'll give them a good mind fuck. Like, yeah, I don't remember. What the hell is this?
Another prisoner. Looks like he's alive. Wait a second.
What's going on? Akiyama, Sasabe. There's the train stations again.
Functionality has been restored.
Snake, you okay? Fox dies. But the Fox engine came out on top. Thanks, Fox engine.
Thanks, Fox Engine.
What's the security level of your card? Huh. You don't have one?
Alright, now you're about to hear the legendary Meryl impression from the legendary Robin Atkin Downes. Listen to this.
All right, keys.
What? Is that the same person?
That's another scene recreated. Nice work.
Now that's Meryl. That's not Otacon. Otacon's dialogue there is slightly different. And he just sounds exactly like Meryl. Like, he has the huskiness. Doesn't sound like a man at all there. Dade Murphy with the 36 months. Thank you. Let me just check subs and stuff. Holy shit, Airbomb. Did I miss a fucking $34 donation? I swear that wasn't there earlier. This has been happening to me on Streamlabs recently, where like certain resubs and donations just aren't showing up until I refresh. What the hell? Airbomb, are you still there? You're there. Airbomb, thank you for the $34. Yeah, sorry about that. Fucking Streamlabs is a bit of a bitch. Shut up, Rose, Paz, whatever the hell your name is. Yeah, that was like 2 hours ago when I was playing Peace Walker, I guess. Although, wait, no, it could have been during the Ground Zeroes mission when I was carrying Paz. Don't think that was 2 hours ago, though. Anyway, Airbomb, thank you very much. That's a crazy generous donation. Cheers. Alright, what do we have here?
Metal Gear Solid 5. Ground Zeroes. From 2D to 3D. Then voice. And freedom of movement. Facial expressions, too. I guess your face has a few new wrinkles. But I've never seen more emotion expressed through it.
DRK, I did notice the loading. I was wondering what the fuck was going on. I thought the game froze. It took like 2 minutes to load up the Deja Vu mission. I was thinking. I was like, this is the first time I've played this on the definitive edition, quote unquote. I don't know what the hell was going on. Yeah.
Joy and rage, too. What an age we live in, huh, Snake? Wonder what they'll think of next.
The definitive edition, maybe? With extra long loading times, maybe, Kaz?
Good. You erased a marking. Looks like there's more of them. You might be able to erase the markings, but the memories will never disappear. If you want to finish the mission, head for the goal. I've marked it on your map. If you want to look for those other scenes, go ahead. Be careful. There are directional mines around there. Who am I? One of your fans.
Now, this impression isn't the best. What is that accent? That Troy Baker? There are directional mines around there. Fucking Southern Grey Fox.
This is Morpho, arriving shortly at LZ. This is Morpho, on station at LZ.
Metal Gear Solid, Peace Walker. Snake's model was 3,500 polygons. Kazuhira, it's Japanese for peace.
There we go. There's another one.
Recreate the scenes shown in those mystery photographs. You can check the photos using your iDroid. Snow in Cuba? No, this must be the Snow 9 pollen.
Snatcher reference.
Night vision goggles illuminate the area in front of you in near infrared and display any nearby heat sources. They'll reveal a lot you couldn't see with the naked eye. Snake, need to save? Oh wait, it's autosave this time around. So, you like adventure games? I can read you like an open book. Recreate the scenes shown in those mystery photographs. You can check the photos using your iDroid. I'd say he's having a tough time in there. I don't think I remember that one. Back then, Snake was just 16 by 32 pixels and only 4 colors. Miller here. Be careful not to let the enemy detect you. Over.
I love the cats for that as well.
Keep it up.
Take him out. Ooh, there's another dude there. I don't remember him being there. I've never played Metal Gear Touch. No. Is Metal Gear Touch the one where it's kind of like MGS4? It's like a sort of Time Crisis MGS4 deal. I think that's just Metal Gear Mobile. I remember seeing like a mobile MGS4 where they have like pre-rendered backgrounds of the screens in 4, like in Act 1. Metal Gear Solid Touch is based... Oh, so it is that one. Yeah, I guess it is that one.
Metal Gear 2. Solid Snake. Snake was 16 by 32 pixels and 8 colors. When making decisions on the battlefield, there's no single right answer. Just trust your own judgment. Over and out. That one disappeared too. Huh. There's still more to go.
Hold on. One sec, guys.
Where could the next one be?
Guess we'll just leave him there. I think we're safe. Hey.
Metal Gear Solid 2. Sons of Liberty. Snake's model was 3,800 polygons. Find something to believe in, and find it for yourself. And when you do, pass it on to the future. Nice work.
Alright, now we have a close second place to the Meryl impression coming up. I'm not sure if you've heard this one before, but we're about to hear Miller's The Boss impression.
Metal Gear Solid 3. Snake Eater. Snake's model was 4,800 polygons. Let's make this the greatest 10 minutes of our lives.
Let's hear that again.
Metal Gear Solid 3. Snake Eater. Snake's model was 4,800 polygons. Let's make this the greatest 10 minutes of our lives. Another one gone. That's the last. Not yet, Snake! It's not over yet!
Pretty good. A little bit too cockney, though. Pretty good.
Metal Gear Solid 4. Guns of the Patriots. Snake's model was 14,000 polygons. I have you. You did it. You erased all the markings. But every one of them will always be with you. You seem to be a fan of Hideo Kojima games.
Thank you for all your support.
No problem. Anytime.
Shining light does nothing, huh?
Here we have missing logo. Lots of people theorized about this mission perhaps tying into Kojima's departure from Konami, and it was him kind of commenting on it. I'm not really sure how I feel about that. It wouldn't be uncharacteristic for Kojima to do something like that. But I'm still not so sure. PT makes me question it. Because PT was released after this. And if he thought that he'd have plans, if he thought that he was going to be making Silent Hills after the Phantom Pain, that was going to be a project that was going to take years, and he'd have to think that he'd be in the company for another few years. But then there's also theories that PT was also a commentary on what was going on, and I think that theory is actually kind of interesting. I don't know. I don't really know what to think.
Kojima Productions. The tank. Its hatch is open. Somebody's inside. In the photo, the soldier in the tank was slumped out of the hatch.
Is that gonna land? Nope.
CP, this is Zulu 7. Heard an explosion. Location unclear. Over.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm blind. Oh, did I fuck it up? Hold on. Let me get closer to my screen here. The light is shining in and I can't really see too well. Hey! We got it.
Yes, you recreated another scene.
Can you even play PT anymore? You can if you own it. You can't get it on the store anymore. But if you already had it downloaded, you can. I think there might actually be another way to get it. But I'm not sure. I should probably do another little playthrough of that one of these days. Still up there? Huh. Probably gonna get caught here. I don't know where I'm facing.
Great.
Oh my god.
Recreated every scene. Now head for the goal. You can check its location on your iDroid.
Somehow got away with that. Yeah, I've streamed PT before. I'm a really big Silent Hill fan as well. Metal Gear and Silent Hill are like two of my top favorite series.
Those mice are Alaskan field mice. No. No, they're not.
Master, are you feeling okay?
Mission complete. Phew, at least you made it out in one piece.
If you want to watch me play Silent Hill games, follow my solo channel. I don't do them too often, but I try to do a series playthrough once or twice every year. So give me a follow over there if you want. Twitch.tv/3dog. Alright, so I think I'm going to hand over to DRK next. We do have a little quiz coming up.
Not yet, Snake! It's not over yet!
Impressive work, Snake. Mission complete is not what I'm here to say. Believe it or not, the real mission starts here.
Huh? This is not Master Miller. Snake, you're too late. It's me, dear brother.
I'm gonna ask you some questions about Metal Gear Solid 1. If you answer all of them correctly, then and only then do you truly clear this mission. However, don't expect anything in return. Your warrior's pride is riding on this.
Huh? You didn't think you made it this far by yourself, did you? But you'll have to solve the rest of this riddle yourself.
These questions will test your knowledge of the original Metal Gear Solid from 1998. The difficulty level is hard. Get just one question wrong, and the mission is over.
There are no continues, my friend. Don't even think about looking up the answers online, or I'll know.
Ready?
No.
Here we go. Snake!
Question?
What did Snake call Otacon's love for a certain female character? Stockholm Syndrome, Nightingale Syndrome, Kessler Syndrome, Metabolic Syndrome, or Gulf War Syndrome? Why, Gulf War Syndrome, of course. Liquid talks about it at the end. No. Stockholm Syndrome.
Correct. Question?
When Otacon visited Snake at his cell after he was captured, he gave him Sniper Wolf's handkerchief, rations, ketchup, and which level of security card? Level 2, 3, 6, 10, Infinity? Well, all that stuff happens late enough into the game, right? So it's probably not level 2. Probably not level 3. Level 6, I would say.
Correct. Question?
Which boss character was not a member of the newly formed Foxhound unit? Meryl. Vulcan Raven. Decoy Octopus, Cyborg Ninja, Revolver Ocelot.
Correct. Question.
What was the name of the studio later renamed to Kojima Productions that developed MGS1? KCE Tokyo, KCE Osaka, KCE Japan, Konami Technology Development Center, R&D Department 5.
Correct.
KCE Japan.
You're pretty good.
Question.
In MGS1, who did Otacon fall in love with? Come on, man. How is this a hard mode question? What the fuck? Naomi Hunter, Meryl, Mei Ling, Nastasha Romanenko, Sniper Wolf.
Correct.
Question.
Johnny Sasaki ended up unconscious and unclothed outside the holding cells. In the Japanese version, he wore boxer shorts to hide his private parts. How were they hidden in Western versions of the game? Different pose, pixelization, covered with his hands, different camera angle, or covered with a straw. I like how you can apply all of the other ones to MGS2. Pixelization.
Correct. I'm glad you remember. Question.
Snake attempted to give Meryl a handgun of which caliber? 25, 44, 8mm, 45, or a 38? 45, of course.
Correct. Question.
After escaping the base, Snake and Meryl encountered a family of which animal? Buffalo, seal, polar bear, caribou, penguin? To the Aleutians, the caribou is a symbol of life.
Correct. You've got quite a memory. If you think you'll get the answer out of me, forget it. There isn't even any sodium pentothal here. Question.
In total, how many prototypes were made of the stealth camouflage Otacon developed? 2, 3, 5, 8, none? If you take away the one I'm wearing, that leaves 4. Hey, this isn't first grade math class.
Correct. Now for the final question. Let's finish this. Have at you, Snake. Question.
What did the PAL and PAL key signify? Peripheral abstraction layer, protect and lock, palladium, personal adaptive line, permissive action link. Permissive action link.
Correct. Most impressive. All correct. Excellent job. But there are no more special bonuses, which makes me wonder. Why are you here then? Why do you continue to answer questions while your memory betrays you? You enjoy taking quizzes. That's why. And I like giving them. Thank you. Fox!
Engine! Otacon is a registered trademark of Otacorp, Inc.
So the man does live up to the legend. You're pretty good. Just what I'd expect from the man with the same code as the boss.
All right. All right. I think we're going to switch streamers. Let me just check and make sure DRK is ready. He's ready. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. It was a fun session. I hope you enjoyed my session with Peace Walker and Ground Zeroes. We had some fun. I'll be back later to continue the Phantom Pain. DRK will finish off Ground Zeroes. He'll start off the Phantom Pain. Yeah. Thanks for everything, guys. All the subs, resubs, crazy donations, everything. Thanks for being here, enjoying this marathon. It's been a lot of fun so far. We're nearly at the end. And, yeah. Let's see. Let me just make sure one more time I've caught up with subs. Dizcan, the 57, Kenzie, Dade, Shadow. Yeah, I think I'm up to date. Yeah, guys, the stream shouldn't go down. Hopefully we'll just get a smooth transition like we usually do. At worst, the stream will go offline for a few seconds and maybe you'll have to refresh. But yeah, don't go anywhere. The stream will be back up with DRK, and he'll continue from where I'm leaving off. Till next time, everyone. I'll see you soon. Peace.
Hello? Okay, works now. There's something going on with my mic. Just give me a second, guys. Go back to Baron's ears here. Actually, I need to do a couple more things. Because I need to make sure my PS4 is online as well. Which right now it's acting up as well. Oh, you're gonna hear background noise right now because the RTX voice isn't on. That's why it's acting up. Alright, RTX on. Shouldn't be any more background noise. Now hopefully the PS4 is online. Yeah, isn't that just amazing timing? I get to start MGS 5. I'm actually kind of happy. Because I've been thinking about this. People need to know. People need to see things. And the beginning really is... Well, I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest. But whatever. Yeah, no, my connection settings seem to be all over the place. Give me a second. But hey, at least there was an okay transition, I think, between streams. Let's try that again. Lucifer Morningstar, the 100 bits. Thank you. I'm not sure why my PS4 doesn't want to connect properly. I don't know. It's kind of annoying. Anyway, I think this was like the first time that I managed to actually sleep somewhat properly during this marathon. Because let me tell you guys a story. In order for us to do this, we need to, like, my voice probably sounds pretty rough right now. But, you know, we do like 12, 15-hour shifts. But the thing is, I'm usually tired as shit by the time my shift is over, so I go to bed, sleep maybe 4, 6 hours, usually 4 hours. And so that's just 4 hours into Three Dogs shift, right? That means the remaining 8 hours I'm already up. And the challenge is to somehow sleep again within those 8 hours so that I can be well rested when Three Dogs shifts is up. And I usually only sleep like once. This time I managed to sleep more or less twice. Nah, it sucks. Coordinating with just 2 people doing this. We used to do this with 3 people, but even then, it just sucks as a whole because the sleep time is not the same as playing time at all. And there's also the matter of how long it takes to fall asleep. So, okay, so my stupid PS4 is not going online. I really want to fix this right now. Why? Why would you do this? I'll give it another little bit. Gotta hide my Wi-Fi password just in case somebody's sitting out my window watching the stream, you know? Come on. We might be okay now. Let's see. 'Cause all I really need the internet for is to, you know, at one point we'll be connecting to Konami servers to sell our souls to Konami TOS. Okay, it's good. Alright. We're in business. It's just that starting this version automatically puts you at Phantom Pain right now. So I'm going to switch back to Ground Zeroes, do the rest of the stuff. I'm kind of... I don't know if I would do the side ops before the story mission tapes, because apparently Three Dog hasn't done those tapes yet. So we have to go through the Chico tapes and Skullface tape as well. Alright, sorry about that, guys. The definitive edition is so definitive that whenever you're trying to load Ground Zeroes data, since it's all one big bundle, it has to scan through the entirety of the Phantom Pain data as well. So you get increased loading times each time, almost every time there's loading. The first time you start something. So, great. I gotta say, okay, I'm just going back to Ground Zeroes here. Alright, that never happened. Let's see what else is acting up today, because it feels like Streamlabs is also acting up. Because we got no subs at the top whatsoever. Excuse me. That's kind of weird. I mean, obviously somebody subbed at one point. Somebody should be the last sub, but there's nothing. Man, it's just one of those days, isn't it? Let me see what's going on. Snake 1082 was up for 3 months. Thank you. I wish that would show up. Okay, right now we don't need to go online whatsoever. Unless you want to add lag to your single player experience. Yeah, that's really rather annoying. Like the text file thing doesn't give a crap. It's not updating. Hey, we got a new sub from Blumsky. Thank you so much for choosing to support the channel. Why? Yeah, it's not updating. Come on. Well, oh, there you go. It fixed itself. The Three Dog did the main mission and the Deja Vu mission. So let's see. I guess we'll just do each mission once. We'll do the tapes again, or not again, but as well. But usually I like to do the main mission and the main mission tapes right away, but that's okay. So we're actually gonna do all the Chico tapes now, and then this is Skullface. Alright, let's do these, and can't really see how Skullface is somewhat of an effective villain in these tapes. All the fucked up shit that he puts Chico and Paz through. It really makes you wonder what the hell happened after that, but whatever. These are some pretty good tapes right here. Let's do it.
I made it ashore. I'm in Cuba. Security looks lighter than I thought. I wonder where Paz is. It's dark, but there are soldiers everywhere. Lots of choppers coming and going. Those lights are so bright. Time to get moving. I got close to the fence to see if I could spot her. They had a guard posted, so I got out of there. Guess security's not so light after all. I'm coming, Paz. I'm okay. I'm okay. I think I found her. It's gotta be Paz. No, no, no. They're looking for me.
Enough! Quit that struggle! Got him secured. It's a kid.
I got caught. I'm in a cage. Give me back my recorder. At least whoever finds this will know what happened. They're holding others here too. Still no sign of Paz. Paz?
Chico. Don't touch me, you son of a bitch!
She looks weak. We need her alive. Yes, sir.
Paz,
Huh?
you're back early today.
Early?
And the sun is still up.
See.
Yeah.
Chico,
Yes?
let us not do this, okay?
Huh?
I do not think I want to talk to you.
But I came here to...
Just be quiet, or I'll scream.
What the... I don't get it. Bus!
On your feet.
Okay.
You've got company. Does it hurt? Talk. Talk! You can speak, can't you? Then talk.
Okay. Okay.
Good boy. Your boss and I go way back. Don't count on him coming to rescue you. If you're a real soldier, you'll find your own way out. But don't bother trying to escape. Let's say you get lucky, and you don't look very lucky. And by some miracle, you get out of your cage. Let's even say you're able to elude the guards. Then what? The nearest Cuban border is 4 miles to the east. 4 miles of barren, America-controlled soil. Think you'd make it? You wouldn't get any help from the Cubans. And the border's a mess of live minefields. Think you'd make it through that? With your girlfriend in tow? If you were that lucky, you wouldn't even be here right now. But don't lose hope. There's another way out, for both you and the girl. This way is much simpler. I ask, you answer. Easy, right? Just tell me what you know.
You're dumber than you look. Wasting your time torturing kids.
Tell me about your base.
Chico.
Well,
Chico!
Hit me! Again!
Trying to impress the girl, little man? How cute. All right. Let's try something else.
Stop it!
She'll get what she deserves. We were comrades once. But she betrayed us. Deception and deceit. What better proof she's a real woman? Show him.
Do you realize what you're doing? Cypher is watching. Let go of me! You will be next. Your hideous face will...
Repulsive, isn't it? Look. Look carefully. Watch out when you grow up, boy. This is the kind of woman you'll want to avoid. Of course, scars like those make it rather difficult to lead a normal life. I should know. Continue. Talk, and you both go free.
Chico! No! Don't!
Only you can stop this.
Don't talk! Chico! Please! No!
Paz. Why?
Move. Get up.
Huh?
You heard me. Do you like what you see? I said, do you like what you see? It's like fruit. Does she look sweet or sour? A man has to know these things. Time for a taste test. Either you take her now, or you're strung up next.
Don't worry, Chico.
No. No.
It's okay. Chico, you won't hurt me.
I don't.
Get on with it.
I can't.
Chico.
No.
Come on.
Out at sea? Staff of 300? But usually there's... Zeke.
See? That wasn't so hard.
You got what you wanted. Are you satisfied?
We're halfway there.
Chico? Chico?
Thought you didn't want to talk to me.
There's one thing I want to say.
What?
I missed you, Chico.
Yeah.
Come here.
Huh?
Closer.
No.
Sorry.
Enough already.
You want to do it here?
Come on, Buzz, talk! Please, Buzz, I'm doing this for you!
Coward!
How can you say that?
Traitor!
Don't make me mad! You're only making things worse!
Take him back to his cage.
What did I do?
Бегите, как от себя.
Give it back! Give it back!
Enough. She's no good to us dead.
Can I have it back?
We've decided to let her go.
So... she talked. Told her she should have just gotten it over with.
She's going back to your boss. But only her.
Huh?
Those were the terms. She said to leave you here. I suppose she doesn't much care for you anymore.
That bitch.
Now, you've got quite a problem on your hands. When she gets back, what will she say? That you talked? Sold out your comrades? Your family? You're finished.
You mean I can't go home?
There's very little I can do for you. And I still have need of your services.
Huh?
You're going to call your boss for help. We'll make a recording, play it across public frequency bands.
To bring him here? Yeah, right. Do you expect me to trust you? I'll never help you!
Perhaps. But if you did, I wouldn't mind looking the other way if he did come for you. Take some guards off duty, let you quietly slip away. But you wouldn't want the girl leaving here alive. She'd have to be eliminated before he came. There's no other way. I'll leave you to think it over. Chico, growing up means choosing how you're going to live your life.
Snake, it's Chico. I need your help. Cypher's holding me on a U.S. military base in Cuba. Paz is here too. We're at the prison area on the coast. There are some cages to the east of a big building. East an old, grassy facility. That's where we are. Help me, Snake.
Don't do it.
Kids are natural, don't you think? What do you think Big Boss will do? He'll know it's a trap, but he'll come anyway. That's the kind of man he is.
Don't.
Thanks to your report, a nuclear inspection team's being sent to their base. The scientist was our way in. It all ends soon, exactly as I've planned. All thanks to you.
Cypher would never.
Yes, Cypher will surely mourn his death. I'll have no choice but to distance myself from the group. And then they'll eliminate you. No one will be left. Think about that. Big Boss or Cypher. You can only save one.
I will never talk.
I don't expect you to believe me. The question is, which of the two would you like to give a shot at survival?
What I would like is to kill you.
The feeling is mutual. But we are secret agents. Restraint is a virtue. Your favorite song. Nicola, Bart, immigrants wrongly executed. But their deaths served as a message to others. That ours is a society that murders the innocent. Do you too believe your sacrifice will change the world? If so, the time is now. Cypher's been in hiding ever since his grand experiment. No one's seen him in years. All we hear are orders delivered by proxy. Except you. You met with him, face to face, in order to contact Big Boss. Tell me where he is. Where is Cypher? Where is Zero? I've never known choice. Where I was born, the language I speak. I've never had the freedom to choose for myself. But you, right now, are free. Do as you will.
This will save Big Boss.
It may.
Will you really kill Zero for me?
Not for you.
All right. Zero is...
Give her the shot already! Hold her still.
Prep the package.
She's all closed up.
Timer set for your instructions. We can't have her waking up or dying on us.
I gave her a transfusion, a nutrient cocktail, and an anesthetic.
How long does she have?
24 hours, same as her cargo. She won't last much longer than that. To make room for the bomb, I removed organs she won't need.
Almost there. Now for the second one. In a place they'd never look. Hang her up. you shall not see triumph. You've been most helpful, and I have one last use for you. To you I give a magnificent end, but an end nonetheless. The final moment is yours.
We heard from the advance team. Everything's right on schedule. The C4 has been planted on the legs. Strike team and decoy team are in position. And we have confirmation that Big Boss's chopper is lifted off.
A shame I won't see him. But at least I'll get a look at his body. Time for us to move out too. But first, let's stop by and see the boy. I want Big Boss to hear his little diary. Hopefully, he's still a good listener. Give this to the boy as a reward, and a memento. Make copies.
Yes, sir.
First Big Boss, then Zero. Liberation is at hand.
Chico, I am borrowing your recorder. I hope you do not mind. I know it hurts right now, but it will all be over soon. Just thinking that helps keep the pain away. Chico, I would do anything to get you out of here. It is funny. I have never helped anyone else before. Only Cypher. That is the truth. I never imagined you would come for me. I was not very nice at first, I know. But I did not mean it. I was afraid they would try to use you somehow. But to be honest, having you with me here put my mind at ease. I hope that does not sound selfish. I thought I would never make it. But together, I think we can. I'm watching you sleep as I record this. You have made me believe that I will make it out of here. And that no matter what happens, it will not be the end for me. Thank you, Chico.
You know what's really unfortunate? Not only people didn't play or care for Peace Walker much in the West, a lot of people haven't even touched Ground Zeroes because of the memes around it. Oh, it's just a demo. Oh, $40, 1 hour game, or whatever. So I feel that the majority of the MGS5 so-called fan base out there probably just picked up the Phantom Pain and played the hell out of it, maybe. Or maybe played it once, doesn't matter. How long you played Phantom Pain for, because you will not find anything like this in it. So, Peace Walker is too obscure, and I feel like these tapes are also too obscure because of that. But here, holy shit, we can see how effective of a villain Skullface is. He successfully breaks both of them. Okay, dude, man, I know what your stance is. If you have a problem with my streams, just leave. Like, seriously. These people who like to talk behind my back when they think I'm not watching because 3Dog is streaming, and then just post salt emotes while I'm talking about completely true facts about these games. Anyway, to Camp Omega with you. So what I was saying, fuck, interrupt my train of thought too. What was I saying? You will not find anything like this in the Phantom Pain. Skullface actually breaks both of them, physically and mentally. You can see throughout these tapes that he successfully turns Chico against Paz, successfully gets Chico to give up information about Mother Base, successfully gets Chico to set up a trap for Big Boss, like that distress signal that you get at the beginning and where the main mission comes from in Ground Zeroes. They already knew was a trap. This is what leads up to it. And through a series of extremely fucked up events, he successfully Skullface successfully entraps Chico in a situation in which he's forced to give up either Paz or Big Boss, and Paz herself, of course, is completely deluded, in which she thinks she can still get out. She thinks she can still be saved, even though, you know, she's basically dead. She has no organs left for 24 hours. Yeah, to be able to live another 24 hours, barely. So turns them against each other, even without mentioning the whole rape thing, obviously. But this, along with the increased, the darker tone and realism, really. I don't know whether it's intended or not. Probably was to some degree. Ground Zeroes. Ground Zeroes is the most realistic Metal Gear game there is. You know how Camp Omega is very heavily based on Guantanamo Bay, X-Ray Camp, and stuff like that. If you Google a couple things, they're basically identical. Yes, I'm saying something positive about it, so obviously it's my favorite. Fucking Twitch logic. I'm saying something negative about something, I fucking hate it. Yes, it's like there's no in between. Shut up, please. Ground Zeroes sets the mood for, you know, how serious it is, how realistic it is, how fucked up and effective of a villain Skullface is. And I feel like a lot of people don't even know him, because the chances are that you haven't played Ground Zeroes, you haven't bought it back in the day. If you have, you haven't listened to these tapes, because who wants to sit down and listen to tapes for 30 minutes, right? And even then, who the fuck cares about these characters? I haven't played Peace Walker anyway. But I think that's the vast majority of people out there. So it's really, really quite unfortunate. People haven't played Peace Walker, people haven't played Ground Zeroes, and if they have, they haven't listened to these tapes. And then, with all of this in mind, moving on to the Phantom Pain, it's just insane. I don't understand what happened. The seriousness, the tone, the events, the characters completely altered for a joke. Like Skullface is a fucking clown in the Phantom Pain. He's completely useless. He dies like an idiot. His plan doesn't make any sense, and all he does is repeat, like, I don't know, cliche villain lines that lead to nothing. And Like, what happened? I don't know, but Ground Zeroes does a great job of establishing Skullface as an interesting villain. You just can't wait to see what he's gonna do next. But yeah, after these tapes is when Skullface walks out, gives Chico his cassette player back, or recorder back, and then the main mission happens. And by then, they're already broken. Chico has been forced to lead Big Boss into a trap. Paz is deluded into thinking she'll be saved when she's dying. She has 24 hours left to live. And then, of course, the whole thing with destroying Mother Base. You'd think that Big Boss would give a fuck. Not really. Speaking of which, let's do the other tape. This is the background. Skullface's background. You don't see the difference between Ground Zeroes, Phantom Pain, Skullface. Okay. I mean, whatever. If you think that the darker tone and seriousness and effectiveness of Skullface here somehow translates into the Phantom Pain, then give me your copy of the game, because obviously I played the wrong one.
That's something they could never understand. You've done your part. You told us plenty. You've known the pain of ages. And even now you think, as any person would, that this can't be happening. Is it education? Morals? Faith? Just the imprint of a lifetime of stories? Face to face with oblivion, which is where you are, and you still think that help is coming. The world you were born into is made to save you. Isn't that right? Of course it is. Everyone knows that. Until your last breath, you know it. Without the slightest chance or reason left to them, humans are capable of hope. I'm no different. But for one thing, when my time came calling, I didn't die. My family died, my country died, but they didn't take me with them. All hell took from me was this skin, this outer peel that marked me human. My village had an oilseed field and a fine factory. Every day, my friends and I would see our parents at work in that factory. That's all I had, all the world I knew. Then one day, aircraft came droning in from some far-off sky. The factory was bombed. Some spies had told them we were making weapons. The building burned. We tried to flee outside. The crowd blocked the exit. The crowd of people. Hot. So hot. I tried to push through their legs and get ahead, but a boot in my stomach put me on the ground. The smoke of them burning filled me up. I heard my name called, but not for long. At the infirmary they carried me to, a nurse in the corridor saw me and remarked, as if it happened every day, they should let the poor thing die. Those are the only words of my mother tongue I remember. It was the language of my village. Until foreign troops invaded. Then the last identity I had left, the words I spoke, were pulled from me. My skin would never feel anything again. This face would be burned again, in torture, at foreign hands. But I still writhe in that burning factory, doused in scalding rapeseed oil. That's all I have to feel, that pain. All I have to remind me I exist here. Those spies reported well. We made weapons, all right. As cartloads of rifles came in from the battlefields, we fixed them up and sent them back out. So our country could win. Or rather, so that little world we knew could continue. I came to realize I mustn't die. I'm their last hope. All those who perished and left me here. I have to accomplish something. If I don't, their will be swept out of this world. So, do you see me now? Tell me, what do you see? You have eyes. What do your eyes see? Yes, that's right. You see a skull face. You see me. This skull is who I am. My mark, my proof of humanity. I have no country, no language, I have no face. But I haven't lost my skull. So I told myself, the pain and effort that keep me alive will never know relief, never bear fruit, never be repaid. I know that, but I told myself to focus on some hope, a non-existent hope, to guide me through this burning world. A hope. Call it a dream. A melancholic delusion. As the pressures within me stretch me to bursting, and I force myself not to cry out, though the words I thought were carved into me are gone, and all I knew is dead. I know how you feel. I've felt that. So show me that I'm not the only one. That you too can return to this world for revenge. Do you see me? Don't die. Don't die.
We got a 2 months research from Lacroman, thank you. Also a bunch of bits from Furious during the tapes. Thank you. That was 400 and 115 from Marisa TV. Alright, thank you guys. So how do I think Skullface and Phantom Pain is different than Skullface and Gremlin's Ears? Let's just go with the facts. I'll just quickly repeat myself here just in case somebody somehow missed all these tapes. In Gremlin's Ears, we don't know Skullface's origins or motives. All we know is that he wants to absolutely fucking obliterate Big Boss and Mother Base, and he wants to get information out of Chico and Paz because of that. To do that. And so he does successfully throughout these tapes, with some very fucked up actions and very effective psychological warfare, breaks them both physically, mentally, lures Big Boss into a trap, puts Chico in a position where he has no choice but to lure Big Boss into a trap, turns Chico against Paz, makes Paz deluded into thinking she'll be saved when she's not, and ultimately achieves his goal to find Mother Base and destroy it. Versus in the Phantom Pain, Skullface, his actions are extremely smart, such as, let's see, number one, using a power that he doesn't understand, and then getting killed by it, He uses Mantis' powers to move Vulcan and then later to move Silanthropus without quite understanding how it works and how it's taken away from him, and eventually leads to him dying. Also, his plan of making more Metal Gears and selling them would never have worked, because the only way Silanthropus even works is because of Mantis moving it. Silanthropus is a dead chunk of metal that doesn't do anything. He has genius plans such as, sending Zero a pin, hoping that he will prick his finger with it. And then, which I guess he does, so maybe he is smarter than us all, I don't know. Then, maintains the factory, what do they call it? Factory of the dead, in Zoya Badiabulu. In an absolutely shitty way, where the means for him to create the kind of parasites that he wants only yields like nothing, which, by the way, goes nowhere. Again, except for Quiet, I guess. But let's not get into Quiet, because. And then, perhaps the most telling scene for me is the scene where he appears when you get Huey out, and Skullface appears with Silanthropus. All you gotta see is that all you need to know is the landing animation sound effects, the landing of Skullface and Silanthropus in that scene. That tells you everything that you need to know about the mood and the character and the way he's set up. I think the closest that Skullface comes to Ground Zero's Skullface is the tapes where he trolls the fuck out of Botalker. I guess that's technically in between, like probably pretty early or right before the main story, in Phantom Pain. So maybe he still hasn't put his mask on, because that's the other thing. He has this mask in the Phantom Pain, where my suspicion is it restricts the blood flow to his brain, so he turns into a fucking idiot as soon as he puts the mask on. And yeah, then you have the Who meme, of course. So, like, Skullface's plan goes fucking nowhere to have Eli's plan take, its place as the main event that happens in the story with Silanthropus. And we all know how that ended up, so yeah, Skullface's entire existence is a fucking waste, essentially. But if you spend any number of time playing Ground Zeroes and, listening to the tapes and looking at the environment and the sound direction, everything, and the gameplay, and explore maybe the map, and you just get the feeling of how serious and darker. Same thing goes with the reduced HUD choice. They made this choice to sort of hide most of the information on screen to make it less gamey in a way, make it more serious. Same thing with because Ground Zeroes, you gotta understand, a lot of people maybe not coming from the rest of the series into Ground Zeroes wouldn't notice this, but Ground Zeroes was kind of a reboot of the series. In a way. Somebody who's been playing Metal Gear games for ages will definitely feel the difference when stepping into Ground Zeroes. It reinvented the characters, it reinvented the mood, it reinvented the controls, it reinvented the gameplay, it reinvented the environment, it reinvented a lot of things. But in a very interesting way. I was okay with the darker tone overall. You know, seeing that it would maybe lead to something, I guess was my mistake. Honestly, with the exception of Kiefer's presence, I'm pretty okay with Ground Zeroes. It's a pretty good experience. It's just sad because underappreciated, memed as a demo. People don't care or know about the characters because Peace Walker wasn't appreciated as much. And then, you know, also the shooting. I already talked about this a little bit. The gameplay was reinvented and everything, but it goes with the overall tone. I think that they made shooting much harder, much more realistic. Later, the Phantom Pain comes out, and either they decided to undo all of that, or maybe Ground Zeroes wasn't quite as... I mean, it definitely isn't quite as polished in gameplay, because unfortunately, from the technical side of things, Ground Zeroes is a fucking nightmare with the engine. It's much, much worse than the Phantom Pain with certain inconsistencies and certain, mainly the way the environment loads around the player. But let's not get into that. One thing that's also different is the shooting mechanics and the bullet drop with the handgun and everything. I also thought that fit into the more serious, darker, and realistic tone. Ground Zeroes actually quite interesting. How it's one of the closest things I've ever experienced in a game to actually shooting a handgun in real life, which is an entire exercise in a lot of factors. Like, a lot of people think it's just pulling the trigger. No. There's so many factors that need to align completely and consistently, and Ground Zeroes does a pretty good job at slowing the player down and to thinking each time you're shooting, which is how it is. So I thought that fit well into all of that, but then Phantom Pain is like, lol, nope. They almost completely removed that. So I don't know. I don't know if it's an intentional thing or just incomplete gameplay aspect thing, but it's there. And of course, Ground Zeroes retains the extra silliness that you get besides the main story. With all of these side ops, yes, they might just only have one area, but these are the most varied side ops you'll ever get on MGS5. These are all different nature missions with different things to do, and each with its own, like unique dialogue, unique tape, unique something about them, which was more or less the case in Phantom Pain. It was more or less the case in Peace Walker as well, where each variety of side op would have its own tape to it, would have its own description of the objectives and all that kind of stuff, and content of the characters acknowledging what's going on. Because Peace Walker has a lot of different variety of side ops. There isn't just, go there, Fulton that. Yeah, obviously there's Fulton missions, but if you spend any sort of time, and I know this is a stretch because people apparently don't fucking play Peace Walker in the West. If you spend any sort of time bothering with Peace Walker's side ops, you'll see that they have a lot of little different things to do in them, even more so than in the Phantom Pain. And that's what kind of I'm reminded of in Ground Zeroes, with all these different objectives and different dialogue in each mission, even though they're side ops. So, like, for example, in Peace Walker, you have a bunch of Fulton missions, yes, but then you have like things that fit into the story, like missions that you can't do with Snake. You can only do with certain other characters because they're influenced by Snake's actions. like defending Snake while he's fighting Peace Walker, or retrieving a soldier that Snake knocked out, or the silly things like Puyan, which are entirely different. The silly things like the ghost missions, ghost photography, or even enemy photography, or obviously there's the Monster Hunter missions. Obviously there's a lot of vehicle missions which have their own mechanics. Each of them are a little different, even though people don't seem to realize that. What else is there? There's target practice. There's only 2 mine clearing missions in Peace Walker, and if a mine goes off for any reason during one of those missions, it's a game over, as it should be. There's a lot more than just go there and Fulton this dude and you're done. I'm probably forgetting some sort of other variety of side op that's in there, but yeah. So these are welcome. They're silly and they change things, but they have content put to them. They have their own recorded lines, they have their own unique objectives and gameplay. As opposed to the side ops in Phantom Pain, which you can tell they literally just fired up that editor. They made the mistake of showing people how easy it is to make a mission. And completely anonymously, no dialogue, no introduction, no context. They just show up there in your mission list and you do them and nothing fucking changes. So it's a whole different story than side ops in Peace Walker and Phantom Pain. I keep saying the Phantom Pain. I mean in Peace Walker and Ground Zeroes. Anyway, let's do some of that nonsense. Trying to think what else I'm forgetting. Yeah. Hey, we got 10 gift subs from Stamphoot. Stamphoot. Thank you.
Boss, we got an urgent request to investigate unusual activity at the U.S. Naval facility in Cuba. According to our man in the CIA, they lost all contact with the base shortly after a Soviet commuter jet crashed into the coast nearby. But the strange thing is that when comms were restored 24 hours later, the only message received was conditions normal, and that was it. The plane's at the bottom of the ocean now, but before it sank, something escaped the wreckage and made it to shore. The Pentagon's assessment jives with the intel from our on-site informant. Signs indicate that the base has been taken over by some unknown entity. Intelligent beings that attack people and steal their identities. That's right, boss. Body snatchers.
The Snatcher Rising.
To exterminate any and
Russell.
all snatchers occupying the site. Now I know what you're thinking. Legendary hero or not, these things aren't exactly your jurisdiction. But we've got a secret weapon. A man from another world. A dark, distant future. A man made into a war machine with no human body for those bastards to snatch. As payment, all we need to do is hand over the XOF badges you've gathered on your missions.
But fuck, do you see how this mission has work done to it? There's characters and they're moving and they're doing things and there's dialogue and there's music and there's events about it. It makes me so fucking mad. This mission has more events happening than 90% of the so-called main ops in the Phantom Pain, just by this little intro alone. It's infuriating.
Remember, most of those Marines down there are nothing but snatchers inhabiting human bodies. I wouldn't expect to find many survivors.
Big Boss giving Raiden his sword. And Never thought I'd see that happen. Sorry, I didn't program that.
Eliminate any and all Snatchers occupying the Cuban naval base and prison camp. There's no telling what'll happen to the world if you lose. The fate of the human race is in your hands, Raiden.
Alright, let's do this. Normally you're supposed to figure out which ones are human, which ones are Snatchers, but I already know that.
These Snatchers are posing as Marines.
Gotta go fast.
Someone's there.
This guy's human.
Marking him. Is he human or one of them? Feel him out.
This guy's a Snatcher.
No mistake, that's a Snatcher. Eliminate it.
This guy too.
What are those things? Take care of the...
Nope.
Nice work.
Oh,
Take care
man.
of the next one.
That take care of the next one was reused in Phantom Pain for Skullface's fucking... or Code Talker, rather. Oh, come on.
He's not a Snatcher. But still, there's something not quite right about him. Interrogate him.
Take the camera
Find out
out.
what he knows.
Nah, we don't need to do that. And now we have a little bit of time to put on some music. Maybe just barely. Please don't lag. Please. Please, no. Okay. Damn, that was close. I think this guy's a Snatcher. This guy is human. Can't seem to hit him though. Come on. Oh shit! I mixed them up. Okay, the right one is human and the left one is a Snatcher. Oops. I accidentally the whole thing. Fuck, I almost mixed them up. Okay. Now let's do it properly. Raiden is not a killer, as you know. Totally. God damn it.
I've sent the targets for
It's hard to remember. That card is always there.
eliminate this.
Those two guys are always close to each other.
He's not a Snatcher. Still,
Nope.
there's something not quite right about him. Interrogate him. Find out what he knows. What are those things? Nice work. Take care of the next one.
Cheerful Kaz saying, take care of the next one. Will be reused in the context in which Kaz is not cheerful at all. So sad. Oh, so we must retrieve Code Talker's research. Take care of the next one. Okay.
According to our spies from the intel team, they attacked the base the night of the crash, and by morning they had taken the place of the Marines. Are they some creature from another world? Robots built using cutting-edge bionics. We have no idea where they came from or
Wait,
what they
I almost
want.
killed like this guy again.
They might look like us, but the reality is something altogether different.
I almost fucking killed him again.
As they steal human victims and take their place,
Good thing I missed the first shot.
no mistake, that's a Snatcher.
Son of the Enders, Snatcher, and Rising. Does it get any more fucking nonsensical, frenzy, pseudo badass, whatever? fuck, headshots. Who needs headshots? Is that both of them? Yep.
All Snatchers confirmed eliminated and survivors neutralized. The analysis can wait. We need to get you out of there. I'm sending a chopper to pick you up. Wait for it at the helipad. That gun's light is an unusual color. I wonder what it's used for.
Do we have an SMG here too? Yep. I want that. Shit is gonna go down now. They took Beyond the Bounds and sort of turned it inside out, raped it, and it works.
Reinforcements. Where do they come from? I'll have the chopper wait in the air. Take them out, Raiden. I'll mark the threat with the chopper's searchlight. Eliminate that one first.
What are you doing?
Nice work. Keep it up.
Shit. One of them made it through. Yeah, that's an alert. You can actually avoid alerts here. Oh well. God damn it. It might be okay, there's probably just one. Nope, it's refreshing itself. Oh my god. I'm not used to the aiming at all anymore. It's so different. Where did I leave this guy? Oh shit! No, you need to go. Each time somebody appears, it's an alert, and each time they die, it dies, and then next guy is another alert. Overkill, but whatever. Yeah, that's where I should have used it. Reload, please. Oh, what a fucking mess. They're all here now. I don't even know where these guys go. Usually they never make it. Not exactly the best mission to pick up after a while. Oh god. Alert is over. Again. Okay, there's another guy here.
Eliminate the reinforcements.
Damn it.
They're bringing out the big guns.
That timing. They bring out the big guns. Boom, dead. He was talking about the helicopter, but that works too. They bring out the big guns. Boom. God damn it. Okay, let's try to be more efficient about this. The big guns indeed. I haven't practiced this in so long. Oh, that's right. No, don't reload. Do reload.
Dan, more of them. Eliminate the reinforcements. They're bringing out the big guns. Put an end to these
Not
things
again.
right in.
Let's see who we get from the Rising cast to praise us.
Targets eliminated. Yes, Raiden. On a go.
Oh god. What's his name? What's his face? I guess that was Boris, I guess. You can get at least 3, I think. You can get Kev, you can get George. Oh god. Oh man. Okay, that's not gonna be an S rank, but I mean, all you need to know about this mission is the explosions and the craziness and the music. I wonder, because we did get with one checkpoint, it may not have registered all the other alerts. I don't know how it works. Let's see.
Mission clear. You'll be paid as we agreed. Maybe we'll see you again, Raiden.
Yeah, no, it did register 5 alerts. Just because of how the alerts work. You kill one guy, alert is over. Then the next guy, alert again. Snake Keepers.
Boss, the crisis is over. Thanks to Raiden. But they never could determine what those snatchers really were. I just hope they didn't have anything bigger planned. This whole thing was like some bad dream.
Was Grey Fox alive? Well, you think Raiden was alive and about and a ninja during this? You think this is like somehow historically restricted by the characters? Raiden just fits better with the Snatcher theme because he doesn't have a body, I guess. And the watermelons. Watermelons obviously being a reference to the Rising trailer. Even in VR missions, I think you could still slice up watermelons in Rising. Let's see. Let's go get Kojimbo out of Konami HQ. Raiden time traveling is canon at least. Because he goes back in time to kill Big Boss and then Solid Snake. Metal Gear Raiden Snake Eraser. Alright, I'm taking a look at the resubs here, and holy shit, the loading times in this version. They fucked it up so bad. This is ridiculous. I can only guess that the reason this happens is because it's a big chunk of data altogether with the Phantom Pain, so it's scanning through that entire fucking file size when you need to load something. Sapfo also gives a sub to Claudito, I guess, who I think was complaining he dodged the 10 earlier subs. Thank you again, Stamp. And Zeetler78, who subbed for 17 months, and Awesome Brand for 63 months. You think my PS4 doesn't have an SSD?
We got a
Okay.
request for extraction from a member of the intel team who was working undercover at the prison. As you know, it's an enemy base. There's no time for the silent approach. Assault the base, secure the target, and get out of there. The target is our agent from the intel team. To say he's a critical VIP would be a massive understatement.
Yeah, tell that to Konami.
Bring him home, boss.
Apparently not. Oh man, aiming in this thing. Why did I pick this mission?
Negative. No sign of him. Are we too late? If he's caught, he can drag us all down with him.
That's where they are, that's right. Oh god, oh god. Oh god.
Damn it, where is he?
Thank fuck. What?
That his signal?
We're not gonna get all of those. Oh, I actually got that guy.
Keep them off the chopper. If it goes down, the show's over. The rifle is equipped with an underbarrel grenade launcher. Put it to good use.
Go down. Oh, doing okay actually. Now.
Got visual on target. Vehicle. 60 left from the enemy. Not bad.
Come on. Oh god.
Take out those hostiles.
Can't get this guy. What? How did that miss?
Touchdown is a no-go. Rendezvous at the helipad. Can you make it to the helipad? Roger that. Request escort. Boss, cover the friendly vehicle.
And they're gonna get run over. Every time. You can do it, Kojima. I believe in you.
Just cover me.
Yep. Oops.
Boss, the target's dead.
That wasn't the mission? Oh, okay. This is one of the greatest checkpoints in history of gaming. Ooh, he almost reached the fence that time. How unfortunate. I seem to have a defective grenade launcher.
Touchdown is a no-go. Rendezvous at the helipad. Can you make it to the helipad? Roger that. Request escort. Boss, cover the friendly vehicle.
Hold up, hold up. We gotta get him exactly in the back as he drives away, so that he flies forward.
I'm good to drive. Just cover me.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's still flying sideways. Okay, fine. We'll let him go. Maybe.
Clear. All hostiles down. Touchdown is a no-go. Rendezvous at the helipad. Can you make it to the helipad? Roger that. Request escort.
Oh, these people are still alive.
Cover
Okay,
the friendly
sorry.
vehicle.
Well, it's not non-lethal anymore, so...
I'm good to drive. Boss, what the hell was that?
I know.
Oh, I'm gonna tell everyone about Titus Security.
Please do.
We're getting to the boss.
Oh, Kojima running people over. Look at that. Dragging them all the way. Well, fuck that guy. Come on. Yeah, it's Kojima's voice. God only knows how many takes they went through for him to record in English before he was okay with it. But yes.
Handle that vehicle like a pro. I'd expect nothing
Oh god. Okay, fine. Not a kill, by the way. That is also not a kill. Doesn't matter anyway. We have kills already. Oh man, trying to get the guy. Oh. Ooh, I got him. Nice. You don't actually need to. It's just for show. It doesn't actually do any damage. But it's nice. Getting in there. Okay. Look at where this guy takes cover. See, he has cover, and then he doesn't. What am I looking at? And now it appears. This level of LOD behavior should never be noticeable to the player, but here we are. That's how it is. Damn, that was a lot of damage. I'm out.
More reinforcement. Don't let him get close. Look through your scope to target enemies from a distance.
What scope?
Eyes right. Big 4 in the control tower. Clear. Touching down. Boss, disembark and get the target.
These are a few of the little technical things that I guess they have more time to at least go over for the Phantom Pain, so it's not quite as noticeable, but it's still very, very much present. Don't worry. Ground Zeroes is just a lot worse in terms of how things load around the player. Not yet, at least.
What the hell are you doing? Whoa! Form a vehicle out of the admin front gate. I can't hang around.
Oh shit, why do I have this sniper rifle?
Vehicle is priority 1.
Mission index has been updated.
Rip that guy. Yes, that's the name of the rifle, 69 Ass.
Target secured. Now get in the chopper.
69 Ass rifle. That elbow. Oh, we can't throw him. God damn it. None of the vehicles are functional here because... In fact, you can't even leave this area. Oh, I can still put him in though. Nice. If you leave the area, the helicopter gets shot down. You can't actually fully explore the base. So that kind of sucks. We had some C4. Let me see if I can get to the armory there.
Open your eyes. He's on our side.
I wonder if there's C4 in here. Grenades. Nope, I guess he wouldn't have any use for C4. Oh, what was that? Yes! Oh, there actually is C4. Nice. C4s and cars in Ground Zeroes equal one thing. Which was also changed in Phantom Pain. A lot of shit was changed regarding vehicles, and it's just a fucking mess anyway. It's just unfortunate we can't quite go up or in the vehicle, but it should work all the time. It should work probably close enough to what it's supposed to if you drive the vehicle. Alright, Kojima, this is a shortcut to Mother Base. Okay, just get in, and I'll be right on my way. Oh fuck, how the fucking car physics are disabled, aren't they? Well, he still sort of got around.
The target's dead. Mission.
I guess we'll have to do it in some other mission. So in Ground Zeroes, there's this crazy mechanics, physics with the cars in C4 where basically the explosion gets multiplied and the car flies forward like crazy when you do that. But I guess the physics are kind of disabled here for vehicles because they're like planted to the ground because of all these scripted events. If I have to guess, that's what it is. Person there? Okay. You have to drive the car on the C4, usually, and put it right below the bumper there. But you cannot drive these vehicles, they're all busted. So that's the next best thing I could do, was just put it there manually. You can't get in here. I have a feeling they're just anchored to the ground. Yeah, look at that bullshit. Cars are completely nailed to the ground. That's why it didn't work. Damn it. Probably Kojima's car too. Even though Kojima's car had to move at one point, right? So maybe it's different. I don't know.
No obvious injuries, right?
No, it's busted, man. No. Okay.
Boss, taking out that vehicle is priority one.
Oh, that's right.
Mission info has been updated.
Oh shit, I don't have the rocket launcher, that's right. Hopefully Kojima survives this.
Target secured. Now get in the chopper.
Mission info has been updated.
18,380 what now? Oh, cubic meters, of course. Man, that's a huge load. Whatever's in that grade.
Exfil via the southeast coast. You got any pursuers? It's all up to you.
I don't have time for you. Close range grenade action.
Contact, 10 o'clock.
At least with the Kojima mission, we always get the cool extraction music. Probably just about one of the few memorable pieces of music in MGS5. I already blasted that guy, but nope. Okay. Only two, man, whatever.
Calm down and focus.
At the helicopter. Oh, this guy's back. Okay. Fuck that guy too while we're at it. Hey, new record. Oh, look at the car going off. Okay, those cars are not anchored to the ground. Damn, I wish we could steal one of those. But this mission is very much on rails, which you cannot... Oh, Kojima's not going to give us the nice line now. Because it's definitely not on S rank, so... He's actually going to say what Kaz says.
What took you so long?
Yeah, they reuse. And this, remember, this was before, so they were just trolling people who were looking at the trailer. That's the only place where you could see Kaz do that, in the trailer back then. And so they troll you with that in this. But if you get an S rank, he says, that was perfect. But perhaps it's even better to have him say the exact line. And now that he was saved from Konami HQ with minor injuries, now he's going to be sitting on the helicopter with us. And he's going to pick the mission. If you wait a little bit... Look at that smug face. And he spins. Except he always picks his own fucking mission. It's not really random. Looks random, but he just puts you back on his mission. Alright, give me a second here, guys. Maybe he'll spin again while I'm gone. I think he does it again. Nice, I saw that. He picked this one after... Oh, no, no, no! Stop! Okay. Look at that smug face, like seriously. He knew what he was doing. I think it depends on which mission you start on. He spins a set amount of times. Moves a certain amount of times. Anyway, we do kind of have to do this one anyway, so you know, there's a couple different ways to go about this, and perhaps there's something a little off with the vehicles in this game, but yeah, we're gonna sort of do something with this truck. I think the first time, even starting on different missions, the first time he spins, in my experience, always ends up in his own mission. I've never actually let him spin it so many times. Loading. Yes, Ragnarok, I saw your nerd rage. Very detailed nerd rage about how the suspensions work. So basically you had to drive in reverse to have actual vehicles.
You need to make contact with the undercover agent posing as a soldier at the base. He'll pass you a cassette tape containing classified information.
But the amazing thing is they thought they fixed it.
On your iDroid. Once you've spotted him among the Marines, make contact and get that cassette tape.
So we can get that
Thing is, he's not one of us, so don't let your guard down around
pretty
him.
easily. Now we can use this truck as cover.
Also use the watchtower on the west side of the base to contact
The
the
big
target.
boss is faster.
Just climb up there and turn the searchlight on. Once he sees that, he'll come
What's
to
up?
you. Once you've identified him, approach him and grab him. That's the contact sign.
Imagine you're driving around and you look out the window, suddenly Big Boss is right next to you, running. Yeah, you're just gonna wave at him, I guess. I'm actually faster. I could go past him, but let's use him as cover, so I have to slow down and run into the truck. It's just that the vehicles are ridiculously slow. There's quite a few differences in the mechanics with vehicles, and they thought they fixed it. They thought they made it better, apparently. The Phantom Pain is an improvement. Alright. Let's see if we can get this nonsense here to work. Shit, you don't know how lucky you were. Oops. There seems to be some sort of enemy presence. But where could they be? This is a precursor of the stealth tank that we'll see in MGS5. Where could they be, dude? Yeah, I don't know. That kind of ruined things, because now they're not going to open the gate, but... It's not nearly as nonsensical as a stealth tank in MGS5, I mean in Phantom Pain, but still. Okay, let me see. Probably not going to be a great checkpoint. It might be right here, actually. But we're not going to get the truck. Yeah, there's no
Make
truck now.
contact with the agent posing as a Marine. Check his appearance on your iDroid. Thing is, he's not one of us, so don't let your guard down around him. One other thing, boss.
So if you push the truck into the guy, they're perfectly fine with it.
On the west side of the base to contact the target. Just climb up there and turn the searchlight on. Once he sees that, he'll come to you.
They spot you if you're going first person?
Approach him and grab him.
What?
That's the contact sign.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. Excuse me. Ding. Ding ding. That wasn't me. What if I'm directly facing somebody? Nah. I don't know where you get that idea from, but... Oops. But actually, I'm gonna restart the whole mission so that we have the truck again. Because the truck is actually what makes the gate open. It's Twitch chat. You will see any combination of words at any point in time. Doesn't matter. People will type anything.
Boss, you need to make contact.
Alright, let's do this.
Posing as a Marine. Check his appearance on your iDroid. Thing is, he's not one of us, so don't let your guard down around him. One other thing, boss. I've been told you can also use the watchtower on the west side of the base to contact.
This must be the new breed of stealth that we're talking about.
Searchlight on. will come to you. Once you've identified him, approach him and grab him. That's the contact sign.
The map has been updated.
Can't go too forward because he's actually going to see me if I get in front of him. Speed limit 15. This is just sliding around. Okay. Damn it. Traffic. I want to back into this because that's where you end up when you get out. You don't end up on that side. That's where we want to get. Oh, fuck, I don't have the rifle. That really looked like it hit. So I just got up. Well, that sucks. I should have waited for a confirmation, I guess. But hey, thanks to the checkpoint,
Check his appearance on your iDroid.
day is saved.
Thing is, he's not one of us, so don't let your guard down around
And this
him.
guy isn't anywhere close to where he
One
was
other thing,
now.
boss. I've been told you can also use the watchtower on the west side of the base to contact the target. Just climb up there and turn the searchlight on. Once he sees that,
In fact, I'm gonna show you guys.
you've identified him. Approach him and grab him. That's the contact sign.
I could have just disarmed him, I guess.
The map has been updated.
That was just minor checkpoint shenanigans. Wait until you see the big ones.
Spit it out.
So you want this tape?
Poop it out.
The agent's tape found its way into his hands? What was he doing with that tape?
I want the tape. Okay.
That takes care of the tape. In any case, come on home, boss. We'll have the client verify it.
Yeah, these unique guys, there's a couple of them that actually have lines when you interrogate them, because required. Wait.
Somebody, get over here!
He kept talking, okay. So if you just want to be efficient, that's the mission. There's a whole lot of other stuff you can do with the other guy. Because that's not technically the guy we're supposed to look for. How do I feel after these marathons? Usually, you know, after a regular night's sleep, like it's nothing. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, now we'll have to get out somehow. You want to fight? You want to fight? Oh, no, he's smart. Damn, I wish he stayed in the truck. Alright, action escape, I guess. Oh god. These things pop in all the time. Out of nowhere. Look at that. Those two. Oh, there's another one. Oops. Oh, is it him? It is him. What happens if I interrogate him now? Probably nothing. Nice. He's right here.
Spit it out. Stop. Those soldiers will suspect something's up.
You think?
Let go.
Actually, if I lose the alert now, I'm kind of curious to see what happens with him. Just calm down. Yep. They're too dumb to shoot that, so it's okay.
Spit it out. Stop. The other soldiers will suspect.
I guess we gotta. Oh shit! Oh man, he didn't care, like at all. Damn, that's unfortunate. Hey, I didn't do that. I think it just doesn't register for people who don't see it happen. The human shield doesn't register. It's a very common occurrence. They have to watch you CQC the guy until grab for it to register. Because, you know. Oh well, fuck that guy. I tried. You might be able to tell I'm not exactly going for S ranks here. But yeah, you can find that guy first and interrogate him.
Analyzing the tape you got from that soldier. It contains every last detail of the Black Site development plan. This is the information our client was after. No surprise that proposal submitted to the Pentagon was a pack of lies. The refugee camps they proposed to expand would actually be converted into interrogation facilities, run by a small army of pros in every form of torture there is. They've even purchased a fleet of transports. The facility's inmates wouldn't be limited to just prisoners, but anyone they considered a threat, renditioned from around the world under the designation of enemy combatants. This plan goes beyond the current paradigm of nation-states. But is something like this really the world without borders that Cypher wants?
What would actual Marine rules of engagement be for that situation? They gotta have it covered to some degree, right? I guess whatever hostage situation, I don't know. But somehow I don't think that's what they went for. Human shield, one of their own, exactly. In that kind of situation. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure the game just glitches because they don't see it happen, so they don't care about it. But probably not just shoot up the guy specifically, you know, at least try not to. Oh well. Okay, so speaking of crazy checkpoint shenanigans, this is the prime example for that. You'll see why this checkpoint system doesn't exactly work in an open world environment. We're doing a simple version of this mission because I kind of want to move on to, you know, but this does an amazing job at showing what's wrong with the checkpoints here. Loading. Yeah, Ground Zeroes definitely doesn't take this long to load by itself. Okay.
Boss, this mission comes from none other than the JCS. A MAGTF will very shortly conduct a heliborne assault on that base. Their objective is to seize control of it, and the one thing that could get in their way is the base's anti-air defenses.
Okay, so we're supposed to like sneak around there, place C4, blow them up, but
To be all of them, destroying 3 will allow the assault force to land. Once their
just so
destruction is
happens
confirmed,
that I unlocked
choppers will descend on the base
the rocket
and Marines
launcher
will
for
begin
this.
their assault. They don't know you're there, so you need to exfiltrate before they arrive.
So it's a lot easier
Excellent work. Keep it up.
to just stay here and, you know,
The information we previously obtained confirmed that the base is now a black site. Destruction confirmed. Only one remaining. You can do this.
Contact! We're engaged.
Those guys were annoying. Okay.
Target destroyed. That was smooth, boss.
Now we're gonna wait for the vehicle, I guess.
I'd expect nothing less.
Might as well.
Boss, there's an armored vehicle headed your way, and its cannon will be a threat to the choppers.
Oh shit! They actually got smart. Didn't hear that at all. That sucks. Yeah, you could definitely do this without everybody noticing. But oh shit! Oh, I didn't need to wait for the vehicle. So that already happened. What I was going to show you guys, just the 3 entire emplacements. You don't need the vehicle. So after destroying 3, the game just assumes that yeah, by then the player should be just around here. So, you know, the entire opposite side of the map. Oh, that's why I don't remember that happening. You can just do it right away. So we just traveled across the entire fucking map because of the checkpoint system. Let me do this a little more clean here. I forgot we don't need to wait for the vehicle. So the problem with the checkpoint system is that they maybe estimate more or less, try to guess what happened, which is terrible in an open world environment because obviously you have a lot more options.
Anti-air emplacements. Doesn't have to be all of them. Destroying 3 will allow the assault.
So crazy shit like this happens all the time. It's just particularly bad here. I think I need to start with that one in the distance, but whatever. Okay, so look where I am on the map right now. We are here. Now, checkpoint. Magic. You know that Dragon Ball teleport sound effect?
That was smooth, boss. Real smooth.
And now we went from here to here. Oh shit. Yeah, no. We should really get down for this guy. He's annoying. Or is this right here? I think usually he dies in an explosion or some shit.
Target destroyed. That was smooth, boss.
Oh god, there's... Damn it. It's almost as if I shouldn't be here by this time. All the enemies are still around. But somehow we got here. God damn it. Holy shit, what a fucking checkpoint. This is a dead giveaway. You're not supposed to be here. Okay, just walk there.
Target destroyed. That was smooth, boss.
God damn it.
I'd expect nothing less.
Okay, somehow that worked.
And its cannon will be a threat to the choppers. You'll have to eliminate that too.
Wait, someone else noticed. Everybody and their mother noticed.
CP, this is 207. Spotted a suspicious individual. Going to check it out.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But yeah, if you also get the vehicle before getting here, you can just leave right away. In fact, I think that's the preferred way of doing it. Fuck it, let's give it another attempt. I had to destroy them in the correct order. Because if you destroy the one in the distance first, they all turn their heads that way. So they won't be looking at me, I think. That's how it works.
Boss, you need to take out the anti-air emplacements. Doesn't have to be all of them. Destroying 3 will allow the assault force to land. Once their destruction is confirmed, military choppers will descend on the base and the Marines will begin their assault.
Nope.
They don't know you're there, so you need to exfiltrate before they arrive.
I think the alert happens no matter what anyway, so... Now we can get the vehicle more or less in peace. Now that these guys are coming here.
Real smooth. I'd expect nothing less.
Oh god. Oh, there's a guy who grenades.
Armored vehicle headed your
We got him.
Its cannon will be a threat to the
That's okay.
choppers. You'll have to eliminate that too.
I think it's definitely possible to avoid this alert, but whatever. Cactus, protect me. I want grenades though. We don't have grenades. Oh, okay. Correction. We do have grenades. Just not my own. The guy just wanted to hand me one. But he accidentally forgot the pin. And now this is a checkpoint. Oh, shit.
I expect nothing less.
I know you're there. No, he's not now. The things are different. Fuck. These checkpoints. The location might be the same, but the circumstances, soldiers, yeah, that's probably not the best thing to do. It's an alternate timeline every time you load a checkpoint, yes. So he's not there anymore. Oh, now he is, see? Oh, holy shit, dude. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that was an alert. What a fucking mess. Let's see if the register. Come on. Okay, this guy seems to maybe care.
Get your hands off me!
What? Excuse me? What was that? He should have hit me for maximum effect. But I was like, it needed a haircut, so.
Target destroyed. That was smooth, boss. Real smooth. I'd expect
Okay, that actually prevented the alert. Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna end this now. Hopefully. If I get another fail, I'm just gonna maybe try to do it properly. Sneaking around, but you know, the biggest thing in this mission is me, the checkpoints. Completely fucked. Well, I guess we'll wait for the vehicle here.
C4 is an explosive that can be placed and then detonated remotely. You place some C4. Get to a safe distance before detonating it.
No shit.
Alright, you've destroyed the target.
Who knows what's gonna happen now. I've actually never done it this way. I either do it the sneaky way or do it the quick way. This is like a combination of both. Kind of a mess.
Two of them. They're headed your way. Speed 500. Most likely attack aircraft. 3 minutes until arrival. I don't know what this is about, but I don't like the timing. Get out of there ASAP. I have a
Anyway,
bad feeling about this.
it's a pretty good estimation. Now, the player should be just about right here, the other side of the map, when this happens. Oops. Shadow Sorrow, thank you for the 39 months or so. We don't get any ripple effect in the water. Yeah, you can shoot your own helicopter down. It's kind of pointless. Could it have been? I don't know.
Impressive work, boss.
Cypher?
Guess it takes more than that to phase you.
Still A rank. All the fuck ups. I guess it doesn't matter if you get a retry. Oh shit. Well, we still don't know who was behind the airstrike. Definitely not Cypher. So the next mission, these two guys, it's actually funny to pay attention to their names and remember. Because these guys will be back in Phantom Pain, of course, just menu items, not in any sort of real content. But they somehow managed to fuck up their names in Phantom Pain. They mix up their names. The eye becomes the finger, and the finger becomes the eye. It's amazing. So we're going to pay attention to which one is which now, so that we can observe and appreciate the amount of care and detail put into the Phantom Pain when bringing these guys back. God damn it. Maybe somebody should take a clip or something and then put the two clips together when they appear and when they appear again in the Phantom Pain.
Boss, the mission objective is
So I'm gonna sort of do what I usually do, but maybe try to get him alive.
The pair were in Laos together, but retired after the U.S. withdrew its forces. They were a sniper spotter team. In country, they were known as Glaz and Pallets, the eye and the finger. I've sent VIs of the targets to your iDroid. Take a good look. Remember, boss, this is a sneaking mission. If you're detected, the targets are bound
I see a
to take
couple
extra
of
precautions. It's crucial that you eliminate the
FAQs in
targets
chat.
quickly and quietly. Do not let the enemy see you.
What's my favorite game, and what do I think of Death Stranding? Get down. Oh shit, you're not getting down. So Death Stranding is something that, like all Kojima games, you need to go back to form a better informed opinion. You know? But so far, meh is what I'd say.
The two were a reason to be afraid of the dark. The extradition to face trial is even on the table in the peace talks.
Get down.
They're so curious. But yeah, we need to go back to it eventually. And my favorite games in the series are MGS2 and 1. I would just say MGS2, but MGS2 needs MGS1 to work. And MGS1 is great anyway, so why not include that? Oh, that guy saw.
You alright?
Oh, he's actually coming down. Okay. What I think of how they handled Mantis. Oh man, poor Mantis. He got destroyed in MGS4. He got destroyed in MGS5. That's what we call a sandwich retcon, I guess.
Let's target B, Pallets. I've sent VIs of the targets to your
Okay,
iDroid.
so this guy,
Good look.
that's Blitz. He has
Then select mission info.
a single gloved hand. Because that's where he's missing his finger, but actually making a model with one less finger would be too complicated, I suppose. So they just give him a glove, and you can pretend that one of his fingers is missing. Maybe it's a prosthetic. I mean, it's supposed to be a prosthetic finger, so that's how they hide it. He has a prosthetic below the glove. I promise. So the bald guy is the finger. Okay. Keep that in mind. It's gonna be a while till this comes to fruition, but you'll see. you gonna step out? Maybe not. Oh, how did that miss?
Hey, over there!
Do go to sleep. Oh, they're getting somebody else to come. Oh, this is a lot of time wasted. The other guy is ahead. Oh, there he is. Here, catch.
Boss, the mission objective is to eliminate the targets. Just knocking them out or putting them to sleep won't cut it.
So normally he would be dead by now, but let's see if we can mess with him a little bit. So the timing for what I usually do here is completely screwed up. But let's see what happens. The guy should still be in place. That's the guy in the tower. Yep, there he is. It's easy to remember because
Send VIs of the targets to your iDroid. Take a good look.
of the glove, and the other guy has sunglasses. In fact, they look like guys with sunglasses. And we'll go over that in a little bit once we get them both. That's the kind of aiming I'm talking about. That's unique to Ground Zeroes. The problem here is if I don't get all three of them, they're gonna wake each other up. Oh, that was actually a headshot. That should be enough.
Hey, you okay?
There you go. They're all down. I guess we can leave him here. Because he's gonna restrict my movements otherwise.
All fire teams, this is CP. We may have a situation. Whoever's closest, go check it out. CP, this is Zulu 2. We'll investigate immediately. Out.
Hopefully he doesn't just like wake up and leave. Should be okay. Random rifle there. There he is. Oh shit, that scared the fuck out of me. Huh? Alert! That's LVG, just subscribe. Thank you.
The targets to your iDroid. Take a good look.
Successfully scared the fuck out of me.
Target.
CP, this is Zulu 2.
Checked it out. Can't see anything unusual. Over. This is CP.
What?
Return to your post.
Didn't I just put two guys down? How is there nothing unusual? Oh, there he is. God damn it. Okay. Hey, Airbomb, thanks for the $2 donation. Oh, fuck the camera. That's unfortunate.
All fire teams, this is CP. We may have a situation. Whoever's closest,
Placeholder and part. Damn it. He did just up and leave. He's still marked.
What the hell?
I know. He didn't even care that he was asleep. I should have hold him up on the ground. Please stop moving. Oh well, at least he's somewhere by himself, isolated enough. What are you doing?
Boss, the mission objective is to eliminate the targets. Just knocking them out or putting them to sleep won't cut it.
Okay, this sort of works.
I sent the target's fields of movement to your
Could
iDroid.
go there, I
These
guess.
averages worked up from a study by the intel team.
Yeah, I wonder what it could be. Let me just make sure that the area is clear enough. Sure, whatever. Are you going to...
Don't let him escape. Eliminate him while you have the chance.
So the eye has sunglasses. And he's supposed to have a prosthetic eye. And the finger has the glove. And he's supposed to have a prosthetic finger. So... remember, I mean, it's easy to remember. Sunglasses equal the eye, right? Finger, glove. How could you mix that up? I don't know why, but apparently I didn't make it clear Ground Zeroes is nothing like the Phantom Pain in terms of tone and story and characters. It's much better, so yes, I like Ground Zeroes. Let's interrogate these guys. Maybe we could probably do it here. I would like some means of transportation, but... what up? Oh shit, he just woke up.
The mission objective is to eliminate the targets. Just knocking them out or putting them to sleep.
That's unfortunate timing. I was just kicking him to wake him up. Okay, you need to get down. No, not like that. God damn it. Okay, he needs to complete more of the getting up animation. There you go.
Speak.
Oh shit. Apparently they're not unique enough to actually have voice acting when you interrogate them. Because, you know, that would require something like a PS2 game to do that. We can't expect that. So yeah, they give you all the meme lines. You a phantom too? And this guy.
Spit it out.
Phantom comes. So you might maybe look at this in a way that these two guys could be parallel for Kaz and I guess Big Medic. Because Big Medic is missing the arm, this guy's missing a finger, close enough. Kaz has the sunglasses. Obviously this guy has Kaz's sunglasses. Not the exact ones, because it doesn't have Metal Gear Solid brand on the side. But, you know, close enough. And Kaz is not exactly blind, but he does definitely have some shit going on with his eyes. So, yeah, apparently one of those is prosthetic eye. I believe you. And how these guys self-mutilated because of their, I guess, regretting their acts of war. And then escaped. And here they are. Yeah, I know, because that regular, I mean, prosthetic eyes can look normal or pretty realistic. But do you really think they did anything other than just give him a normal eye model? No, of course not. Or do you really think that there's a prosthetic finger below the glove? No, they just gave him the glove. Anyway, just keep in mind which one is which. Maybe somebody make a clip now. This is finger. I mean, fuck. No, I went full Phantom Pain. The guy with the sunglasses, he's black, and he's the eye. The guy with the glove, he's bald, and he's the finger. Okay? Remember that. It will be relevant once we play the Phantom Pain. So, let's see. Maybe we should get him out. With a car or something. Wasn't there a car here? Oh, we can use the truck. Actually, no, we can't use the truck, because the truck only has room for one, and you can't put people in the back in Ground Zeroes. Why don't we try that? It won't be for a while, but you'll see. Just be patient. In general, you have to be patient as a whole, because to fully get an idea of what's wrong with the Phantom Pain, you have to have a... Fuck. God damn it.
Down, one to go.
Oh well.
He's on his way to hell. Don't let him travel alone.
Doesn't matter. Whatever.
Confirm targets A and B neutralized. Good. You completed the objective.
I was gonna get him out, but I mean...
Make your way outside the mission area by land.
That's the mission anyway. So you gotta have a complete picture from beginning to end and everything in between to fully form an opinion and have a complete idea of what's wrong exactly. Let me see if I can't somehow... I don't know how to get him up there. We would need some sort of sloped area. Oh, I guess pit here works. I just want to see, even for myself, actually, because I just barely remember the way it works. But I do remember that it's... I guess we can't destroy this. It's completely fucked. The back of the trucks in Ground Zeroes work differently. Come on. Are we stuck like on a rock or something? Sack of... Okay. Okay, there you go. This is actually perfect spot. We want the truck somewhere where I can throw people in the back. That's why. And magic. There's an invisible ceiling and then slide off. Because obviously, you know, nobody would think of throwing people in the back of a truck. Thanks, Fox Engine. So that's it in Ground Zeroes. In the Phantom Pain it changed it so you can put people there. If they're asleep, they never wake up though. You can kick them awake. Oh, that's unfortunate. You try to kick them awake and they never wake up. Okay, let's leave. Oh. Where did you even come from? Oh well. What a mission.
Mission complete. Great work, boss. I know our clients are going to be more than satisfied.
P.
With those two targets out of the way, we might just see an early end to the war. But did you notice, boss? They seem to be afraid of something. Feared it more than death itself. Just what the hell is going on in that place?
Oh god, loading icon just froze there. That's another thing that I think pretty much only happens in the definitive edition. Not even that, the definitive experience, they call it. I think that's all. Really, all the missions. I mean, you could do, obviously, different stuff and look at maybe a certain couple more interrogations, conversations about them, but for me, it's more about the technical aspect of things, I guess, that I like to point out, because that's where you see the craziest shit. So that's sort of the way I approach these. missions. Because, for example, there's different dialogue if you interrogate the guy you're supposed to find first in this mission, and then you can see them talk to each other if you wait a while. So there's a little more dialogue there. But I mean, at the end of the day, the end of the mission is the same. And these are supposed to give you like tapes and other stuff when you're on a fresh save. So that's what you can do in these missions. But anyway, it's time. God damn it. Like I just said, I like to approach it in the technical level, and for the Phantom Pain, oh man. Ugh. It's happening. I can't even, like, I can't. I'll just do the game. I'll just let the game do the talking for itself. It's gonna take a while before we actually get something crazy because we're gonna do the Easter egg, or try to do the Easter egg where Kaz dies. Because at least that is the thing. But then, holy shit. Mark my fucking words, if it's your first time watching me play the Phantom Pain, every single mission has something wrong with it. Mark my fucking words. Maybe come back if you don't have time to watch and watch the VOD later for every single fucking mission. This game is an unspeakable state of a mess that it was released in. So, let's do it. Unfortunately, well, maybe fortunately, actually, I won't be playing the entire game myself. You know, Three Dog's gonna take over at one point. So, oh wait, what, you thought you could just go and start a new game on the Phantom Pain? Let me introduce you guys to what we streamers have to go through to do a new story run of the Phantom Pain. Every story run of the Phantom Pain begins in the PS4 menu, where you go to your saved data and delete the Phantom fucking Pain save. Every single time. You want to start a story run? Fuck you. Delete everything you've done up until that point. So, yes. You can't start a new game. You have to delete your save. And for that reason, we got used to playing the game with basically level 1 and 2, grade 1 to very basic equipment, which is all you need, thankfully. So, sometimes you get questions such as, oh, why don't you use the Dragon Dildo 500 Launcher 5000 that you can develop with 1 million resources FOB that you farmed for a year for this fight? Geez, I wonder. So you have to make do with basic equipment. Developing the base is useless, developing platforms is useless, recruiting people is useless, developing weapons is useless, the online is useless. You get the idea. And you gotta change the options every time. Let's go offline. Yes, we do indeed have all the DLC. This is what the definitive experience is about. They give you all the DLC and Ground Zeroes bundled together. Okay, I get it. And then it tells you if you want to play Ground Zeroes first. Nope, just did that. Ekro with a 14 months resub. Thank you.
Controls unresponsive. Tower, do you read? Shit. Comms are down.
We don't have an armory. We gotta keep the weapons in the bathroom. I love you, dear K. $5 donation. Hey, thank you. Must be one of my fans. Here we are again.
Which came as some surprise. I spoke into his eyes. I thought you died alone a long, long time ago. Oh no, not me. I never lost control. Your face to face.
With Kojima's open world. Turns out all you need to wake up from 9-year coma is a pair of tits. I think this sets the mood for the game. It tells you where the priorities are right away. Skullface with the $4.99 donation. Pretty interesting question there. We'll go over it in a bit. Thank you. Oh man, that's a pretty loaded question. Goes to Brian, thank you for the 27 months.
Werkzamer.
V has come to.
V has come too.
And so have I. Oh no, that's not the line. Oronano with the 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you. So, you could probably tell that's actually Skullface who donated because he intends to hijack the stream and cause suffering for everybody with that question. Okay, let me read it all. With all your professional knowledge of MGS5, which of the unintended issues with the game is your favorite and which do you hate the most? And if you have time, give us your impression of the theme Kojima meant to spread in MGS5. Oh man. Okay, so let's define my favorite. In order for me to pick a favorite, the things that I value in all these glitches is streaming them and which one best conveys how much of a fucking mess this game is, because ultimately I just want people to know. I want people to, I don't just want to talk about it. I want people to see, which is amazing with streaming. Obviously that works. I want you guys to see for yourself what this game has and form your own opinion on what you're seeing and what you think it means in the context of how the game is released. So, with that in mind, my favorite details would have to be whatever is most effective at making people realize how much of a fucking mess everything is in this game. So, I would have to guess maybe a pretty big one. Obviously the time-traveling Ocelot shenanigans. Where Ocelot talks about what Skullface says in Point of Death 2 missions before it happens. And nobody seems to notice about that. Seriously, I don't do a whole lot of research anymore because it's been like 5 years, but find me a single, YouTuber or journalist, article, review, or fucking anything, anybody who actually pointed that out and talked about it before we did. Obviously, the cat's out of the bag now, probably. So, I don't know. That would have to be my favorite thing, just because it's such a huge fucking overlook. And apparently I discovered it in the entire world. I'm the one who noticed. So, and hopefully, it gives people a clear idea of how fucked up, just how fucked up things are. And we'll get to it. Hopefully, I don't know if I'll be the one playing it, but just for reference, at the end of Mission 28, you get a tape with, Mission 29. At the end of Mission 29, where the infection is going on the Mother Base, you get a tape where they talk about, it's called The First Infection, and they talk about all the causes, the way the infection manifests itself in Mother Base first. And Ocelot randomly talks about what happens at the end of Mission 31. 2 missions later. When you haven't heard about the English Parasite yet, if you haven't heard what Skullface is planning to do with it, you haven't heard where it is, you haven't even met Skullface, let alone talk about it. Ocelot says, Skullface said the English Parasite is close to the boss. Skullface said the remaining English Parasite is close to the boss. 2 missions before you meet him. Before the English strain is revealed, before Skullface dies, before anything happens. That is one of the many instances, there's at least 3 that I can mention right now, in which Ocelot fucking time travels. One of which might actually be intended to fuck with the player. The other 2, definitely not. So yeah, next time you happen to play this game on a fresh save, and you finish Mission 29, that is Metallic Diarrhea, where you bring Code Talker back to base, and the infection gets cured, pay attention to the menu. Pay attention to the tapes that you are given at the end of Mission 29. And they will talk about events at the end of Mission 31 that you don't have yet. Probably the biggest fuck up. It's not just that the tape is out of place. The entirety of the dialogue happens at a certain point in the story. In fact, the tape is called The First Infection. The tape happens as they are trying to figure out the first infection in Mother Base and how it manifests itself. So it's not that the tape is entirely wrong timeline-wise. That's the timeline of where things happen. But in the midst of all of that, Ocelot talks about what happens 2 missions after. And it's gotta be my favorite thing, just purely because it's such a huge fuck up that I apparently found myself. I could not find any records of it anywhere else. Anyway, Prince Vegeta, thank you for gifting the sub to Akasha Lily. Definitely needs one. You guys are both awesome. Thank you. Mitsuyama with the 33 months, and EK Selink with the $3 donation. Thank you. MJS5 is here. Alright. As for the second part of the question, since you said if you have the time, I don't really want to get there because I will simply put it in question form that you can ask yourself. Obviously, the themes of MGS5, big theme is supposed to be revenge. But what I want you to ask yourself is, whose revenge? That's the interesting part. Such lust for revenge. Whose? And if you look at it in the same way in which Kojima always puts his own ideas, feelings, and messages through Big Boss's or Solid Snake's speech, and apply that to this game, it's pretty interesting. Anyway, let's change the fucking options for the 100th time, of course. Because it's not like you can save that. All subtitles on. And turn off the stupid iDroid voice. And reflex, of course. Alright. %. Thanks for the 3 months, Risa. I'm sure it ties into Survive. Actually, Survive actually does tie into this game. One of the bad ending of Metal Gear Survive ties into the Mother Base wandering soldiers that you find here. They went and did that. Yep. Airbomb, thank you for the $5. And the kind words.
Ακούς Can you hear me? Are you having difficulty speaking? Can you move your head? Just nod if you can hear me.
Nah. Nah.
Look up, please.
Please put me down another 21 years.
Very good. How do you feel now? Can you speak? What is your name? When were you born?
We really need to
Can you
ask
recall?
Kiefer that question. Can you speak? Oh, man. So here's the thing. Obviously, you can get little birthday scene. If you put your birthday as today or maybe tomorrow, depending. Well, you know, this is gonna take a while. But for now, let's just. And my PS4 already knows, of course. So, again, something about the birthday scene, since we obviously can't see all the versions of it, what we can't do is talk about what happens. So, there are 2 versions of the birthday scene. Actually, 3. Depending on whether you have Quiet, Huey, or neither. Different combinations. So the interesting thing is, I guess I'll do today. I won't do tomorrow, because the early version, if you do it early in the game, where you haven't met Huey yet, the one thing to pay attention to is that Huey is still there in the voices. The character model is not there. There's like room for him. You can see in the cutscene where he would normally be standing is empty, but there's room. But if you listen closely, you can still hear Huey say, "Happy birthday, Snake," twice, and laugh with his signature Huey voice laugh twice. So, great attention to detail there. And if you do it later in the game, where you might have Quiet, you know, I'm not really a fan of the Quiet birthday scene, because it's the one and only time where she actually bothers to write something down. So that's kind of a fuck you to any sort of logic. At least you can assume that she never writes anything, except she does for an Easter egg scene. She writes HBD for have big dick. Happy birthday. That's what it must be. So yeah, I don't know how to feel about either of those scenes. But I guess since, again, from the technical aspect, more fascinating to have Huey fucking say "Happy birthday, Snake" and sing the happy birthday song and laugh with the crowd when he's not there. Because attention to detail. Let's do today's date.
Good. Now then. Please try to relax. There is plenty of time. I need to tell you something. Please listen and try not to panic. You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, I know. You would like to know how long. I'm afraid it's been 9 years. Damn it! Nosocoma! 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 Nurse! Calm down. Calm down. Try not to panic. Wait a second. Try not to panic. You'll be all right.
Oh God.
Just rest.
Okay, we gotta spend some time
How do you feel?
in the character creation. On the radio you can hear
It's been 1 week since you came to. Now, let's try getting you out of that.
the flight Vulcan and Mantis are on. That's what they're talking about there.
Don't worry. You've lost some strength, but we've been maintaining your muscle mass through massages, CPM therapy, and EMS. Now, I need to explain something to you, but you mustn't be alarmed.
No, turn it off.
9 years ago, you were injured in an explosion. Upon examination, we discovered 108 foreign bodies embedded within you. In addition to shrapnel, we also found fragments of human bone and human teeth. Most of it was removed, but some of the fragments still remain. They are located near your heart and in your skull. Look at this. The fragments are lodged deep within your cerebral cortex. We couldn't give you an MRI, the metal, you see. But even if we were to extract it, you would most likely suffer a brain hemorrhage. Mental and physical impairment are unavoidable. However, your current status is not life-threatening. One more thing. This X-ray is of your upper body. You better look now. Best to understand your situation sooner than later. I know it's difficult, but please look down. It's best to see with your own eyes. Be brave. Nosokoma, γρήγορα. Try to calm down. Calm down. Please, calm down. It's gonna be okay. Yes, yes. Calm down. Yes. Yes.
Έμεινε σε κατάσταση πλαστική εγχείρηση.
Κάποιος ήδη γνωρίζει ότι έχει ξυπνήσει και αν τρέχει μεγάλο κίνημα. Πρέπει να ενεργήσουμε άμεσα. Προετοιμάστε τον για εγχείρηση. Το πιστεύω.
It's true. There are those who wish you would never woken up. You should be dead, but you're not. The wheels are in motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place alive. It's a wide open world up there, so there's something we need to take care of first.
Wide open world. Yep.
I'm going to change your appearance. We have no other choice. What you look like, however.
Oh, I got a $20 donation from Akasha. Thank you so much. May not be much, but consider it from me and my 1-year-old watching right now. Oh God. You're letting your 1-year-old watch this? Now I'm conflicted. Maybe we should praise the game now. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this game. Okay, I mean, hopefully he will forget when he grows up. Don't let him play this game. Hey, anyhow, thanks. And don't ever say that's not much. Just, you know, whenever you guys feel like donating or even just being here, that's amazing. As it is for us streamers to just have you guys. So thank you so much. So see a couple people asking in the chat, why the hell do you have to create a character face if you just look like Big Boss anyway? It sounds like you guys haven't played the game. Did you not finish the game? In that case, God bless you and your innocent mind, because damn. So what's going on right now is that this is Big Medic's actual face that you're creating. And that's where it gets a little fucky with which is actually the truth, the true ending or the true beginning of the game, because there's two versions of it. One in which, you know, obviously they turn Big Medic's face into Big Boss's face, is the main plot where they turn Big Medic. They turn Big Medic into Big Boss looking guy. So that's the thing that's going on. But then something happens in the midst of nonsense retcon, and I don't know, something. At one point, he snaps out of it, and his face comes back. I mean, not canonically in the story, because presumably when Solid Snake kills Big Matic in Metal Gear 1, he still looks like Big Boss. But for the sake of fucking with the player, you see your face differently in the two endings. Here, you are given the face like Big Boss, of course, and that's why most people were okay with it. Because you do this, this guy looks different, and then, oh, I guess I still look like Big Boss. Must be nothing, right? For the entirety of the game. But no, at the end of the game, it's revealed that that's his actual face, and then you can play with either appearance if you want the rest of the game after the so-called ending. And I think it's also implied Big Boss gets surgery to some degree, because they basically swap documents. You can see that Ocelot gives Big Boss Big Medic's like passport with Big Medic's face on it. So who knows? Maybe Big Boss fucks off and gets surgery, which would somehow get reverted in Metal Gear 2. I just can't even begin to wrap my head around the fact that facial surgery plays such a big role. It's such a weak thing to play around. Cosmetic surgery, which apparently can turn you black instantly in 48 hours by just working on your face. But anyway, that's what's going on right now. This is the actual face that Big Medic has and had the entire time in Ground Zeroes. That's why his face is hidden until the past version of the cutscene plays. You can see him, or the ending plays. You can see him. Actually, no, I think during the past version it's still hidden, because that technically happens before the ending. So they show you either appearance in the beginning and then the ending, which is another retelling of the beginning, where they basically tell you, now look, this is what actually happened, not that. But then at the same time, there's a big disclaimer that says, the quote, there are no facts, only interpretations. And also the name of the ending mission being, the Truth mission. Obviously, with the amount of 1984 references in this game, you could look at that as, the Orwellian way of defining truth in 1984, where truth is established but not necessarily real or true to facts. So they're fucking with you, they're showing you both, and they are at the same time telling you, look, there's no actual facts, only interpretations. So you can sort of maybe pick, this is one of the most unclear things in the game, whether they want, probably to some degree, people to just interpret it the way that they want. But there would be more to talk about because of the ending. But let's just say that that's why you make a different face right now. And we got 100 bits from Shannon Alcorn, 84. Thank you. So we could spend some time here. This is my go-to Big Matic face. Give him some hair at least, but it's a rather weak character creation thing. But whatever, you can sort of do some monstrosity with it. Just play with the sliders until things look wrong. Usually all the way to the left or all the way to the right. There is no in between. And just like with the entirety of the game, you don't really get the whole picture until you mess with everything, so... yeah, he still looks somewhat normal. Maybe not so much. You had to combine everything. I wish all these sliders were available at the same time on the same screen without switching so much. Oh god. His eyes don't share the same zip code. Sure, whatever. Oh, he's starting to look a little depressed now. I think there's a few maybe presets that people have come up with out there that you can maybe make some famous people. Like I think there's a Matt Damon one up there somewhere. Okay. But it's not that much. It's not very powerful at all, I don't think. Oh god, oh god. Now, what I usually try to do is, you know, make some sort of monster-looking thing, which has to happen very, very slowly, as you can see. One feature at a time. Because otherwise it's just particularly ugly guy, but not necessarily crazy looking. So, it takes time to get there. I don't know. His face is extremely flat today. I think we're gonna go back to the nose, maybe. Like, it's sort of starting to look a little off, maybe. How far into the game you get the option to use this face? You have to watch Mission 46 ending. And when you select character, you have a choice between Big Medic and whatever you name your character. He's going to show up there. And it's essentially the same thing. You still see the horn, you still see the missing arm, but he has this face. Oh god. Yeah, I don't particularly care much for that. I think we need to go back to the nose. Hey, that almost looks normal. It always turns out is like, I don't know. There's only so much you can do. Can't really change the eyebrows. He's starting to look concerned now. Yeah, it's not too crazy. Although he does look a little bit different. Quite a bit different in the starting preset. What, you telling me that's not your hero, Big Boss? A little bit of a different. Let's see. What's really disappointing is their hairstyles. Look at this. What is this? It's only 4 hairstyles. And one of them is bald anyway. Oh, there you go. That's what I was looking for, the eyebrows. Good old mutton chops. Worse. Man, one thing I've always wanted since Peace Walker is a game with Big Boss where, you know, he's aged and has white hair. Kind of like in Metal Gear 2. That's as close as it gets. Oh, man. Hold up. Love. How did I never notice that? There's a love tattoo. Okay. Probably one of these. This is kind of like the shit that Quiet has and Photalker too. In her eyes when the parasites activate. And then these are his actual scars from the surgery that you see as Big Boss. So you think maybe, oh, this makes the most sense. Let's pick these as the default scars that he has. Because he's supposed to have them, right? Except it doesn't make any fucking sense because during the flashback you'll see Big Medic in Ground Zeroes with already the exact same scars. So it doesn't make any fucking sense. So that's unfortunate. I think we're going with this. Oh, Joe, you sub. Thank you so much for choosing to support the channel. Glad you're enjoying the advanced character creation. I think that's probably about it. It usually turns out like something of the sorts when I try to go crazy. And his wrinkles don't even make much of a change anymore. Wonder if he could make Sigint or anybody who actually looks like a character from the series, you know? The Metal Gear Sigint makes a lot more sense. Okay, I'm going with this. So none of that matters the first time when you first start the game. They show you this, but then don't worry, it's Big Boss.
Very good.
Okay.
Now let's remove these bandages. Your face has healed nicely.
I'm sure.
To tell you the truth, these bandages were more for your protection. To hide you from those who want you dead. As of today, your name is Ahab. Forget everything. Your name, your past.
It doesn't matter for now. I just went over this. I guess you weren't here.
This is you, as you've lived until this day. Tomorrow, it becomes a phantom.
Must hold the mirror. And yeah, somebody was talking about the doctor, the real life doctor that pretty much looks like this guy. He even tried to sue Kojima or something. That goes nowhere.
The patient in the next bed saw my face. Of course, consider it done.
There is a doctor in real life who attempted to, or wanted to attempt a head transplant. And people were trying to tie that up with this game's plot. Oh, maybe Big Boss gets a head transplant. It's... Let me show you guys. This guy looks exactly like him. Except the actual doctor dies like 5 seconds into the game, so I wouldn't connect too many things together. Quiet is like Scar from Lion King. What was his name before Scar? What was Quiet's name before she was Quiet? Actually, I think there's an answer to that, but not to Quiet. Loud. Alright, Kiefer, let's go to rehab.
Okay, have time to go.
Oh, yeah, close enough.
What happened to the woman? The woman? We gave her a light. She took the short way down. Who are you? Who am I? You're talking to yourself. Been watching over you for 9 years. You can call me Ismael. What the hell is going on? Well, the good news is, you're in the land of the living. Bad news? The whole world wants you dead. On your feet, soldier. The whole place is coming down. Need a little pick-me-up? Okay. Here. Nothing like a little digoxin to get you back in the game.
I wonder why they went so far as to mention the drug, if it's the wrong drug. But whatever. Anyway, so obviously lots of people want to know who the hell is this guy. And it used to be that people would speculate interesting things, but no. When at the end of the day, when it comes down to what the game is trying to tell you, again, always with that disclaimer in mind, there are no facts, only interpretations. But what we have is that that's the actual big boss. Because, you know, creating a decoy just to put him right fucking next to him in the same room is a genius idea that Zero had. I'm going to create a decoy snake, and then I'm going to expose the real snake to the exact same dangers in the exact same room. Yep. You can tell this is supported also by just the very first area here. You see all the flowers there? Those are the flowers, the Stars of Bethlehem. In the field where the boss dies, that Big Boss brings to her grave after that. So those flowers are associated with Big Boss and the boss and whatever. And he has a whole bunch of them. Meanwhile, in the intro, you see the nurse brings some over, just a little bit over there. She brings a couple, puts there on your side. So you only get a little bit of the boss's flowers. He has a whole bunch of them. Look at that. But there's more to it than that, of course. They want you to think some sort of crazy shit is going down, like is a figment of your imagination or something, but at the actual events of the Mission 46 ending is just actually where Ocelot time travels again, but he clearly calls him boss as he drags him out of the ambulance, so whatever.
We're getting out of here. Move it.
And what's interesting is that when you look at him, and we'll go over this actually in a bit. Once I get the gun, I'll explain all the things that are a little weird about him. And with this game, the thing is, you never know if it's unintended fuckery because they had no time to properly develop it, or if it's something they were doing to fuck with the player, or even more interesting. If it's something they were doing to fuck with the player because they knew they had no time to finish and develop it all the way, maybe that's genius. Sort of like, you know, how Kiefer is a silent protagonist, and also expensive as fuck at the same time. I'm sure those two things worked well together. Just so happens that it worked well together, because Venom is a silent protagonist. So who knows to what degree which one is which, if any, at one point. Well, you never know if it's an intended way to fuck with the player or just lack of attention to detail in this game. You never know. The timestamps that show up on screen that pretty much confirm the impossible that Ocelot time travels back and forth between Big Medic and Big Boss. I would imagine that's probably intended, but certain other things, definitely just the technical aspect of it, you can tell it's a mistake. So who knows? Who knows? Apply whatever percentage of each of those things to any crazy things that happen in this game. We'll never know.
We better take the elevator.
Perfectly good wheelchair. But then you have things, because you know there's always that line, that one line. If it wasn't for that one line, maybe wouldn't be as obsessed with it, but maybe as a way to sort of cover their own ass. There are no facts, only interpretations, just in case, you know, you could say it was just a hallucination if something wrong comes up. But you have things such as you're told he's Big Boss with the events, but look at him, he has no beard, and he has two functional eyes when you look at him close up. So, whatever. Is that lack of attention to detail to the character model, or are you double fucking with me? Maybe he stores his beard quick attached in his ass crack. It's currently disguised as pubic hair. And then, whoa. Oh well. And then he quickly... Oh, I remember now. This is why I stopped fucking using Wi-Fi.
What the hell is that?
We're gonna get that error a couple more times over and over until I fix it. So, yeah, maybe we'll deal with it whenever.
Something's